Good morning everyone and a very warm welcome to North Marine Road for the third day of the Vitality County Championship in Yorkshire and Sussex. The teams are as follows. Firstly for Yorkshire, Adam Martin, Tim Keane, Shane Huntley, Paul Bates, John Burns, John Burns, Gordon Johnson, Matt Drake, Ben Hurley, Dan Moriarty. For Sussex, Dan Hughes, Tom Haynes, Tom Clark, Tom Alsop, James Coles, John Simpson, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson, Jada Unacat, and Sean Hunt. The umpires are Tom Lumley and James Medwick, and your scorers are John Potter and Graham Owen. Scorecards are available as always and they still cost £1. You can find them near the turnstile box or at the rear of the popular back by the main entrance. And just to remind you all that there'll be another 50-50 raffle draw today. Tickets will be on sale in the tea room and in the pavilion, and also sellers will be going round the corner. The maximum prize is £500 and it's been won already this week, so do get involved. The draw will be made around tea time.
I just done 2 days of a wind tunnel in non-practice. Yes. Nice to see you. Sorry I didn't want to text each other. I guess we can get your copy. Oh, well done.
Yeah, but you're the one who got a free ticket and I paid for it.
It says a square on it.
One, two, three, four, five. Testing the stream at Scarborough.
Yeah.
Good morning, welcome from North Marine Road at the start of day 3 of this County Championship Division 2 match between Yorkshire and Surrey. Umpires Tom Lungley and James Middlebrook shake hands and make their way out to the middle. Johnny Bairstow having a chat with them, and Jonathan Tattersall will lead out Yorkshire and his teammates into the field. Daniel Hughes and Tom Haynes, the two Sussex batters. It is, for those who can see the streaming, self-evident that it's fairly cloudy, a blanket of cloud overhead. It's reasonably high, and although we have had some very light rain in the last hour, no real threat of play not starting on time. But it does feel like a bowling day again, which is, I suppose, ominous for Sussex supporters watching or listening. We'll see how that pans out, because Yorkshire didn't really look like finding a way through in the 10 overs that were played yesterday evening in this Sussex second innings. 26 without loss overnight. Haynes 14, Hughes 12, 111 runs. The deficit at this moment in time. And the forecast earlier had suggested it might have been probably the best day for batting today, so you could have been forgiven as a Sussex supporter if you thought, oh yeah, we've got to the end of the day without losing a wicket. There's going to be some optimism. May still go really well, but you'd think you're going to have to work hard with bat in hand here. And for those with ball in hand, it looks like Ben Cody is going to be the first of those from the Trafalgar Square end. And also you'd want to try and replicate things as Yorkshire bowl with discipline in the Sussex first innings, and they'd want to replicate that sort of discipline here and try and just gradually put the squeeze on the visiting side. If they can pick up some early wickets, then all well and good as far as they're concerned. 3 slips in place, mid-on, mid-off, cover, point, mid-wicket, and a long leg. And Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Sussex is alongside to take you through this first over.
Morning, Doige. As Jonathan says, a cloudy, overcast morning. Maybe ideal bowling conditions, to be honest, as in comes Code and bowls to Haynes, who's forward, plays out into the offside. Yeah, good morning, everybody. I thought Sussex did pretty well to negotiate that final, or the final 15 overs. In fact, it wasn't 15 overs in the end, it was 10. And certainly Tom Haynes looked a little jittery, and he'll be very keen this morning to get a couple out in the middle of the bat. Spoke to Jack Carson last night after his 5 yesterday, and said to Jack that I'd called it his career best before Jordan Thompson decided to hit him for 2 sixes. And comes Code and bowls, and Haynes defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. And he laughed, and he said he had a bit of ribbing from the lads because they knew it was his PB, and Jordan Thompson rather ruined those figures. But Jack did say to me during the interview that's available on the BBC Sussex Sports Twitter feed that, you know, Sussex feel they've been under par here for the last couple of days. And I would agree with that. I think in all departments they didn't bat well. They've dropped some catches in the field, and they'll be looking to put those wrongs right today. As in comes Code, bowls to Haynes, who's up on his toes and plays into the offside. And there is no run. Before I forget, can I just give a shout out to the coffee truck that's on the ground here? There's been a long queue throughout the match, and everyone stands very quietly and waits for their coffee. There was a gentleman there this morning, and he picked up his coffee and he said, I'd just like to say thank you so much to you two working in the coffee truck. You work really hard. Your coffee's lovely. Everybody appreciates it. That was someone trying to get hold of me from Tunbridge Wells.
There's someone from the coffee truck, I think, ringing you.
In comes Code, bowls, Haynes clips down to fine leg and picks up the first run of the morning. He goes to 15, the total 27 without loss. He said, I'd just like to say thank you very much to everybody for all your hard work, and I think everybody here appreciates it, and I hope you sell out a coffee. I thought that was rather nice. And everyone in the queue went, well, yeah. Because everyone's quite reserved, really, aren't they, queuing up for their morning coffee. So well done to that
everyone in the queue went, well, yeah, as long as it's not until after I've got mine.
You are a miserable devil.
No, I've just been honest. I mean, if they're honest about that, they would say exactly the same.
And we had a very nice lady who came up and said hello to us, Doige. That was rather nice this morning.
Yep.
Which we'll mention a bit later. In comes Code, bowls to Haynes, plays to backward point. No run. The voices you can hear in the press box are myself, Adrian Harms, and in the background, Dave Townsend and Jonathan. And the sun is trying to make an appearance. It almost looks like sort of like a bulb in the sky. It's just a very light, bright spot. But other than that, the cloud looks pretty thick, to be honest. And there's a few little spits and spots of rain on the window of our commentary box. So I think I'd rather be bowling than batting this morning, I have to say. In comes Code, bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays that into the offside, and there is no run. My phone is dinging and a donging, which I know is incredibly frustrating, and of which I apologise. But the good news for Sussex is that they've negotiated the first over. They've added 1 run, and they are 27 without loss.
Somebody did actually ask for their photograph taking with me this morning.
Ooh.
Yeah. They clearly got confused. It must have been, I think I was saying, when I starred with Newman in The Sting, and then went on to work in Out of Africa with Meryl Streep, and then clearly she got the wrong end of the stick. Jordan Thompson going to open at the Peasholm Park end of the ground, and that mention, Judith Hanley walked up to the commentary box to thank us for our efforts, which was very much appreciated. As Jordan Thompson comes into bowl here to Tom Haynes, who's turning that one into the onside for Moriarty to field. And Judith mentioned, and hopefully he is tuned in, that her dad, Arthur Hanley, 93 years of age, will be listening in, does listen in. He's a Yorkie. He's defected to Northamptonshire, but he is still a proud Yorkie, and he's hoping for a Yorkshire win in this match. So good morning to you, Arthur. Thanks for tuning in and patronising our commentaries. Hope you're well down there in Northamptonshire, and well, we can't do anything about what happens out there on the field of play, but we can just describe that for you. Here we are on day 3. That was a dot ball dropped back into the pitch by Haynes. There's a few spots of rain on the window. We've got the windows closed. The vast majority of the time when you commentate here at Scarborough, the window is open, which is no problem. But this week, with the wind strength, it's been difficult, so we've shut it as Haynes pushes one out into the offside, and there is no run. We were sitting outside Reynard's, the 3 of us, last night, having our fish and chips after we'd had a beer, and I was trying to catch the score in the Leeds United Sheffield Wednesday game. And at one point I did say to the lads, "Oh, there's no wind anymore." It's dropped, and it dropped, hasn't it? But it's fairly nippy, the wind out there again this morning.
Look at billowing Daniel Hughes' shirt.
Yeah. Thompson in. Oh, now then, that's a good delivery, angled in at off stump, and then clearly nipping away. In fact, it nipped away so much that Tom Haynes played about 6 inches inside the line.
He did. I'm just looking here. Grant Flower, one of the Sussex backroom coach, the batting coach, is just standing down below us with a sort of a bird's eye view. He's just standing to the left of the sight screen, so he's clearly watching his batters this morning. And it's a big day for Sussex.
Here's Thompson. Ooh, Haynes this time getting a straighter delivery and able to deal with that. We bumped into Grant Flower and James Kirtley on the street last night, didn't we? Not inferring that they were on the street, as it were, but that they were walking past Reynard's as we finished our fish and chips, and we had a little chat, and they were obviously, as you'd expect, trying to continue to bang the positive drum for Sussex in what remains of this match.
I mean, I have to say, I don't think the weather forecast is at all good for tomorrow, Doige, the one that I saw this morning. And I'm not saying for 1 minute that, it's never good to be saved by the rain.
Here comes Thompson, and that's flicked into the leg side where Wharton fields to complete that over at 27 without loss, and it wouldn't be the first time if I mean, we don't know where we're going to be at that stage, but Sussex were saved by the rain
twice.
Hove last year in particular,
and at Headingley.
Yeah.
So the one thing I would say is that Sussex are -3 on the over rate. So if they don't get to bowl again in this game, any points they do pick up, the bowling points they've picked up, they'll lose them all. But they would pick up, I ought to know this. Is it 8 for the draw or 5 for the draw this season? 8, isn't it?
Yeah, on the over rate, on the overs front, by the way, folks, lunch today is at the curious time of 1:08 p.m.
Exactly.
Tea, is at 3:58 p.m. They are both fixed, and the close of play is scheduled to be 6:28 p.m. or after 103 overs.
Ben Code from the Trafalgar Square end bowls to Hughes, and he's caught. That's a brilliant catch by Finley Bean, and that got up out of absolutely nowhere. And that is a massive, massive wicket as far as Yorkshire are concerned. Daniel Hughes has been in such tremendous form for Sussex, particularly in the T20 blast. That got up from not far short of a length. He couldn't get out the way. He's got an edge, but a very good catch by Finley Bean, leaping like a salmon, catching it right-handed, one-handed, and the first wicket goes down, and that's a really, really big blow for Sussex.
Yeah, jumping Bean at slip. It was fantastic, wasn't it? One-handed pluck out of the air. Brilliant catch. And, well, Daniel Hughes, I think we cited him as a big wicket when we were just having a chat off the air earlier, and a lot of talk around the ground. If they can get Hughes out early, Yorkshire were thinking that they'd be in and among. We'll see if they can capitalise on that, but good delivery by Ben Code and an even better catch by Finley Bean brings about the first Sussex second innings wicket.
I mean, to me, I haven't seen the replay, but it looked to me as if that got up from not far short of a length. I don't know if the lads can show it again. I think, here we go. In comes Code.
It was a fairly short
Yes,
ball.
it was short. It was a brilliant. Yes, I think that's a good description from Dave, actually. It got big on him, but you could see the way the Yorkshire lads are celebrating. You know, they know that's a massive, massive wicket. Yeah, I mean, throughout the game, there's been good bounce. Jade Evanudkat got a good bounce from the Trafalgar Square end yesterday.
Yeah, I think looking at it again, he's either hit the shoulder of the bat or maybe a bit of glove as well. It looks like it slightly takes the pace off the ball, and he had to watch it really well, didn't he, the slip?
In comes Code bowls to Tom Clark, who plows out into the offside, and there is no run. I think the rain is getting a little heavier. One or two people just down below us are just reaching into their bags for coats, one or two hoods up as well, and unquestionably it's affected the attendance here today because the benches, the wooden seatings are fairly sparsely populated. But a great start as far as Yorkshire are concerned. 27 for 1. Now I'm going to be very careful what I say about Tom Clark today. In comes Code, bowls to Clark, who defends down the onside, no run. I was talking to Tom's dad last night, and he was saying to me that Tom, I think, has a brother who may well be listening, actually, who lives over in Manchester, and they say every time that I say what a good player Tom Clark is and what a lovely shot through the covers or through extra cover for 4, that he gets out. So I'm not going to make any comment on Tom Clark today, apart from just describing what he's doing. So I hope that will please there. Maybe change his luck while I'm talking. In comes Code, bowls to Clark by Johnny Tattersall, whose dad was in front of me in the coffee queue this morning.
Really?
And there was a deal of confusion because he'd ordered 3 coffees and the lady thought that was it, and he said, no, I ordered another one. So then he had to pay for another latte, which further delayed the queue. So there was a few sort of...
Yeah.
What was that? Sorry.
I don't know. He was just
In comes
doing
Code,
what he does.
Code again around the wicket bowls. Clark defends onto the onside. Just by the amount of spots of rain on the window, and now I can see somebody way to our left has got an umbrella up.
Umpires are having a chat about this as well. They might be taking him off.
I think they might be. And in fact, when the Yorkshire players, I think have already decided it's probably they're coming off. Well, that's a shame. Daniel Hughes has gone, and not a great start for Sussex. So we've only had this morning the 3 overs, during which Daniel Hughes has been caught by Finley Bean, but the rain has arrived. The weather forecast I saw last night was actually pretty good, I thought, for today, and not very good for tomorrow. So this is quite surprising. Whether there's enough wind to blow this away, I don't know, but it's obviously got quite heavy, and Sussex will be rather keen that the ground staff get these covers on sharpish. But the Yorkshire players, unsurprisingly, going off with a spring in their step because they've picked up a really prized wicket in Daniel Hughes. People are sort of getting out of their seats and making for cover, which suggests it might be raining actually quite hard. What a start for Yorkshire.
Yeah, good start. We were having a bit of a laugh last night. We were reminiscing about your commentary at Hove last year.
Oh yes,
that was just one of my all-time favourite moments in a commentary box when, you know, you were just doing the right thing by a batter who came in and telling us about, you know, his how well he'd been playing, all those sorts of nice things, and then the very next delivery, where he before he'd even described what had actually gone on, you just went, oh no, oh no, oh I can't believe it, oh no, he's done.
It was Ali Orr, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Who's, actually, and I know that sometimes Ali's parents listen to the commentaries, and he's had a difficult season down at Hampshire as Ali. He broke his arm. He made a good 100, which got him on his way, good championship 100. He struggled early season, but I think, First Division cricket, April is tough, particularly when you're opening the batting. So he did struggle initially, but then he made a very good 100. I think it might have even been against Surrey. I can't remember. It was certainly down at the Aegeus. But then he broke his arm in the first T20 of the season, and I don't think he's played since. So if you're listening, the Orr family, wish Ali all the best in his recovery. Never like to see a young cricketer injured. The umpires are making their way off. The covers are now on. I'd like to say there are brighter skies in the distance, but I'm not. It seems to sort of filled in a bit, to be honest, Doige.
Yeah, not ideal right at this moment in time. Let's just have a look elsewhere and see what's going on.
I know it's raining in Worcester because my colleague Matt said dropping the airborne.
Yeah, they're expecting it down there. So play this morning and Stitch and Bell in Bristol. So Gloucestershire 705 runs behind with 7 wickets remaining. It's raining. In fact, I think it's raining everywhere. Yeah, Lancs, Surrey, Glamorgan, Derbyshire, Northamptonshire, Middlesex, Leicestershire, Gloucestershire. That inspection at 11:45. Kent, Worcestershire. Rain now here. They're inspecting at 11:15, so any second now. Up at Chester Street, but they haven't played yet so far this morning against Nottinghamshire, haven't Durham. It's raining at Edgbaston, Warwickshire, Somerset, and raining also at Southampton, Essex, Hampshire, with no scheduled inspection time to date, he says there.
Well, I certainly know across the south of England, across the London area, down into Sussex and Kent, they were talking about 2 inches of rain. I think it's all meant to clear away around about lunchtime, but then thundery showers there. But I thought here, I was talking to someone earlier on who was saying that this was sort of on the edge of the rain band. So, who knows? Hopefully this is going to move away. I mean, next week the forecast is excellent, certainly down in the southeast. Talking about temperatures up around 28, 30 degrees, which augurs well for the home game against Derbyshire next week. As I say, from a Sussex point of view, George, clearly, you don't want to see a game interrupted by the rain. Sussex will feel they've been under the pump here, and they have for 2 days, and they'll feel if there's any chance of escaping from Scarborough with some sort of points, but denying Yorkshire a win. I think they pretty much take that. But there's no question Yorkshire have been the best side in this game by a distance. Let's be honest.
So far, yeah, Yorkshire have got 5 points across from the match so far. 3 bowling points, 2 batting points. Sussex with just the 3 bowling points. So Yorkshire gained just the 2 on them, and if it ends up in a draw, that's all it will be.
I think Sussex would lose 3 for their slow over 8. I mean, if they don't get back onto bowl again in this match, which is a long way away, let's be honest. But that is not to be sniffed at, is it? You need to be making sure that you get your overs in and not losing points for stupid things like that, when you're looking at trying to get promotion. Well, I think, and I should know this, they've certainly lost 2 for a slow over 8 this season. So if they lose 3 here, that's 5 points, and you have to work blooming hard to get 5 points. I mean, that's an innings scoring 450, Doige, or 450. So that's. Don't tell people I was counting on my fingers.
I like the Bruce Forsyth there.
I'm rather.
Yeah, but so 153 at the moment. Back to 150. Middlesex are obviously in action, 20 points behind that. Well, 23 points behind things as they stand now. Yorkshire 25 behind Sussex. So yeah, as we said at the start of this piece, and it remains the case. This is a vital game. If Yorkshire can get across the line with a win. Then they would pick up 21 of a possible 24 points, and that would stick them.
Well, Sussex could
way back up there.
Well, if Sussex don't get to bowl again, Sussex could pick up 0 here.
Yeah.
I mean, I was told it was -3 last night. We'll have to wait for. But I mean, I think I did said on a number of occasions yesterday. Sussex kept on reorganising the field. What are you doing? Get on with it.
And bearing in mind that in 2022 Yorkshire went down on that last day after Liam Norwell's heroics for Warwickshire by 1 point. So.
Oh, at the Oval.
Yeah. Gone by 1 point, as DT pointing out off commentaries you may have been able to hear. So we've got cricket to talk about right now.
No, we haven't. I mean, just talking about that dismissal. I mean, and really, Sussex will feeling that everything's against them here. They come out for 3 overs this morning. They lose their prime experienced batter in the top 5. I mean, Tom Alsop batted grittily and very well here in the first innings, but there's just a little bit of I mean, Tom Clark, Tom Haynes have all played a lot of first class cricket. James Cole's coming in at 5, but when you lose your main man at the top of the order, that's bound to send a little wave of anxiety through the dressing room. So Sussex, Sussex have got their backs to the wall here, and it's going to take quite an effort, if the weather improves, to keep Yorkshire at bay here.
So Tom Alsop, James Coles, John Simpson, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson, they can all hold the bat.
They can. I mean, I do feel below 8 that it is a longish tail. I mean, Ollie Robinson, he's made a first-class 100, but he hasn't really distinguished himself with the bat in the last couple of seasons. Jade Evanuka, I don't know enough about, to be honest, but I don't think he's prolific low down the order, and neither is Sean Hunt, although he made a good half-century error on this season. As I've said a couple of times, and I don't mean this to be, what's the word I'm looking for?
Disrespect.
Well, disrespectful to where they made their runs, but I've always felt, this is different. This is Scarborough. This is against a very strong Yorkshire attack, and it's you might get runs down the order against other opposition, but this is tough. This isn't it's tough for tail enders here.
Yeah, and Yorkshire. I think we've probably, the three of us, agreed in our opinions. They're only our opinions. We think Yorkshire's bowling attack across the board is better than Sussex's bowling attack here, so that might bring some more problems for the Sussex batters. We certainly recognise that Unad Kat and Ollie Robinson are high class, and that Jack Carson, as we've talked about ourselves, you and I, on previous commentaries, he's a very, he's probably got beyond the promising young spinner stage now, hasn't he? He's a good spinner.
I think Jack is, he's been on Lions. I think Jack is, I'm not going to say near to, but certainly in the England conversation.
Yeah. And then the likes of Sean Hunt, who bowled really well at Hove against Yorkshire, they know he can do that. He's just not had a great first half of this match, has he? But that's cricket. Sometimes that happens. But you look down the Yorkshire bowling attack for today. We've got Ben Code and John Thompson on at the minute. We saw a bit of Dan Moriarty last night. He may come into this more as today wears on, although if it's going to rain a fair bit more, that's not ideal for gripping the ball and all the rest of it, and it may be more of a seam day. But they have got, of course, George Hill and Matthew Revis, both bowling well. Rev with a very good first innings performance. George, interestingly, I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, when we did bump into Grant Flower and James Kirtley in the street last night, James Kirtley was talking about the quality of George Hill, and he said, his figures won't, have a look at his figures again, what were they? I couldn't remember. Well, they're in front of me now. 16 over 6 maidens, 1 for 33 in the first innings. He said he bowled a lot better than that. He's a really good bowler, and he's a really good player, and if you've got somebody like him bowling like he does, and at the moment, we know he's got first class centuries, but down at number 8 after he's struggled for runs this year, then you've got the sort of player who, he's just a good player. He's just part of the whole setup, and has been now for 3-4 seasons, maybe more.
I was thinking as well, Doige, in terms of both Yorkshire and Sussex. And I was comparing going out of the second division of the county championship, going into the first division. Is that a little bit like a side in football terms going from the championship to the Premier League? So in terms of Yorkshire, for example, if you get promoted to Division 1, is the coach, whoever the coach is going to be, looking at the squad and saying, I want to be loyal to those lads who got us up, but actually, are they good enough for First Division cricket, or does it mean we're going to need to bring in new faces? And if we stick with the lads we've got, does that mean we're going to be battling relegation? That was something I was thinking about with Sussex to a certain extent as well. And it is a difficult equation, isn't it? Do you give the lads who've got you up a chance, or do you think actually, because if Sussex get to the First Division, this is the sort of quality bowling they're going to be facing week in, week out?
Well, look, if you're talking about taking players on contracts for seasons or 2 seasons or 3 seasons, if you take your lads up and just leave things as they are, then you do place yourself in a vulnerable position, because there may be some who can score at this level. There's always going to be some, isn't there? Some can make the step up, they'll rise to the challenge and they can do it. Some just won't quite be able to do it.
No,
and we don't know who they are until they're in that position, I guess. No. So if you gamble on that, and 2 or 3 of those players, whether they be batters or bowlers, can't quite mix it at the first division level, suddenly you're under pressure down the bottom end of the table, and you may suffer the drop again. You know, it only takes a couple of injuries on top of that, doesn't it? And you've not got your best side out every week. And we know, first division level, if you're playing, you know, the Surreys of this world and the Hampshires and the Warwickshires, that you're going to be under severe pressure in 6 matches at least.
Oh, totally.
And
Totally.
more beyond. You know, you'd have. I would say, if it was me,
yes,
I'd be looking to, okay, what do I really think? We'll keep the lads we've got, and they can be around the thing. But we've really got to seriously think: do we need to strengthen? Do we need one more high-class batter in there? And somebody's going to have to fight. You know, somebody's going to miss out on a place, and that'll create competition between those younger players. Oh, it might not necessarily be younger players. It might be, players who've got experience who are just not producing it. And similarly with the bowling, I think, given the personnel Yorkshire have got at their disposal with the ball, if they were good enough to find their way up to Division 1, I think they would definitely want to strengthen with the ball, with somebody with pace to complement Ben Code's unerring accuracy. You've still got Jordan Thompson and George Hill, we've just been talking about, around the place, and part of that bowling cohort. That would be my take on things. And then batting wise, it depends, doesn't it? We don't know whether what the situation is with Shan Masood going forward. People keep asking me about that. Is he staying? In which case he stays in and probably plays at 3. We don't know. There's been sort of hearsay, rumour, whatever at this moment. Nothing more than that about David Milan possibly playing red ball cricket again next year. So that would certainly bolster the quality because he's a top draw player. Johnny Bairstow's played in this game. At the moment, his England future is clearly in doubt, having been left out of the squad for this series. Would he want to play Championship cricket next year?
No, you don't know.
So at this point in time, you don't know. No. Colin Graves, when he was talking in the members' forum yesterday morning, was saying, future signings and personnel and all of that. I think there's been so much else to sort out that's, maybe not right at the top of the priority list at this moment in time. They're doing the interviews soon for the new head coach, director of cricket, those appointments to be announced, and you would think that any changes to the squad that we see right now would be dealt with by the new people, the new regime, as it were, because they'll want to decide who their players are to go forward with and who they might want to bring in. That's really, I think, what you'd expect.
Yeah, and they are difficult decisions. I mean, if you compare it to the Premier League as well, I don't like to talk about football necessarily, but I think it's a good comparison between the two. I believe I'm right in saying the 3 sides who got promoted out of the Championship the season before last for the Premier League and got relegated. DT's going to join us, which is nice. Got relegated. Oh, there we go. There goes the mic. And this season, for example, if you take an Ipswich Town, for example, who go, you have to bring in players and hope. So I'm not looking specific individuals. Do you give lads a chance? I think you're right in terms of the Championship could be decided in April or May in terms of your relegation.
Look, it's a professional club. Sorry, we're going to get a bit of echo now because DT's brought the effects mic in, and that's.
So I'll open the door as well because we'll listen.
It's picking up both of us on his mic as well as our own mics. But if you can bear with us, folks, we'll carry on the chat. Just like any amateur club, when you are dealing with something like this, we'll just pop Harms's microphone off for a sec as well. I just think about it from a local cricket club point of view. You always want that nucleus of homegrown players because there's that pride thing and they want to play for each other and you bring them through together. Yorkshire have definitely got that. You look at this, the Will Looks, the game one, George Hill, etc., etc. They've come through age groups, not necessarily all the same age, but they've come through and played together at certain levels together for quite a few years. So they've got that. And then you're looking at the class angle, if you like. You've got with the bowling, you've got Ben Code, obviously, sadly Matthew Fisher's on his way, and then you've brought in players. So 4 years ago, whatever it was, Don Best came in from elsewhere, having played for England. We've talked about David Milan and all of that. So you sort of layer things up, don't you? You try to get that to gel in professional cricket, I guess, just like you would in any club situation as well, DT?
Yeah, that's where the coach's job comes in, isn't it? You're talking about, are these players going to be able to hack it in the top division? Surely that's something that the coach has to take a view on, as to how good certain players are, rather than just throwing them all in there and seeing who can play and who can't play. You and I could do that, we could throw all the youngsters in for 5 games and say, well, he's hacked it in, but he's struggling, But the coach has to make that decision going into the season, as who he thinks is certainly going to start in the side. Have I got enough runs in this side? Do I need to bring in some gnarled old pros, going to guarantee me to average 40 or whatever? That's clearly important. But something else that they've got here at Yorkshire at the moment that I think is very important as well, and that's, you were just touching on it there, it's the team spirit. The lads are all playing for each other. You mentioned 3 or 4 of them there, but and Finley Bean as well. You didn't mention he's in that group.
Yeah.
But they mix well with the Adam Lyes, very experienced players. It's all a very cohesive group, and you can see that they enjoy playing together. They enjoy each other's company, and that's important as well. It obviously can't take you all the way there, but if you haven't got that team spirit, that's pretty important.
Yeah, I mean, it's winning in professional sport with just young players, because we get these comments up, we throw the kids in, give the kids a chance and all that. Yeah, you want to see that, but was it Alan Hansen who once said on Match of the Day, you'll never win anything with a bunch of kids or whatever? Well,
in a sense, they didn't. Although they won the title that year, they did have a couple of old performers that showed them the way.
Yeah, so you can't just rely on young players. You have to have that extra quality, and you've got something to inspire, to help the younger players, to get them to raise their levels to that. I mentioned yesterday, didn't I, just briefly when they were out batting together, but what a great opportunity for somebody like Will Luxton, 20 years of age. He might have, I don't know whether he has or not, but he may have spent some time with him around the club, and they may know each other really well, or they might not, because of Johnny's commitments with England have taken him away for so long. But he's out there in the middle batting with a guy who's played 100 test matches. As a young player, whether or not that inspired Will yesterday, we'll never know, but
it might do if you ask him.
He outscored him 59 runs to 57. It's not just
there is that, but also sometimes it's the connection between the players, isn't it, and how well they get on. If you look at Bean and Lythe batting together, they clearly really love batting together, and they really love each other's company. And Lythe you can almost see him sort of willing Bean on to get runs and showing him a little bit of this and a little bit of that or whatever. Whereas if you import without naming any names, if you import a difficult character into the dressing room, a disruptive character for the lack of a better word, you might bring him in and he might be averaging 40, 45, but immediately the atmosphere changes and the dynamic changes, and you start losing that cohesiveness between the other players. I think that's very important.
Yeah, so in Yorkshire terms, we'll get the Sussex take on it when Harmsy's back. He's just disappeared off, folks, to do an update back to the studio, hence he's not with us now. We've not cut him off deliberately, but he might give us all things Sussex on that front. But from Yorkshire's point of view, obviously we saw the return earlier in the year for a few matches of Joe Root and Harry Brook, and that's the type of thing I think that you're talking about in that respect. Somebody like Joe, I've mentioned this a few times on commentary. Noah Kelly's here running the drinks or whatever. He's in and around the squad. They think he's a player of real promise for the future, and they took him to Lords for a couple of days early in the year. Well, great experience being down at Lords, the home of cricket, and then just as we do in the build-up to a day's play, I was having a wander around with everything set up, and out the back there was Noah Kelly doing a bit of work with Joe Root. You can't kind of buy that, I guess.
No, you can't. And Joe Root is a very good example of someone who can come back into the team and be a very positive influence on the dressing room and on the younger players. And you do need that. Yorkshire go up. You're mentioning that they do need. I think they need one more senior batter there somewhere, don't they? You're not going to disrupt Lythe and Bean. That works really well. Masood, if he stays, then number 3. But then do you go sort of Wharton, Luxton,
George still, George has been
Hill,
higher up the order until just recently.
George Hill, Revis. You've got 4 very young, very top quality players there.
So that will be the challenge, won't it? Do you, whoever comes in, do they go, right, we're just going to back these players and we stick with them, or do they say we're going to need one more quality batter? And I'm sorry, one of you 4, you're going to fight for 3 places between you. There will be challenges for those younger players, and ultimately it is professional sport. We all have challenges. We have challenges in commentary jobs as to whether we can get up to the next rung on the line. It's just the way it is, isn't it?
No, it is. No, it's a tough business. I mean, I was sort of thinking in terms of the, and getting up is difficult enough. Staying up is probably even more difficult. But in terms of the championship itself, you've always got, Surrey, the Manchester City, if you like, of the Premier League. They seem to be winning it every year, and what you want is good competition, isn't it? And what you want, I think, is sides who can come out of the second division and genuinely compete in the first division. It's just a case of, from a Sussex point of view, they've set their stall out for next season in terms of overseas, that Jayden Seales will come back, which is great for Sussex. And Daniel Hughes is going to stay as well for the whole season. So I think they're 2, key signings. The big question mark will be, do they need to bring in some experience around the batting in case a Haynes, a Clark, a Carter, or Coles finds it tough going in Division 1? I think Paul Farbrace will want something up his sleeve, because if you lose, first 7 games in April, May, if you don't get a win in those games, you are really under the pump going into the second half of the season.
Yeah, when you were doing your phone call update, whatever, just now, we were talking about Yorkshire players coming back in the Brooks and the Roots earlier this year for a couple, and that sort of inspiration factor, and Joe Root working with Noah Kelly down at Lords. In Sussex terms, what would that be like? I mean, for example, I don't know, Joffre, when he returns to the club, will you find him doing work with other players, or is he still having to manage his fitness so much?
Well, I haven't seen Joffre to speak to for a little while, but what I hear around the club is that he's a terrific guy around the club. So Sussex had a pre-season tour to India that Joffre went on, and Paul Farbrace said he's fantastic around the squad, and he's very, very popular around the squad. So that's good news, but in terms of whether he's going to play any red ball cricket, and of course that won't be Sussex's shout, it'll be down to the ECB, and I rather suspect he'll be managed. It looked as if Ollie Robinson, well, I think he still play Test cricket, Ollie, but he's certainly out the frame at the moment, and his central contract is up for renewal as well. But they haven't got a bank of experienced players who are off playing Test cricket who can maybe play the early games.
Yeah. So if I'm saying, just in my opinion, if Yorkshire were proving good enough to go up, they're going to need another bowler. I think partly that is not only in terms of class and what he can bring, but also fitness. You want somebody who's durable, who's going to play the majority, if not all, of those games, and that's one major thing to bear in mind with Yorkshire during the last few seasons, because personnel on the bowling front, getting them on the park, has not been easy. And you could argue, even though they came down by that one point, that they've kind of maybe outperformed where they had any right to be in some of the matches with the bowlers that they've had, with a very inexperienced bowling lineup during the last 2 or 3 seasons, because they've not been able to call upon, Matthew Fisher, for example, would be one of those. And Matt Milnes, unfortunately, the last couple of seasons signed, but was unfortunately met with injury issues as well. So they've not been able to call upon what would have been first choice players.
I'll throw Damien. I don't know whether they would agree, but I mean, we talk a lot about Surrey, and although people sneer slightly because Surrey are always doing well, their recruitment is very good, Surrey, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking about a quick bowler who seems to play pretty much every game, is Dan Worrell. Now, I don't know, maybe maybe there's too much money involved, but I don't know. But he's the sort of bowler, isn't he? You're going to get him in. He's going to play pretty much every game. He's going to perform, and he's going to take wickets, and that's the sort of player you're looking for, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mentioned Jordan Thompson when he was bowling from this end yesterday on commentary because, and we talked about his inconsistencies with the ball on numerous occasions over the last few seasons. But he comes on, he bowls wicket-taking balls. He's not always. He's not going at 3 and over, let's be honest about it. You just look at his record. But he will keep on running in for you. And when people have not been available through injury, he's put his hand up and he's still been out there and playing. I think that's why people will love JT, because he just keeps turning up and giving it everything he has got. Now, had all of Yorkshire's bowlers been fit and firing for the last few seasons, then I think it's been pretty clear from a couple of times, just a couple of occasions when he's been left out, that he may not have got in the side, particularly if his batting hadn't been good for a match or two. So his place would have been in doubt, but he's made himself into a regular county cricketer who can produce stuff with both ball and bat, because he's been there and he's been available.
Would he perform in Division 1? I mean,
he did previously, so he's been a leading wicket taker for the club while in Division 1.
That answers the question.
Over the course of a season. So in Sussex terms, if Sussex go up, prime pole position at this moment in time, what do you feel that Sussex need to be able to survive in Division 1?
I think they'd probably, because obviously they've gone for Daniel Hughes in preference to Pujara. And that was brought about really because Ali Orr went to Hampshire, so they needed to bring an opener. So I think that was a good move, and I think that is a good signing. I think they would probably like to see another established middle order batter in there, just to keep Haynes, Clark, Coles on their toes. I think they're going to need that if they go up. In the bowling department, if Robinson is available, if they've got Seals, it's just a question mark as to whether Hunt, Carvelos and Crocombe can fill that role. There's something about Henry Crocombe I really like. He's quick, Henry Crocombe. He can be a little expensive and a little inconsistent, but that might be an area as well. They may want a hardened, quick. I mean, is everybody's dream is a hardened, quick bowler who's going to stay fit, and they're difficult to find. But I certainly think they'll want to see just someone, another established batter in that top 5, just to keep everybody on their toes, just in case it is too tough. We don't know.
And I mean, I wouldn't know about the Sussex finances, but resource-wise, is that they have the capability to bring in what you suggested?
Well, I think in terms of in terms of a club, Sussex are a very well-run club. They pretty much live within their means, or they have reported a loss this year. They're millions and millions of pounds in debt. But the one thing I don't think you'll see is Sussex going out and signing. Who could I think of? Steve Smith, for example. Well, he did play for Sussex last year. But they haven't. I don't think that they're not the sort of club who's going to go and spend millions. But I think what they do have is Paul Farbrace. So we were talking about his notebook and his connections. I think that could be really important, and he's a big planner, is Farbrace, and I'm sure at the back of his mind already he's thinking about perhaps what he needs and who he can bring in. Is there a batter around the counties who's perhaps not getting as much cricket as he perhaps thinks he should do? And could they do a job at Sussex? So that's not to say those younger players won't make it in Division 1, but I just think you've got to have that backup just in case the early weeks of the season are tough.
You say with Sussex they haven't got the finances to go out and sign the big superstar, whatever, fair enough. But another thing that they have in their favour, obviously playing for Paul Farbrace is an attraction for a player coming. Another thing they have in their favour is Hove is a very nice place to play your cricket and a very nice place to be settled for the summer. And,
yes, it is. Yeah.
Without being disparaging towards East Midlands clubs, perhaps it's a more attractive part of the country to.
No, it is, and that's a very good point, actually, Dave. People that you do talk to, the overseas who come in, they would say it, wouldn't they? But they pretty much all say, "Oh, it's lovely over here. I love coming home, particularly when the weather's nice." And the weather here is brightening up a little bit, which is good news. So I think there will be. I mean, Sussex have got to get promoted yet, so have Yorkshire, and that's far from certain. But I think the good. If I make a comparison, another football comparison, say towards Brighton and Hove Albion, who always seem to plan ahead, so they probably knew Roberto De Zerbi was going to leave way back when, so they've got a new manager in place. They know that various players are going to move on. They know exactly who they want and where they're going to get them from. And I think it's no use getting to March, is it? March, April, and suddenly thinking, oh, hang on a minute. No. I think we do need that planning has to start pretty much now, really.
Yeah, and Yorkshire, obviously, as I mentioned yesterday, as Colin Graves mentioned at the Members Forum, advertising for and interviewing for a new head coach, I think in the next couple of weeks. I think he said 10 candidates. And so they, as these things go, will probably have an idea from those candidates of who they may want already. And you'd expect a fairly swift appointment so that they can pick up the thread either just before the end of or as soon as the season comes to a conclusion and start to quickly move on to who they want to bring in. They have, as Dave Lloyd said when he was on commentary at York a couple of weeks ago during the 50 over comp, they've got the nucleus of a very good side, very good young players, exciting times ahead is the way he put it. But we've just been saying they will need to bolster that with some high class if they're going to win championships. You look at the sorry, DT, just let me finish. You look at the 2 years they won in 14 and 15, the last two championship wins, and you stick that side on paper against this side. Absolutely zero disrespect to any of the lads who are playing now, but you'd only have to ask one of those players who's still playing now, and he'd tell you, yeah.
Just sort of interrupt, Dave. Quite interesting you talk about younger players, because one thing the 50 over competition did give is an opportunity for some of the younger players not playing here in this game to see if they can stake their claim. And I suspect, and Paul Farbrace did say after the competition, that he thought one or two of them were further along the road than he thought they were. And I think with one or two of those younger players who came in for the 50 over, what it did show is that they really aren't ready, and they've been completely lost in Division 1 of the county championship. So part of the plan might have been for those younger players, they're going to push for a place in the side. My own personal feeling if Sussex go up is they won't be. They're too young, and they're frankly probably not good enough at the moment. They might be in the future, but right now they're probably not, and so that might influence the thinking about needing to bring other players in.
You're going to say, DT?
Yeah, so the other thing that works, even looking forward at a season further on, is that if one or two of the very talented young players here find themselves not able to get into the first team, then they then become a target, if you like, for other counties, and they say, look, we think that lad can play, he's not in a run at York at the moment, and you might think, I'll move on. And
it's not the end of your
no,
career.
certainly not.
And one thing that they have had in the last few seasons is unity.
Yeah.
And so, as far as their own, because they're all still individuals. Yes, they're part of the sum of the parts is greater as a team, but they are still individuals with individual careers and their own aspirations and all that. And if they don't quite, in the long term, continue to, if you like, make it with Yorkshire or make it with Sussex, then the more experience they've got, the more interest there may well still be from other counties to pick them up. And
well, the five really with Yorkshire, 5 young players. You've got Bean and Hill, who definitely have got their feet under the table, to use a saying. Then you've got the likes of Revis, Wharton and Luxton, who, well, they're sitting down, but I'm not sure whether they got their feet under the table quite yet, Deutsche. Would that be fair with those 5?
Yeah, I think in the all-rounder stakes of those young players, George, in pole position.
George and Finlay Bean are both. George Hill and Finlay Bean, they're both.
But Matthew Revis has certainly, he's got first-class tons to his name. He's got a first-class fifer. We've talked about how well he's bowled in this match, so he's pushing.
He's not an automatic choice at the moment.
He's been a bit.
I mean, I'd have him in every time. I love him as a player.
He's more settled for that place than he has been at this moment in time.
Do you think as well about one of the other important things, if you make a decision to think, right, we're going to bring in an experienced player who's been round the block, gnarled pro as Dave put it, you've got to get the right one as well. What you don't want is suddenly get someone in who's thinking, cool, I quite fancy a couple of year contract down at home, pay me a few quid towards the end of a career. You want to, your due diligence is crucial. You want to get a John Simpson type, don't you, who's saying, I've still got something to offer and something. It's very easy to pick the wrong person,
Yeah, I totally absolutely agree with that. I mean, again, back to, because of the club roots that I've got, and, many years been around different cricket clubs, and, you want to sign your, in inverted commas, your Aussie or your overseas player. Australians because they bring a certain attitude, are very popular. But you don't only want somebody who's going to go out and produce the goods. Ultimately, that's the end all, if you like, but it's not the be all, because what you want is somebody who comes in, he'll have a beer with the lads type of thing, he'll get involved with the junior coaching side of things, he'll play in the evening league team on a Thursday night as well as on a Saturday afternoon. It's just somebody who embraces that whole club ethos and spirit and helps to drive the thing forward, and the lads all hopefully respect them as good players, and it's the same principle, isn't it, at this level?
Good players, but also good people, as you say.
Yeah.
They're not disruptive, and there are, everybody knows that there are players on the county circuit who, it's like any walk of life, isn't it? There are some that are very good fit in a dressing room, and others that are perhaps a little bit more awkward, and then that leads to other problems. But again, that comes down to the coach and knowing the player. So Adrian Harms has been likening the situation to football teams as well, and I think it's the same with football teams. You can look at top teams who've got some very, very good players, but they don't gel together, and then you can see a team lower down where the lads all playing for each other and probably spending time socially with each other, etc., etc. And that adds something. It is a team game. I mean, cricket is an individual game within a team game, but there we
Play to resume at 5-12. I think you just said Howard Ferguson lost 10 overs from the day's play, so it's been down to 93 overs play. And we've already had, how many of those? 3. So 90 overs remaining on day 3. Back out again in a few minutes' time.
But it's interesting debates to be had, aren't they, over there? And I come back to the fact that I think all good clubs, will. It's all about preparation, isn't it? And I'm sure that Yorkshire and Sussex are thinking, well, if we do go up, that's what you need to plan. So he's getting to the end of September. I'm sure there are feelers out, or looking at squads and seeing whether they're strong enough. But there's a lot of work to do. A big job on here, Doyle.
What feeling? 16 next year or not? You watch them all the time.
What, will they go up?
Yeah.
Well, I think they'll kick them to the don't. I mean, 5 of the first 9. I mean, I think it showed here that against top opposition, I think it illustrates that the side will need some strengthening. But I think they've got 2 home games coming up now, without any disrespect to Derbyshire and Glamorgan, who are good cricket sides. But Sussex will have targeted those 2 games. They'll feel that if they could win, one of those 2 games, they then go to Bristol. And then Middlesex, the last game of the season. I think they'll want to have it signed and sealed by the time they play Middlesex, because that could be almost a winner takes all in terms of, particularly if Yorkshire carry on a roll. I think we all thought in this division that Yorkshire would come good eventually. I know they had a poor start, but I think Sussex are in a good position to go up. But this may be it's still a little bit of a reality check this week.
Well, and as far as the whole season's concerned, the 90 overs that we have left right at this moment on this day, could prove very important.
Well, very important, and particularly with an inclement weather forecast tomorrow. It does look as if there may not be a lot of play tomorrow. So Sussex, Sussex really got to stand up and fight, Dave. If they can get through today, I'm not saying, the weather saves them, which I never like that happening. But I think, Paul Farber's looking for people to stand up today. They've lost their overseas opener, so it's an opportunity for others to really show what they can do.
I'd go as far as to say, Doige, that if Sussex depart down the A64 without losing this game, they will be promoted.
Wow, that's a big call.
Well, he can say that, can't he? Because he doesn't have everybody to deal with.
Well, Sussex got 3.
He'll be back in Thailand by the time the end of the season.
3 games out of 4 they've got at home. So they go Derbyshire, Glamorgan, Middlesex at home. They've got to go down to Gloucester, and I think they'll, having won 5 games already, they'll be bitterly disappointed if they don't go on. Not saying to win the second division, but to get themselves promoted, because they have played some really, really good cricket this season. But as I say, in this game they haven't performed, and I think Yorkshire have played very well. Let's be honest, they bowled really well on that first day.
Yeah, Craig Bosic in Slater's messaged in to say, seems like it's turned out to be an outstanding toss to win, with Sussex seeking to have to bat in the worst conditions, maybe. Take nothing away from Yorkshire. though, the way they've navigated some tough Sussex bowling yesterday when Sussex were making them play at nearly every ball and not giving the batsmen too many balls off.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I think it's a very fair assessment. I think what did happen yesterday with the bowling was that I thought that J.D. Newcap bowled really well. Jack Carson bowled well. The support cast didn't quite get it right. Ollie Robinson picked up a couple of wickets at the end, but didn't quite get his line right. Ollie, and was clearly a little unsettled by the incident with Johnny Bairstow. But there were probably too many 4 balls. Sean Hunt didn't have a great day yesterday. That happens. And neither did Finn Hudson-Prentice. Looks like the umpire's sort of going to the office. Look, he's walking on. Oh, he's got the bag of balls. He's
gone to mend the fruit machine.
Looks like he's about to get sort of the 7:48 to Victoria, doesn't he? He walks out with that briefcase.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it with
Was Ted
you
Dexter
two.
always used to, of course.
Did he?
Ted Dexter reading when Lord Ted died recently.
If I just turn both your mics off and you swap your headsets around or whatever, and I'll leave it
Just
with
to
you
say,
two.
I've got to do an update just after 12 o'clock, Doidgy. Is that not?
Well, you're not allowed to do that.
Right.
I'm sorry.
But,
But I mean, have you got
yeah.
a note from your parents to do that? Harmsy? What's going on?
have you read when Dexter died? Was it last year or year
Yes.
before? The things on him. He used to live in Pimlico, just close to Westminster, and then he used to travel down for an 11:30 start, first class train from Victoria down to Brighton for home games. He used to have his breakfast on the train and a fry up, and imagine them doing that these days.
Well, we'll let you jigger off and do your thing then, and
Yeah.
come back. You come back on comms when you finish.
I was just going to say, actually, talking about trains, I was talking to somebody who came up yesterday from King's Cross, came up from Haywards Heath in Sussex up here yesterday. It was horrendous. He said he stood all the way from King's Cross to York. He said you couldn't have got another passenger on the train. It was dreadful. He said he got to York, the first 2 trains to Scarborough were cancelled. So it was a thoroughly miserable experience.
It's Ebor Day today at York as well, York races, so it'll be even worse. I should think there'll be plenty of people heading up there. It'll be a massive crowd.
I will depart for a while.
I think you can dangle your equipment back out of the window now, don't you?
Right, Ben Code is going to resume from the Trafalgar Square end. DT and Harmsy will take you through most of the next half hour after Adrian's done his update. And, Code round the wicket. First ball following resumption. 10 overs have been lost then, as we mentioned. So down to a 93 over day, and now 3 have been completed. That was the final ball of that on. Jordan Thompson is going to continue from the Peaceholm Park end of the ground. Good morning to you, Bent Nielsen, who says, forgot to check when Leeds United was playing this weekend and they won yesterday. Now I've got to be oblivious of when they're playing for the rest of the season to try and secure promotion. Dutch Bird Kate asking if we need to commentate standing up to see over the sight screen. I think we're tall enough in our seats. But good morning to you. And Steve Ager is grateful for our little chat during the break then.
Dutch Bird Kate scored for us last year, didn't she?
Yeah. Here's Jordan Thompson then, up the incline. Ooh, thick outside edge by Tom Haynes. He's probably going to get 4. He is going to get 4 down to the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, but he didn't know too much about that.
4th slip and he was gone there, wasn't he? A little bit of something there. The clouds are higher now. The weather app I'm using has suggested a 40 to 50% chance of showers throughout the next 4 hours or so, 5 hours. But I think if you're listening, you can pick up the sounds in the effect mic. There's fewer people in the ground today.
It's Thompson, that's flicked into the leg side, and Wharton does the fielding. No run. John Potter, when he gave me those times of 1:08 for lunch, 3:58 for tea, 6:28 for the close, or after 103 overs, did say there may have to be some readjustment if there's any rain. So that may now be null and void. I'll endeavour to find out if there are any changes to lunch and tea. Get the important things sorted out, of course. Thompson in again, and with a straight blade that's punched back to him. Picked up in this follow through. Another dot. So in case you wondered why we were prattling on for about 40 minutes or so, then it was because of a rain delay. There was one wicket that fell after just 8 minutes of play. First ball of the 13th over. Daniel Hughes was brilliantly caught by a one-handed catch over his head by Finlay Bean at slip-off Ben Code for 12. And he's living dangerously here, Tom Haynes, because he's just flicked one into the leg side, which was aerial on its way towards James Wharton at mid-wicket. Dropped comfortably short of him, comfortably as far as the batter was concerned. 19 to Tom Haynes with that edged 4, taking him to that score a couple of balls ago. 3 4s so far.
You just get a feeling at the moment, though, don't you? So that there's a wicket there somewhere. The batters are not set.
Thompson in again, and Haynes dropping this one out into the offside, and there is no run. Mentioned while we were having that chat, Tomo on more than one occasion. Let's just have a look at his first-class career record. Not something that we do match on match. 27 years of age now. He's turning and making his way in once again. Oh, good delivery, slanted across the left-handed Haynes and through to Bairstow. Not so far from getting a feather on that. 31 for 1 come the end of the over. So Jordan Thompson has played 52 before this, first-class matches. Taken 161 first-class wickets during that time at 26.63. His economy rate actually is lower than, or overall economy rate is lower than maybe many had thought, 3.27. So he's not going all over the park.
No.
And he's scored 1,413 first-class runs at 21.
So Ben Code running down the slope bowls and played firmly into the onside there by Tom Clark.
Curiously, he's only played one List A match, Jordan Thompson, because of his 100 commitments. He's played 115 T20s, but just one List A match.
Oh. Interesting. Of course, he's been with the 100 from very early stages, hasn't he? Code bowls again, and a thickish edge there has found the gap between gully and backward point to chase back. Or is that the no, that's Will Luxton who's collected the ball, and 2 runs there to Clark to get him off the mark. 33 for 1, 19 to Haynes. I was just saying that the different. I love that noise is in crowds, and you know, there's not the general murmur this morning. You can, because there are fewer people in, you can hear the odd voice or odd loud voice. That next delivery played down backward of point. And also very down in numbers today. I'd suggest there's only about half of the people who were here yesterday turned up on a Saturday. Perhaps they've all gone off to watch the E-ball. Not too far down the road. Code bowls, and Clark just covers up, pushes up into the onside, and no run. Have you been napping horses or whatever it is you do for the E-ball, George? Have you got a?
I haven't, no. Haven't had a really close look at the race. I did have a flick through the runners yesterday. Not as much time for the names by, unfortunately, this week.
Code again round the wicket bowls, and getting a little bit of movement there. They're going to scamper through for a single inside half of the bat towards square leg, which Wharton's running around from mid-wicket. Interesting, especially the younger players. As soon as the ball is fielded, or as soon as it's gone dead, hands go back into pockets. It's one of those mornings. The slips, certainly George Hill at first slip, very late withdrawing his hands as Code bowls, and defended this time by Haynes, and that's the end of Code's over. He's picked up the wicket this morning. Stunning catch, I think we can see. At third slip by Finley Bean. Got up very, very quickly. Got up goalkeeper style, turning it over the bar sort of effort, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Except he clung on to it. One-handed, right hand, above his head.
Sort of catch that fatty folks would have been proud of in your day. Jordan Thompson.
He didn't mind any of the abuse he got, Fatty. You know.
No. And he comes past umpire James Middlebrook. And pushed out into the offside by Tom Clark. Jonathan Tattersall fields no run.
I think his famous quote was, "Call me what you like as long as you don't call me late for dinner," sort of effort, wasn't it?
Still a trickle of people coming in who maybe just come for the day and didn't quite make it for the start, but it's fairly low attendance compared to the first couple of days. Ooh, ball that spits here off the pitch at Tom Clark, who did well to have a percentage of control over that, not total. He's just wrung his right hand, flexed the glove, that's where it seemed to catch him. And Johnny Bairstow's come right down from behind the stumps to just check out precisely where that pitched himself.
The old pros trick there, wasn't it? Put even more doubt in their mind. Well, in all the years I've been playing, I've never seen a ball spit like that.
Thompson again, not quite the same kick off the pitch, and turned into the leg side where James Wharton does the fielding.
Yes, the one that Code took the wicket as well did. Got a bit big on Daniel Hughes, didn't it?
Mm.
Shoulder of the bat, top part of it. So I don't think it was glove. It went quite quickly to Bean. So off the glove, they tend to loop a bit, don't they?
34 for 1. Just the 8 runs added so far this morning, and 1 wicket fallen, that of Daniel Hughes, as Clark is solid in his defensive push into the onside here. Moriarty does the fielding. There are still a few suits in for Saturday over by the marquee. Counting about a dozen, maybe 15, who are braving it sitting outside with a few spare deck chairs in between them. I noticed that Dickie, as I walked round yesterday, Dickie Bird that is, was sitting inside the tent for his spectatorial enjoyment, as Thompson throws one wide of off stump this time with a bit of shape on it, a bit of induck to the left-hander, but it was too wide to draw him into playing a shot.
I think I'll let Adrian back in here, and then I can have your seat.
Let's do that. Thompson turning again. Comes in now and bowls, and that's turned into the leg side by Clark to complete the over at 34 for 1. He's on 3, and Haynes 19 not out. I'll leave you for the next period with DT and Harmsey.
Thank you, Jonathan. So 34 for 1. Tom Haynes on 19. It has been desperately fluid here, Tom. I mean, the main thing from a Sussex point of view is still there, and that's the important thing for Sussex. I just said in my update to the listeners down in Sussex that this is a day for battling today. Tom also battled away on the first day, making that 86 not out, and it's going to need some real grit and determination as Tom Haynes, with 3 slips in a gully, faces Ben Code, who's running in for the Trafalgar Square end, bowls to Haynes, who's cutting a ball into the gully, and there is no run. It's a big test this for Tom Haynes, Dave, because it's not easy out there. He doesn't look at his normal fluent best, but I know it's an old. It's a case of sort of gutsing it out, isn't it?
Yeah, he'd struggle to look fluent out there.
He is struggling
this morning.
Yeah, but it's not easy, and it's a high-class Yorkshire attack and a stern examination. But the moment Haynes is standing firm, which is good news for a Sussex point of view, in goes Bowles. Oh, he's beaten outside the outside edge. Good delivery by Ben Code, and Haynes rather caught on the crease. The ball goes through to Bairstow, no run.
Yeah, the ball's still not that old, is it? It's
No, it isn't.
17th over with it, and it's perfect conditions for bowling in a way this morning. They'd probably like a little bit less breeze or wind or whatever we want to call it. But they've had the best of the conditions, Yorkshire.
Yes, they have. Certainly on that opening day, it was grey and overcast all day, and yesterday was a lovely sunny day, very windy as Code is in again. Bowls to Haynes, who's right in behind that, steers into the offside. There is no run. Just to say, if you'd like to send us an email, please do so. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, particularly for our Sussex listeners, and not the regular email address. We've had a few Wi-Fi issues here throughout the game, but hopefully if you've got a message, that'll find its way through to us. 3 slips and a gully, point, cover, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. As Code makes his way in again. Bowls to Haynes, who sit on the pad. There's an ooh and an ah from the slip cord, and that one was sliding down the leg side. And there is no run. I think the weather, unfortunately, Dave, has rather deterred some potential spectators, because we rather thought there'd be a big crowd here today.
Yeah, if the sun had been shining, there would have been a big crowd. People are going to look at that and think, well, do I want to go there and sort of put a couple of sweaters and a coat on and sort of be miserable all day in the cold?
In comes Code, Bowles, Haynes in behind that, plays into the covers. There is no run. Yes, I mean, it's certainly a day if you are thinking of coming along. I mean, the good news is that the clouds do look a little higher, which is good news. And I actually thought the forecast was quite good for today. But if you are coming along, if you're sitting around, it is a day. Most people sitting down below us are sort of got a fleece or an anorak on. There's one fella down there who's got a woolly hat on. So it is that sort of a day. I think next week's meant to be really nice, but that's not going to help us much today as the sun tries to come through. Code in, Bowles, and Haynes. Well, he's lucky. Well, you rather feel that Tom Haynes is living on borrowed time here. It was outside the off stump. It's a full shot. It eludes the dive of Finlay Bean at third slip and races away to the boundary. Tom Haynes goes to 23, but not a very reassuring 23, it has to be said. And Sussex are 38 for 1.
That's twice this morning he could have been caught at fourth slip, had there been a fourth slip. Once off Thompson, once there. It went very fast, and it was not within the range of Finlay Bean. He's already taken one top-class catch today. If he'd clung on to that, it would have been, very special indeed. It was just a little bit too wide, and they've gone with that sort of, going again with Thompson with just the 3 slips, and you do wonder with this ball moving about whether they couldn't afford a fourth slip in there. Thompson bowls, and it's pushed into the offside by Clark. Haynes on the prowl at the non-striker's end. He's clearly got a lot on his mind at the moment as to how he's going to survive the next half hour or so.
Yeah, have they altered lunchtime? I mean, they probably haven't. I mean, I always get very confused. It doesn't take much when we lose overs and things, whether that affects lunch or anything else.
I think at your age you just get confused generally.
Well, I do. Yeah, it doesn't take much.
Here's Thompson running away, 44 on his back bowls, and that's down the leg side and tickled nicely. Very fine. An old-fashioned leg slip would have gobbled that one up, but of course there isn't one. And this means there's a chase around the boundary for Ben Code out there in the far distance, up by the tea room. But that was a very fine tickle indeed, and brings 4 runs indeed. It is Ben Code. So 7 now to Clark, 23 to Haynes.
The sun is trying its best here, Dave.
Well, but the sun actually isn't doing anything at all other than what it normally does.
Sorry, I missed that. I didn't hear what you said, so it's probably a good thing.
It's no, the sun is in the same place it was when we started.
Yes, I
know.
know.
It's burning with the same intensity that it was when we started.
It is, but we've got some clouds that are rather obscuring the view.
The clouds are doing their best to let us have a look at the sun, aren't they? Kevin Hand's always a great one for saying the sun's moved. And, you know, it'd be headline news if it had. You know,
and not good news.
no, indeed, not good news. Thompson comes in, bowls to Clark, who's just squared up a little bit by that one. He starts to play on the onside and pushes back to the bowler. Yeah, the clouds. There's obviously a lot of moisture up there, but it doesn't look as though it's going to be depositing any on us for the next, 20 minutes, half an hour at least.
Is this about Sussex? They're a long way behind here, Sussex. Is this about survival and trying to get through this newish ball, Dave?
Certainly at the moment it is, yes. Thompson bowls and defended by Clark into the offside. Thompson's bowled a couple of deliveries of a fuller length this morning, that just sort of on or outside off stump, that have been absolute pearlers and have beaten the edge. And I think one of them was to Daniel Hughes, who's already gone, and one in the previous over. And if he just gets that line right, and there's just a little bit of wobble, a little bit of movement either way. And, 3 slips there. Hill, Lithe and Bean. All looking, anticipating as Thompson bowls, and that's allowed through to the keeper. No run there, so just the tickled boundary off that over, and 42 for 1. What was the lead, Adrian?
The lead 137.
Yeah,
so they're down.
95. 95. And the one thing they must do is bowl again. Sussex, as we said, they're 3 overs behind the clock. We could actually get a situation where, hypothetically, Yorkshire needed 20 odd to win, and Sussex would have to open up with a couple of spinners very quickly, and it would be in Yorkshire's interest to just
smash it
and not allow them to.
No, totally. To
get that time up.
Well, Ben Code, the light is a little better than it has been throughout the morning, actually, now, as Code is in around the wicket bowls to Haynes, who clips this to mid-wicket no run. Tom Clark was halfway down the wicket, and you could hear Tom Haynes saying, wait. These two know each other well. They've played a good deal of junior and club cricket together down at Horsham. But say Tom Clark was not halfway down, but probably a third of the way down. But the ball was clipped in front of square, so it was certainly Tom Haynes' call, and the last thing Sussex need now is any sort of a run out.
Where's Deutsche off to?
Where is he?
He's obviously had a message somewhere.
He is. He's always on the prowl, isn't he? In comes Code bowls, Haynes right in behind it, plays into the offside, no run. He's walking down towards the Sussex dressing room. I wonder if he's got a scoop. He's that sort of a fella, you never quite know what he's doing. I wonder if he's wandered into the pavilion there. No one's challenged him, you know. He's a well-known face around Yorkshire cricket, is Jonathan. 3 slips and a gully. There's a point cover, a mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. And Ben Code already with 1 wicket to his name, that of Daniel Hughes. Around the wicket bowls, Haynes right in behind that, plays it down the track, there is no run.
Yeah, I was walking down towards the ground this morning with my cup of coffee and computer bag, and young lady, morning DT, and you sort of go, oh, smile, yeah, good morning. Go on, who's that? Memory's gone, you know. A smile and a good morning always gets you out of it, doesn't it?
In comes Code, bowls, Haynes forward, plays into the onside, no run, and the clouds just starting to thin a little, which will be good news. That may entice a few more spectators into the ground.
I wish I could thin a bit. I'll tell you, there'd be a week up here at Scarborough. Well, you tucking into your haddock and chips last night.
That was nice.
Oh,
it was really nice.
Looked good.
Yeah, in fact, I had my eyes were rather too big for my belly, to be honest, because I had small haddock and large chips.
Yeah, that's the way around it.
In code, Haynes defends into the offside. There is no run. You had, but you had large haddock, small chips, and scampi.
Oh, I had a bit of scampi as well.
Yeah, you did.
Sometimes they did it on last night as well. You order a large haddock, and what you get actually is 3 small pieces.
Yes. Is that right?
It's officially more haddock than normal. Possibly you got the better deal. So a bit of bacon.
All Stumps. Haynes plays one that kept it a little low to mid on. There is no run. It's a maiden over from Ben Code. End of over 42 for 1. Haynes 23. Clark on 7. If you just joined us here on BBC Radio Sussex and various BBC local radio stations around York, it's Adrian Harms, around Yorkshire I should say. Adrian Harms, Dave Townsend, Jonathan Doidge is off getting some sort of a scoop, I think, because he's disappeared without saying anything. And good morning if you're watching on the excellent Yorkshire live stream, which is just showing a lady who's changing her glasses.
I decided to. Woke up this morning and you feel a bit dull when you've had a couple of beers and a lot to eat in the week, don't you? And I thought, I'm not going to have a breakfast roll this morning. And
And did you?
I was not going to have a breakfast roll, Adrian. I was not. And I walked past that well-known baker's that's named after one of the Chapel brothers.
Okay.
Trevor's.
Yeah.
Oh, and they have that.
Not Ian's.
They have that bacon roll and very nice coffee deal, don't they? Thompson bowls and well, Clark tried to. Thought about leaving that one. Didn't get the bat out of the way in time, and he just hit the ball into the ground and got away with it. A little bit of indecision there. So yes, I'm afraid I succumbed. So then I decided I'm definitely not going to have anything else to eat before lunch. And there was one of Lily's chocolate chip cakes left, and I had to help myself to that as well. It needed tidying up. Next delivery, pushed into the offside. It's no wonder, is it, after you spend a couple of months on the county circuit and you get back on the scales and the scales groan. And
do you know, I'm very lucky, really, in that I'm one of these people. I'm as thin as a rake, and I can probably eat lots of cakes and still get on the scales and be the same weight. So I'm fortunate like that.
Oh, there's lots of people throwing things at the radio, and then you know.
I'm very lucky. Yeah.
Thompson bowls, and that's defended. He's round the wicket now, Thompson, to the left-hander.
But one thing, actually, coming back to our fish and chips, I mean, it is slightly frustrating when you wait for them to be served. But that being said, when they do arrive, you know that they're fresh out of the fryer. And
yeah, but that's frustrating as well, because you have to wait a couple of minutes and they cool down.
Well, you do, but it's better than when you walk into a fish and chip shop and you say cod and chips, and you don't know how long it's been sitting there for. So I was getting frustrated because I was hungry last night, but it was when it came out, I have to say it was really nice and it was hot.
Yes,
so Jonathan was totally distracted, wasn't he, running to and from the pub to see how Leeds United were getting on.
Thompson, 3 slips go down as he bowls, and that's again defended solidly. So good absorbing cricket here at the moment. Not too much slapdash going on. Sussex need to survive.
They do.
And at the moment doing it quite well. We haven't seen the ball go past the bat, but Thompson just does occasionally pull out a real cracker of a delivery where you think, where on earth has that come from? And one of his wicket-taking balls. Hasn't taken one so far this morning. Hasn't got quite as much swing as he's managed to find on the first day. Here he comes bowling, and again just on the line of the stumps, but bouncing would have gone over the top of them. Defended. Back to him. And that's the end of another tidy over. 42 for 1, 23 to Haynes, 7 to Clark.
I said this earlier on that I was speaking to Tom Clark's dad last night, and Tom's mum, and they were talking about Tom, and she was saying, I don't like to watch Tom bat, and I want to go for a walk around Scarborough tomorrow when he's playing. And also saying that Tom has a brother who lives in Manchester, who I think is a regular listener or regular watcher on the live stream. So if you're watching Tom's brother, a very good morning to you. And I tend to have a habit of saying what a good player Tom is, and then he gets out. So I'm going to make absolutely no comment on Tom Clark today, just going to describe him ball by ball. But he's 7 not out, Sussex 42 for 1. And is this a change of bowling? I think it is. From the Trafalgar Square end.
It's Code over the wicket.
It is Code still, sorry.
But instead of round the wicket, he's come over.
Slightly confused me, but it is. He's changing the angle of his attack.
So Tom Clark's mum's come all the way to Scarborough to watch him play cricket, but when he's batting, she has to go for a walk.
Well, I think she'll be incredibly nervous tomorrow. So there we are. I think I was saying earlier, my brother was a decent cricketer, and he hated my dad coming to watch, and Dad would end up hiding behind bushes or sight screens or whatever to watch him play. In comes Code, bowls. Oh, I have to say, he plays and misses to Tom Haynes, and this is a really stern examination of a top quality county bowler, and he very, very nearly found the edge of Tom Haynes' bat.
Yeah, good delivery there from Ben Code, who's just he's the epitome of your county seam bowler, isn't he, Ben Code? He's a yard or so short of being able to take the final step up the ladder, but my word, very, very fine county bowler.
In again and bowls. Oh, and that just moved a little bit off the pitch, and Tom Haynes was good enough and quick enough to clip the ball through square leg. He picks up a single footed by Moriarty down on the deep square leg boundary. Moriarty, who got one to turn very sharply last night, and you'd have thought he might have a part to play later on today, but for the time being, understandably, Johnny Tattersall is persevering with the seamers. We've got the noise of a spectator who's nattering away in our effects microphone. He's got a very loud voice.
Tom Clark looking very good, Adrian. You'd have to agree, wouldn't you?
I think he's struggling, yeah. It comes Code bowls. Oh, he's hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Umpire Lungley, fortunately for Sussex, keeps his finger in his pocket. My feeling was just coming around the wicket to the left hand.
Going down.
Yeah, let's see this again. Wasn't a bad shout, but I think he was probably far enough forward. Johnny Bairstow is jumping up and down. Was he far? Well, actually, having had another look, he's not that far forward. More of a concern was the ball dribbled past the stumps. However,
yeah, I think it's
far enough forward. I mean, he's not caught on the the crease. Code again round the wicket, bowls to Clark, who's this time solidly forward defensively, pushes to mid-on. There is no run.
I think had he been given, you wouldn't have said, "Oh, that's a shocking decision." It's one of those that probably umpires call if we had DRS here.
I was
clipping leg stump.
I talked to a couple of people this morning who shall remain nameless, who said that the Johnny Bairstow decision yesterday, the LBW, was a shocker.
Well, I'm not entirely sure it was, but
yeah, one or two people felt it really wasn't. He didn't look very happy. Then, you never are happy, are you, when you get a bad LBW? In comes Code, played by Clark to backward point. There is no run. End of the over. 43 for 1. Clark 7, Haynes 24. I mean, I think umpires do their best, don't they? And it's very easy afterwards with hindsight to say, "Oh, look at the replay." In Test cricket, they have the DRS, which,
What Bairstow was doing was getting his pad outside the line, wasn't it, in sweeping? And sometimes if the ball just turns, and the umpire maybe he sort of knows where the off stump is, but may not be able to. The pads and legs aren't transparent. We have got a bowling change now. Yes. George Hill coming on.
Oh, look at that! That fella's finished his first pint. The live stream just showing somebody. Well, I guess why it's not that. It's 12:30, isn't it? If he's finishing his first beer.
Well, you don't know it's his first beer.
No, you don't. That's very true.
George Hill, first ball of the morning, and that's driven back, or pushed back past him, and there's no run there. I think if I was sitting outside today, I'd be wanting to drink pints of soup.
I agree.
It's one of those days, isn't it?
Or nice coffee, such as being sold by the excellent coffee truck on
You
the
were
ground.
very impressed with that, weren't
I was really impressed. It was lovely coffee, and they were working really hard. And I said earlier how somebody in front of everybody said, "Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for your lovely coffee."
Here's Hill again, and that's clipped away backward a square. Long chase round for fine leg, and they come back for 2 runs.
Just important here for Sussex that with Thompson out of the attack, and I'm not saying by any manner of means that George Hill is a lesser bowler, but sometimes when you see the opening bowlers off, you think, oh, I can, that's a relief. But they're going to keep coming our Yorkshire in the shape of George Hill and Matthew Revis, so it's going to get no easier.
No, it's bowled very well in the first innings, just getting the 1 wicket. George Hill bowls there, and that one's played firmly backward a point by Haynes, who's now got 26 with that couple of runs, just the 7 to Tom Clark.
Just to give you an idea how they're battling, Dave. Tom Clark's faced 31 balls for his 7, and Tom Haynes 66 balls for his 26. Not that matters, the important thing is they're still there, but it gives you an idea of just how tough going this is this morning.
Yeah, they need to see this session through. Next delivery as Haynes has gone, and that really was a flash outside the off stump. Hill's got made the breakthrough, and just as we were saying how they're battling through and doing all the stuff right, Adrian, you get a shot like that, and well, it went quickly, didn't it? But straight into the hands of was that Finley Bean at first slip.
Oh, it's a poor shot, Dave.
Yes.
And we
2 ways about it. And the second wicket goes down, and Sussex are 45 for 2. He'd done a lot of the hard work.
Well, and I think we said at the beginning of the over, just important now that Sussex. Will it be? Didn't quite hear who the catch was taken by, but we were just saying at the start of the over how important it was with the opening bowlers off not to lose concentration, because we did say Yorkshire will keep on coming, and I'm afraid that is not a great shot from Tom Haynes, who wanders off, and he'll be desperately disappointed. But I'm afraid to say it's a wicket rather given away.
Yes, after
Sussex.
he'd
done the hard work,
yeah.
and then you rather give it away with a shot like that. 45. I didn't suppose the lads might be able to show us on the live screen who took the catch.
Yeah, it was
Finley Bean. Thank you. So
how the Yorkshire slips work is Hill at first, Lythe at second, Bean at third, and that's where he took his fabulous catch to get rid of Daniel Hughes this morning.
Yes.
When Hill's bowling, Bean moves into first slip, and usually I think Johnny Tattersall is comes into third slip.
Yes.
Well, he's not there. Yes, he's just going into his position. So you've got Bairstow obviously keeping, Bean, Lythe and Tattersall, the 3 slips. And Hill, who bowled well with only 1 success on the first day, has now struck in his first over of this second innings, 45 for 2. Bowls again, and well, cracking delivery again. There, just he's getting plenty of applause, plenty of plaudits from his teammates. With Matthew Revis, I think, coming over and just shaking his hand. No, it's not Revis, because Revis is at an interesting field position here.
Yeah.
Also.
Yeah, sort of 2 on the drive on the offside.
In pretty close, or short extra and short mid off, as next delivery is defended to the short mid off, which is Revis. It was James Wharton who made a special effort to come over. That's what I was talking about with when we were off. Well, we were off air. We were obviously on air, but when the players weren't on the field. I was just talking about the team spirit, and with especially amongst the 5 sort of young players who've come through here together, and George Hill being one of them, and James Wharton another who's made that effort to actually go a long way over, and congratulate him on just a good delivery. Actually, that's all. It hadn't taken a wicket or anything, but All sorts of oohs and ahs going on. 45 for 2, Sussex. Well,
And really under pressure here now. They're still trailing by, I'll do the maths in a minute, but it's going to be Ben Cody's going to carry on from the Trafalgar Square end. He's in and bowls to Clark, who's solidly forward. Players out into the offside, and there is no run.
92. You don't need your calculator.
I do.
For that,
No, I was going to look up the score on my phone. It'd be wrong to name the people. We saw a couple of members of the Sussex coaching staff last night who were saying how well they thought George Hill bowled in the first innings without the rewards that perhaps he deserved. But although we did say it, we're looking out here for the corner, just not observation. Don't lose concentration. Don't suddenly think it's going to get a whole pile easier, because it's not. Code in again, bowls down the leg side. There's an appeal from Johnny Bairstow. Tom Clark isn't going anywhere. I think they were trying to kid
Ben Code, who's an honest lad, he didn't go up
No.
at all, did he? The bowler.
Tom Lungley. I think they were suggesting it flicked the glove of Tom Clark, but I say it clearly didn't. It didn't, because the umpire hasn't given it out.
Yeah, very complimentary last night about George Hill, weren't they?
Yes, they were. In comes Code again, bowls to Clark, who's full place into the offside. Need to be quick here. Throw comes in. Oh, crumbs! I think if that had hit, I think Tom Allsop was struggling, and Tom Clark acknowledging that was a
silly run.
Yes, it was a silly run. It was played out into the offside, and rather born, I think, Dave, just of the pressure that Sussex are under here. Tom Clark has just seen his partner get out to a rash shot outside the off stump. Oh yeah, he was gone, wasn't he? I think he was gone. I don't know if the lads could show us that again. But it would have been mighty tight. Yes, they are. Thank you so much. Throw comes in. Oh, he's not even in the frame, is he? He's well out.
Yeah, it was well out.
If that had hit, Tom Allsop would have been on his way. So,
but Will Luxton is one of the best fielders on the. Well, he's the best fielder, I think, or cover fielder away from the slipcord, and he's a cracking young fielder. Bumble was very impressed with him at York.
In comes Code and bowls. Allsop plays into the offside. There is no run. I've only opened the window because I could hear that fella chattering away, in our effects mic. So I thought we'd have the window open and we can't hear what he's saying. Still the 3 slips in place. Backward point. There's a short leg in there now. And there's now a further change in the field because the mid-off has gone very straight at mid-off, and there's almost a short extra cover as well. So there's 2 men on the drive. Clearly a tactic here that they've maybe spotted some sort of flaw in Allsop's armour, but that delivery he lets go outside of the off stump taken by Johnny Bairstow, and there is no run.
Yeah, when there's a small crowd, you often pick up individual conversations on the effects mic, and I remember a few years ago down at Canterbury we had a problem with working with Kev Hand down there, and he said there was this group of men right underneath the effects mic and chattering away, and Kev says, I do apologise if you're picking any of this up. I think it's possibly the Kent committee down there. And then one of them started talking about having just been released after doing a 6-year stretch in prison.
Oh my lord, here comes Cope. Oh, and he beats Allsop. That's a cracking delivery that nearly catches the outside edge, nearly bowls Tom Allsop. That's a cracking delivery. You may get another chance to have a look at that in a couple of moments' time. Here we go, Code around the wicket. Oh my word!
How did that?
That's a coat of varnish on bat and bails. That's a cracking delivery from Code. Oh my word!
Just a question of how long Ben Code can keep going, I think, because he's asking. Mind you, if he comes off, then Revis can come on as well. And
puts his hands to his head. I had a similar.
Hopefully, we haven't got any of the Kent committee members in here.
No, I had one done at Hove a few years ago where there was a gentleman who was on the phone, presumably to his wife or partner, I don't know who it was, and he'd come out of the corporate hospitality to chat to someone on the phone, and it was a very heated discussion. And I don't think he thought anybody could hear, but we could audibly hear what he was saying.
Hill then starts his second over. He's already got a wicket, and he's got one with that ball as it's played into the covers. And there's no run. That's played by Tom Clark, who's
defending stoutly. Is Tom?
Yes, he's making the making the Yorkshire bowlers work, isn't he?
Yeah.
As did, to be fair, as did Tom Haynes until he played that rather rash shot. Hill bowls and forward defensively again, pushed into the offside, and there is
Oh,
run.
here he comes. He's got himself a coffee. Look.
Doidgy, yes.
Yeah. Here he comes. Yeah. And it looks like an iced coffee as well. I think he's. Well, I think we'll have to pull his leg and say he's
An
got
iced coffee? No, it's a bit cold for an iced coffee, Adrian.
Oh, here comes Jonathan, fresh from his scoop. We saw him going into the pavilion area, so we don't know if he's got some exciting news for us. We'll see.
Just the 8 minutes late as he comes in to replace, I'm not quite sure who. Has he got a scoop now? Oh.
So it's 2 minutes later than.
There's always a plan.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. We're slightly pulling your leg, Doidgy.
Look
But
at this.
you did look as if you had a scoop. It's the way you purposefully walked up the pavilion steps, and we thought, oh, I wonder whether Doidgy's got a little tip off about something.
George Hill bowls and defended again up to mid-off where Matthew Revis fields. He'll be looking forward to having a bowl himself today, I think. Revis, he's my favourite bowler here at Scarborough. He's done very well over the last couple of years. And Doidgy went as far as to say it's the best he'd seen him bowl in the first innings. He picked up 3 wickets. And, he's having a little stretch there, maybe next over, top end. Hill bowls, and that's flicked aerially, just short of Wharton at mid-wicket. So, tricky times.
Yeah, they are. And, looking at the weather forecast for tomorrow, and I know you can't play games of cricket by the weather, but I think Yorkshire will feel here that they might have an opportunity to finish this today. They've picked up 2 wickets this morning. There's still a lot of overs to be bowled in the day. Sussex really need players to get heads down here.
Hill bowls
Shot.
again, and that's cracked square down to the covers on the west side of the ground, and that's rather spoilt that over. And actually, you'll feel a lot better for that, Tom Clark. He now moves on to 12, having faced 40 deliveries. So had he blocked that one, 8 or 40, 12 or 40 is not exactly charging along either, but he'll feel good for that.
He will, and I was just going to make the point that Tom Clark by nature is he's an attacking player. He likes to play his shots, but he's reining himself in. I'm not going to say how well he's playing because I always seem to put the mockers on Tom. Suffice to say, that was a cracking shot. And I think when you're under the pump, when you're defending, when you get a loose ball, what you want to do is put it away. And Sussex didn't do that in the first innings. The loose balls were often played straight to fielders. But it's going to be Ben Code. Well, he's going to carry on from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, bowling to Tom Alsop. He's in and bowls, and Alsop is forward solidly. Plays that into the offside, and there is no run. We made the point in commentary, Doidgy, when George Hill came on, that we felt, this was a key minute. Sussex needed to make sure they were concentrating, and lo and behold, Tom Haynes played you can only call it as you see it. It's an observation, but it was a poor shot. I don't think anyone could say it was so whether he lost concentration, whether he thought, whatever he thought, but it wasn't a great shot. Code again, bowls, Alsop. I thought for a minute he played that straight to short leg. He's going to get a single down to fine leg as the sun makes a fleeting appearance. And I have to say, the clouds are higher, which is good. Well,
Yeah, I was just sitting out of your view, as I can now tell, on the back row of the seating there in front of the pavilion with an old school pal of mine who just said wanted to buy me coffee and all the rest of it and come and have a sit down for 10 minutes while you're off, so I did. So the purposeful walk was to get out of the way of the Sussex staff who wanted to watch the game. I didn't want to be standing in front of them.
Comes Code, bowls, forwardies, Clark plays into the offside, no run.
But Tom Haynes, there was a crash, shall we say, after he'd gone into the dressing room of maybe bat or something like that, and of course that prompted some wag, lower down the stand. There's a few temperamental players in this Sussex team, isn't there?
Yes, I think there was a door slamming incident yesterday wasn't there, as well. Yeah. Code. runs towards us, coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Clark, who's 12 not out. He's in and bowls, and Clark shows good judgment. Lets that pass by outside the off stump, taken by Bairstow, and there is no run. Clark wanders away in the direction of square leg. It's tense stuff, Doige, isn't it? Because, you know, Sussex know they're under real pressure here. Ben Cole is bowling beautifully from the Trafalgar Square, and on another day he might have picked up a couple of 3 wickets. This morning he's already picked up the wicket of Daniel Hughes, courtesy of a brilliant catch and a ball that just got a bit big on him. I thought that was a good description by Dave Townsend. Code in again. Always hit on the pad. That looked a little high to me. And umpire Tom Lungley's finger stays firmly in the pocket. We were discussing the Johnny Bairstow dismissal. Yeah, I think that was high. The Bairstow dismissal yesterday, and there seemed to be a feeling around that he was a little unfortunate to be given out. I don't know what you've heard from your sources.
Yeah, a few people thought it was a poor decision. I got a text last night from somebody saying, you know, rubbish decision, and somebody else mentioned it to me this morning. I only watched it the once, I've got to say. It was not even like close up in the press box there, so...
In comes Code again. This one keeps a little low, and Clark is well forward, defends out into the offside. Another over safely negotiated, 51 for 2. Clark 12, Allsop yet to score.
On seeing it just the once, which of course the umpire does, I didn't feel it was sort of a terrible decision, but it was one of those that did it hit him outside the line. It was on the back foot, which doesn't ever do you any favours, does it really?
Yes.
And so I thought it was one of those.
Unlucky,
just
would
from
you
seeing
say?
it, well, just from seeing it once,
Yeah.
if it was a television game, in the full sense of that word, then, you know, we had third umpires, then it may have been an umpire's call type decision.
Yes.
And the umpire's call was that it was out. So, yeah, I didn't think it was one that was clearly going to be chalked off in that respect.
This is raining at Old Trafford. Schranker making a good fist of things second time around. 275 for 6.
Good delivery here by George Hill. Big appeal. James Middlebrooks.
Wow.
Hands are unmoved.
That was a big...
Was there inside edge on it?
See this
Something
again.
like that, because otherwise it's looking like a good shout. I know we're not bang on straight.
Ooh, crumbs, that is a
Or
good
is,
shout.
or is he saying height again?
Did it pitch outside the leg stump, maybe? It's a good shout, though, isn't it?
Could do with another look at straight. He's hit him, what, round about knee, yeah, side of the knee roll type of... Doesn't feel like it's going over from the side-on shot.
Oh, no, it wasn't pitching outside leg stump
No,
either.
that's a very good shout.
I think Tom all sort of had the benefit of the doubt there. That could, on another day, that could easily have been given out.
George Hill in again, and Allsop drops this into the offside, and there is no run.
Made me laugh. The fielder at square leg was running in. Who's that? Is that Will Luxton out there?
Yeah.
That was a side all appealing together, wasn't it? He wouldn't have had any idea whether it was out. He would have known on height that he was okay.
Just trying to get his steps in for the day, you know.
The sun's coming out.
Little jogging. Yeah, the sun's coming out, so the blind might come down a little. So in comes George once again. Ooh, another good delivery. Just wide of off stump, this time with a little bit of nip back feel about it.
One of the things that we were talking earlier on this season was about the difference between Division 2 and Division 1 that we were discussing during the rain break. And saying that often in Division 2 you'll get your opening bowlers, and when you've seen the opening bowlers off, maybe it gets a little easier. In the first division, it doesn't. They keep on coming, and this is the situation here with Yorkshire, isn't it? You know, you've got Thompson out the attack, you've got Hill coming on, so there's, you know, and he's bowling a very similar line to that which Jordan Thompson bowled.
And he comes again, another good delivery, making him play roundabout off stump, open face push out to Gully Point region. Andy Lockwood, afternoon JD et al. Cottingham Andy checking in. Plan to get to Scarborough this morning, 0928 hours. Scuppered by level crossing issues due to wind-related power outages. Things sorted now, so ETA 13:43 at Scarborough Railway Station.
Oh, wow.
Well, you should still see plenty of good cricket from that point on. Andy, as Hill is in again and smothered this time by Allsop, who's been challenged here in the early part of this innings. And as Harmsy said, from Sussex's point of view, they really have got to rise to the challenge with the bat today. If you are a top of the table side worth your salt,
Well, definitely, and I think this is when you learn about your players, isn't
Yep.
it? You learn. It's tough conditions. You're under the pump. This is when you're looking at people to really stand up and be counted, and I'm sure that's what Paul Farbrace will be doing. We were talking about next season. If Sussex go up.
Again, another delivery where Allsop has to play. You don't want to play, do you, on this pitch? You just want to leave as many as you can early doors, have a good look, get used to the conditions out there, pace of the pitch. But George Hill coming at him. And it's not only a challenge for the Sussex batters, but, of course, there is still the challenge for the Yorkshire bowlers that they need to take a further 8 wickets here. And they've got the challenge of just maintaining pressure. One thing I think they did really well in that first innings, they've done it on several occasions this season now. They're starting to put together good collective bowling performances and keeping the pressure on teams. That's why they've begun to pick up, one of the reasons why they've begun to pick up wins in this Division 2 County Championship. Change of bowling at the Trafalgar Square end because it's Matthew Revis who's coming into the attack for the first time on day 3.
We were talking about trains a little earlier on, and talking to someone this morning who came up on the train from King's Cross last night, standing room only all the way to York. He said you couldn't have got another person on the train. The first 2 trains to Scarborough were cancelled as well. I mean, it's almost no wonder really that people drive, isn't it? I mean, I was going to get the train up here, but I think there's a problem with trains getting back on Bank Holiday Monday. So, anyway, Revis in bowls, let go by Clark outside the off stump. He's showing good judgment, is Tom Clark.
But it'll be all right because we're going to nationalise the railways again.
Well,
remember that?
Well, we have to do something, don't we? I mean, when I came up for the game at York, Georgie, a few weeks ago, I caught the train up and back, and it's a very good service out at King's Cross. I mean, it's 2 hours to York, and on that occasion, the trains ran on time. I'd reserved a seat.
Well, of course. I mean, they've reserved a seat for you.
Well, they did. Yeah, they did. Once it comes,
Did you have it?
comes Revis and bowls, and Clark plays onto the onside. There is no run. And what I did...
Did he have an embroidery, gold labelled embroidery in the back of the seat? Adrian Harms, Christopher Martin Jenkins Award winner 2021, was it, or 2?
Yeah. No, it didn't. Well, what I did use was my senior Citizens Rail card, which I qualify for these days. So you pay 30 quid, and it does save you a third off the fare, which is worth having. In comes Revis, bowls. Clark again defends onto the onside, no run. It's the best weather of the day at the moment. The sun is out. There's still a bit of cloud around, but some brighter skies around. And I thought this was the forecast for the day. And if this is the case, then maybe, I mean, I see it's raining in the Test match in Manchester, the other side of, well, a good way from here over the other side of the Pennines, but hopefully we're going to get through today, which is good. Well, it's good news for the game, isn't it? I never like to see a game of cricket where someone escapes with the draw. Let's play it out, and from a Sussex point of view, they might have been glad for a couple of days of rain. In comes Revis again, bowls to Clark off the thigh pad. That's going to dribble down towards the fine leg boundary. I can't see whether it's gone for 4 or not. The fielder comes running round, but he's out of view. And Sussex pick up. We came off the bat. I do Tom Clark a disservice. I'm sorry. I apologise to his dad, who was here yesterday chatting away. First time I saw Tom Clark's dad, I was down at Lingfield Park a couple of summers ago. Yeah. We went down there. I went to see the races, and my wife came. She was far more interested in watching the Human League, who were playing that night. It's nice at Lingfield. I don't know if you've been there, George. It's a lovely track.
I've been to Lingfield Park once, and I've seen the Human League about 6 times.
You're right. Well, they were both very good. It was a lovely sunny day. It's a lovely racetrack, and we had a lovely day. And then Tom's dad, who I didn't know, in comes Revis over the wicket, bowls. Clark is forward, defends into the offside, no run. And this chap got to me and he said, "Are you Adrian Harms?" And I thought, "Oh my lord." I said, "Well, possibly." It depends.
How much do I owe you? Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. And anyway, he was very non-threatening and said, he said, "Oh, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Tom Clark's dad." I thought, "Oh, that's very kind of you." So I'm not sure if he was there for the racing or the Human League or just a good day out.
Talking of players' dads, Martin Bean enters stage left.
In comes Revis and bowls, clipped away down to fine leg by Tom Clark, who goes to 17. Was that the gentleman you were talking to earlier on up here?
No,
Right,
that was Yorkshire lad. Give him a shout out. He'll be delighted. Mark Bailey.
Because I was
No,
at the,
Martin Bean, who was in the quiz the other night. He was Finley's dad.
right, and actually
He still is Finley's dad.
very poor of
He
me.
was Finley's.
End of the over, 55 for 2, 16 to Clark. All subject to score.
He was trying to disown himself from being Finley's dad before the quiz so that he could get out of participating.
No, I was talking to a guy in the coffee queue this
Yeah.
morning. It's funny how people come and talk to this fellow. He said, "Oh no," he said, "you must be Adrian." I thought, "Oh God, here we go again." And he said, "I think I saw you briefly in the commentary box, and he used to work in local radio up in Newcastle."
Yes, that's the same man.
And I did say to him, "Nice to meet you," but I said, "You don't sound like you're from Newcastle." And with it, he said, "I can put on a Newcastle accent, which I can't do."
Yeah, he's good at that.
Yeah, but he didn't sound like he was from the northeast.
Here's George Hill, Peaceholm Park End. First ball wide of Tom Clark's off stump and left. Yeah, he's from Yorkshire, but he worked up there, and he can definitely do the accent.
Well, he did. Once he slipped into it, I was thinking, oh yeah, he did sound like somebody from the northeast, from the Newcastle area.
Jim Green says, hi Jonathan, DT and Brucey. The debate about LBW
don't.
decisions, think Tattersall got the worst decision yesterday. It would have missed by a long way. Allsop was very lucky, he says. Here's George Hill. Ooh, this one keeps low on Tom Clark and through to the ankles of Johnny Bairstow. But survives it. It was just wide of off stump. So it is starting to do things that are a little less predictable, this pitch, as we get into day 3.
Yeah, definitely. I think Sussex are going to do really well here to get out of this. If the weather holds, Yorkshire are in a very, very strong position here. This is tough.
55 for 2, Hill in again, and another straight delivery pushed out by Clark, and there is no run. He's 16 not out. Allsop yet to get off the mark at the non-striking end. Forever Dormo says, I enjoyed the unexpectedly uninterrupted sunshine, though very breezy yesterday at Scarbados. Watching whilst following some of your commentary, I must say I had the very best of fish and chips from the van there, a few pints of Theakston's, and really enjoyable cricket. Other breweries are available, but not all Yorkshire born and bred.
No.
Hill in again, it's wide of off stump and left once more by Clark.
We did rather show our age last night. We had some very nice fish and chips, didn't we? Which I thoroughly enjoyed. And then we walked past a bar which was suggested to go into and have a nightcap. And there was a band playing, wasn't there, in the Irish bar. And all three of us looked at each other and said, should we go and sit round the corner because the music's a bit loud? Didn't we? We did. Well, we would have sat in the snug out of the noise.
Here's Hill, pushed out again by Clark, up to Revis at mid-off, no run. One of the reasons I was happy to do that, DT, you need to get fairly close in to get him to hear things sometimes, so it was always going to be a challenge with music on, so I thought it'd be easier to have a conversation where you're not repeating yourself constantly.
And Dave's quite quietly spoken, isn't he? I did find this one, you sort of have to slightly lean forward, don't you?
So I was trying to save the old vocal cords.
Yeah.
56 for 2 in the 28th over, being bowled by George Hill, who has one that nips away here, and Clark just drops that into the offside for Jordan Thompson to field. Another good over by George Hill and almost brought a wicket. Gets a warm round of applause from those present.
Sorry, I should have said 56 for 2. Sorry, you did say that, Georgie. To listening, my mind was going around in circles. Earlier on this year, I didn't realise you could have a hearing test done at the optician.
Fun.
Very good. So I went to the optician, and when I was there, the ophthalmist is what they call them, or ophthalmologist there, said, would you like to have your hearing tested? And I said, I didn't know you could have your hearing tested. Oh, yes, it's free. So I went to have my hearing tested. How do you pronounce it?
The ophthalmist.
It is an ophthalmist.
Ophthalmist done. Are you thinking optometrist?
Oh, maybe. Well done. Excellent. In comes Matthew Revis over the wicket, bowls to Allsop, who drives down the ground. Welcome relief. Good shot by Allsop. Overpitched, and he drilled the ball down the ground to Tom Allsop. Lovely way to get off the mark. 60 for 2. I'm going to make no effort to pronounce that, Doidgy.
Aren't you the guy who thinks a philatelist is the bloke who fills in the holes that the roadworks men have dug?
Oh dear. Anyway, the gentleman or lady who checks your eyesight said, would you like your hearing tested? So I said, I didn't realise that was available at an optician's. So he said, oh yes. In comes Revis again in the sunshine, bowls to Allsop. Allsop up on his toes, defends the ball into his pad, and then says, "Shall I pick the ball up for you?" And he obligingly does, and throws it in the direction of Will Luxton.
I should mention, by the way, I did say when I walked back in the box, and you kindly pointed out that I was 8 minutes late, that lunch is at 1:10 now, and
Right.
tea is at 4 o'clock.
Thank you.
And having lost those 10 overs from 103 down to 93 will be played in the day, subject to no further weather interruptions.
And in fact, with the sun coming out, it might be time to remove Anorak in a moment, as in comes Revis again over the wicket bowls. Also up on his toes, steers that to backward point. There is no run. 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Anyway, I had my hearing tested, and they said, "Oh, your hearing's a bit down. We'd better refer you to an audiologist," I presume it's called. And my wife said, "Well, I've known you. You know, you don't hear
Are you
half,
sure it's called that?
half the things I say." Well, some of that may be my choice, but anyway. The good news was I didn't need hearing aids, which my wife thought I did. So I've avoided that for the time being. In comes Revis running around the wicket. Lovely day now. Bowls, Allsop defends onto the leg side, and there is no run. Do you have selective hearing?
Are you sure they're not earologists?
No, I'm fairly sure. Well, I'm fairly sure it's an audio listener, and now I've just broken the blind.
Oh, Harmsy, they've only just been fitted after 3 years of begging.
No, there we are. I've mended it. My DIY skills come to the fore.
Do I have selective hearing?
Yes, occasionally. I think we probably all do, don't we, now and again. Having said it's a beautiful day now, the sun has just disappeared for a moment as one of the Yorkshire backroom staff comes across with what looks like a drink maybe for the fielder down at front. We've got a brief delay here. I think they're going to put a 4th slip in, Doidgy, so we've now got 4 slips, a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg.
I'm going 3 slips and a gully.
Okay, I think you're probably right. 60 for 2. Is that the skipper who's moved himself into the gully? In comes Revis. Oh, that kept low. That did keep low, and Tom Allsop did well to squirt that one out to point. That's been
No
a slight
ball.
issue.
No
Well
ball.
spotted. The delivery that got Daniel Hughes really got big on him, didn't it? That one we sort of scuttled through a little bit.
Apologies. DT's suggesting it was just the 2. He was signalling 2. Tom Lungley to James Middle, 2 left in the over.
Oh, right,
But
okay.
he did hold the arm out horizontally. Actually, it was his left arm, and it should be the right, should it not, for a no ball?
Revis in balls, Allsop with judgment, lets it go by outside the off stump, taken by Bairstow. 10 minutes to lunch, and Sussex won't want to lose a wicket at any time, but they certainly won't want to lose one here.
No. That took a bit of thinking about.
Yes, it did. A tyre required today. Probably now suntan cream might be on the list. Gentlemen out here, there's rather less anoraks and woolly hats than there were earlier. So, still, it's certainly a fleece day here at Scarborough. If you're on the beach, I don't think I'd fancy a dip in the North Sea today. As in comes Revis and bowls, also right in behind that with a high right elbow, plays it down the offside of the track. There is no run. End of the over, 62 for 2. 29 overs gone, so Sussex are not progressing at any great rate, but the most important thing is that they aren't losing any wickets at the moment. Also 4, Clark 17, 62 for 2.
And just passing in his bright yellow jacket, I referred to it the other day in the build-up to the quiz, was Ken Code, one of the heroes of Thursday night. Martin Bean, Ken Code, both on the ground here to rub the noses in it of the lads, their sons who are out there on the field of play, having beaten them.
Yep. I mentioned to a couple of people around Sussex yesterday what an excellent evening that was. But particularly, you get 4 lads out in the middle of a championship match until 9:30 mixing with the fans. I thought it was really very good.
Here's George Hill, one of the vanquished, diving to his left as that is pushed by Tom Clark to Dan Moriarty, who we have yet to see have an over. We get into that stage of the token over of spin, aren't we? 9 minutes before lunch, perhaps.
Yeah.
And it doesn't kind of feel like they'll be doing that somehow.
No, I agree.
We have brightness but cloud overhead as Hill comes in again. It's full, driven straight at the stumps at the non-striking end by Clark, which saves George Hill probably a run from his bowling figures.
Back on in the Test match, Sri Lanka 280 for 6, leading England by 158. I don't think many people probably thought that would go deep into day 4 when Sri Lanka was 6 for 3 on the opening day. So that's people getting their money's worth over in Manchester in the Test match. And lots of places, there's no cricket, you know.
In comes Hill again. It's short of length and punched out to Jordan Thompson in the covers. There's no run.
They're only playing it here and at Durham.
Well, north of England weather.
Yes,
makes always
yes,
better.
it is. Yeah,
Better than down south.
Yeah. Not to probably wish they weren't playing because they're 56 for 1 following on. Still trailing by 246. No player at all in any of the games, I think I'm right in saying, in the second division so far today, apart from here.
In comes Hill again. He's over the wicket. Waft and gone. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Tom Clark, what have you done as far as Sussex are concerned there? George Hill back of a length. It's rising. He tries to cut that. And he played at it firmly as well and feathered it through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. A third Sussex wicket has gone. And he was, well, on a day when it's not been easy to get yourself in. He had 17 runs on the board. He had a bit of a start, Harmsey, but they're 62 for 3.
And you can see the way that Tom Clark is dragging himself off the field, and it could well be that his brother's listening over in Manchester. I mean, I've tried to avoid saying what a good player Tom Clark is. Today, Tom played a very different sort of innings. He's usually a lovely free-flowing player. Today, he's had to really defend and work hard for every single run. It was all about occupation of the crease, getting Sussex through to lunch. And much like Tom Haynes before him, he will know that's a lapse in concentration. It was slightly wider. Maybe your eyes light up and you think, oh, crumbs, at least I can crack this one away for 4 runs, having been under the pump for so long. But you can just see the way he's walking down below us now. He's walking up the pavilion steps. And I'm afraid Tom will know he's rather given that away, as did Tom Haynes before him. Massive wicket for Yorkshire before lunch. And we were speculating over our fish and chips and a beer last night as to whether there was a possibility that this game might finish today. I hope from a Sussex point of view clearly that it doesn't, because I'd like Sussex to win. But I'm sure Yorkshire will be feeling here with the amount of overs and time there are left here today, and Sussex still in arrears and in favourable bowling conditions. Yorkshire may be thinking to themselves they might win this today.
And maybe, given George Hill, we talked about his first innings figures, 1 for, but going at a meagre economy rate, maybe this could be the day he picks up those wickets that he possibly earned first time around. He's on it again here, 2 for 6, nearly at the end of his 5th over, and it's James Coles right-handed now to face him. First ball. It'll be a nervy few minutes here for Coles. He's just gone out. It wasn't quite close enough to lunch to pull up Stumps for the session, as it were, and 5 minutes remaining, so we'll get another over in.
Well, they will, and I think I said about James Coles in the first innings, a lot of these guys haven't played any red ball cricket, but James Coles hasn't played really any cricket at all. He was away with the 100 with the Southern Brave, played 2 or 3 games, but, you can't really call that preparation for a red ball game. So, he's probably slightly out nick. So really, he's good, sorry.
Fun for George Hill, who's fire since he came on from the P-Zone Park end this morning, 62 for 3. I was going to make another point then, and it's gone.
Well, probably because I rudely interrupted you. I mean, I was going to say he's a fine player, James Coles, very highly rated, super technique, got all the shots. But the point I was trying to make is when you're away with the 100, you're practicing 100 skills, which are skills which will be perhaps not easily transferable back into the red ball game, at Scarborough on an overcast early afternoon. So this is a tough examination for young James Coles, as it has been for all the Sussex batters. And again, Sussex are looking at Tom Alsop here, holding the innings together. 4 not out. Probably this will be the final over before lunch. And it's going to be bowled by Matthew Revis, who's running in from the Trafalgar Square end, the sun glinting across the ground in, and bowls to Alsop, who played a very un-Alsop type of shot, to be honest.
Yeah, it was in the air for a little while on its way towards point. What I was going to say, it's come back to me, was that Tom Clark is, not the only player that's happened to in this match. go back to James Wharton and getting out just before lunch in Yorkshire's first innings. So, you know, he'd worked really hard. Not that certainly wouldn't accuse him of not working hard. 60 balls he'd faced there for his 17, so he'd been patient.
Revis again bowls to Allsop, lets that go outside the off stump, no run. I did say to you earlier on, Doidgy, that I think Sussex, not wishing to be disparaging in any way to 9, 10, 11 for Sussex, but Sussex will need to be in the clear. You can't expect those guys to dig Sussex out here. You know, I think down to 8, you're looking at players who have. I mean, I said earlier, Ollie Robinson's made a first-class 100, but, you know, it's really for these middle-order players now to rescue Sussex. In comes Revis bowls, Allsop, lovely shot. Drills the ball down the ground, past mid-off, and that was beautifully played by Tom Allsop, who, having said that skills in white ball cricket, you know, when you've just been playing in the 100, Tom Allsop was playing in the 100, but only played one game. And at the risk of repeating myself, Sussex got him back for a 50-over game because he was playing no cricket. And he made 100 against Surrey. All, you know, 100's 100, isn't it? I mean, Surrey weren't at full strength by any manner of means, but it just got him in the groove, got his feet moving, which is why Sussex got him back for that game. Revis in, bowls to Allsop, who's solidly forward, plays to backward point, no run.
A few people already chomping on lunch, and we might be able to do that in a couple of minutes' time if DT will pop and get ours for us, Harmsley. What do you think?
Well, it's not a bad shout, is it? I hope he brings back something that we like. Actually, now we've been very well looked after with sandwiches. We get, what have we had? A sandwich, a Kit Kat, bag of crisps, bottle of water. You're not meant to say that. In comes Revis. It's getting a little cloudier, actually. In and bowls to Allsop, good judgment. Lets that go through to Bairstow. No run. I mean, there is some quite heavy cloud now above here. Do you call it North Marine Road, or do you call it Scarborough?
The ground?
Yeah.
Yeah, North Marine Road,
Okay.
yeah. The North Marine Road is the road that runs up the side of the ground here.
And if I were to walk from where I'm staying, I walked this morning to the Queen Victoria statue in the middle of town. There's some steps down to the beach, and then a road. I think if you follow that road all the way round, I guess that would bring you down to this part of Scarborough, then presumably some steep steps up to the ground. I was going to do that this morning. In comes Revis bowls, Allsop plays to the gully. There is no run. I suspect that may well be lunch. Johnny Bairstow's decided it is. He's already taking his gloves off, and so have the umpires. And Yorkshire go to lunch feeling probably very pleased with their morning's efforts, because they've taken 3 Sussex scalps, numbers 1, 2, 3 in the order, all back in the pavilion. Dan Hughes for 12, Tom Haynes for 26, and just before lunch, Tom Clark for 17. Sussex needing to get to 137 before they get into positive territory, and it's going to need some very solid batting and some resolute batting if Sussex are to drag themselves out of this. They may be looking towards the skies and hoping for some intervention from the weather, but if that doesn't come, this is going to be a tough rest of the day for Sussex. The Yorkshire players very obligingly letting Tom Allsop and James Coles make their way off the ground, but Jonathan, I think, you know, Yorkshire, you know, well on top here.
Yeah, Yorkshire's session, I think, you know, also we had quite a lot of the session missed because of that rain break, but they've added 40 runs and lost 3 wickets in the morning, so I think clearly Yorkshire's session. Where might we go from here? Well, if they bat well, Sussex may still build some sort of a lead. What lead would you need? Well, you wouldn't be able to build a big enough one, I don't think, to stop Yorkshire from having, you know, lots of time left in the match to knock them off, unless we do get a day rained off tomorrow. But to give yourself a chance of putting some pressure on, even though on a wearing pitch and all the rest of it, you probably want a 180 plus, just to feel like you're going to be able to put some pressure on. And you know, anything north of that, then you'll feel increasingly. Well, that means confident.
That means Sussex have got to score in excess of 300 here.
Yeah,
and it's 66 for 3. You never know. With that's the beauty of county cricket, isn't it? So it's certainly not all over for Sussex, but they will need one of these from going on. Allsop, Coles, Simpson, Hudson, Prentice, Carson. Probably 2 or 3 of those have got to play fairly major innings for Sussex.
Okay, so the lunch break, just a reminder, sees Sussex at 66 for 3 second time around, And that means that they trail by 71 runs with 7 wickets remaining from DT, Harmsley and myself. We'll say goodbye for now and pick things back up as they walk out for the afternoon session.
Tom Alsop and James Coles continuing the batting for Sussex.
It's about 10%. It varies, depends on the contract, but it's usually 10%, give or take 5%. Yeah. Right. So they were getting 40p.
Welcome back then from North Marine Road, day 3, session 2. Sussex find themselves 66 for 3 with Tom Alsop not out on 8 and James Coles, who went out there just a few minutes before the lunch break, yet to score. And the Yorkshire bowling figures so far in this Sussex second innings are the following: 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 24 for Ben Code, none for 20 off 8 for Jordan Thompson, none for none off 2 for Dan Moriarty, 2 for 6 off 5 for George Hill, and none for 15 off 3 for Matthew Revis. David Townsend and myself, Jonathan Doidge, with you for this first stint post-lunch. And Jordan Thompson's going to take the first over of the session with a 31 over old ball and try and take the early wicket of James Coles, who is on strike. Sets off in, but James Middlebrook wasn't quite ready. And is...
We'll start when I say, not before.
I really like that, James Middlebrook, actually. Here he comes then, John Thompson. First ball of the afternoon. He's on the legs of Coles, and he's dealt with that very nicely indeed. If that's the sign of things to come in this session, then Sussex are in for a bit of fun. It was full, it was on his legs, and it was pinged away in front of square for 4 runs down to the west stand boundary.
I think I'd have to say that was a shot of the day. Shot of the day, Doidge. So far we haven't seen many shots because it's been a sort of battle of attrition, hasn't it? Very nicely timed.
Yeah, lovely shot. 70 for 3, and Coles is going for this second innings. 3 slips in place. Thompson right arm over, better delivery, having had the loosener, and I think that has caught the bottom hand of James Coles as he's now removing his glove and checking he's still got the correct digits in place. We've just seen the usual spectators on the outfield thinner in number today, and it was the same. That was reflected in the number of games that were going on, not quite as many around the ground. But I walked past one on the way to have a chat with Ben Cliff and Otis Gibson. Really good to see a kind of sharing of knowledge, if you like, between the non-players who travelled here today from both sides, and James Kirtley, and also Otis Gibson helping players from both sides out there in the middle, talking to them about their own game. As Thompson's in, and Johnny Tattersall feels a nice drive by Coles at short extra cover, and there is no run. It's good to see that, isn't it, DT? It's kind of like for the greater good of the game, really.
Yeah. No, it's obviously not going to affect this game because they were just helping the non-playing bowlers, if you like, on both sides, and both very good bowling coaches, aren't they? Otis Gibson's renowned for that side of the coaching. Obviously he's head coach now, but that's been very good in the past.
Thompson in bowling. It's wide of Coles' off stump and through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow, and there is no run.
Who says he won't be a bowling coach again in the future? And James Kirtley has made a bit of a name for himself. So interesting that he nominated George Hill last night as a very, somebody who's impressed him in the first innings, although he didn't take a lot of wickets, and Hill picked up 2 wickets to 4 this morning.
Thompson again. It's full, good delivery, swinging away from the right-hander who is beaten, pushing forward at one. That's a cracker of a delivery from Jordan Thompson, and totally understand hands on head from him that it didn't induce a dismissal.
Yes, that was, I think a certain gentleman that we know would have said that was too good for thee, son.
No. Marvellous delivery.
Moved late.
Now, speaking of which, I can bring mention of him in a moment, because Thompson's in again. It's full and clipped off the legs, this time to James Wharton, Mid-wicket, there's no run. To complete that first over back at 70 for 3, just the 4 runs from it. Steve Carmichael says, talking of delayed trains, a certain Yorkshire quick bowler might have commented, forget about HST, fastest thing to come out of Yorkshire's FSD. Marvellous. I think the outcome of this match depends on whether the sun comes out and the ball remains above the ground, says Steve. Thank you for that. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Those reaching for the pens, that is BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, the email address, or at Jonathan Doidge, or at DO_cricket, or at Adrian Harms if you want to get in touch with us via X.
And for old school like myself, that's Twitter. 70 for 3. Why you had to change the name, I don't know. Bit of publicity, I suppose. Ben Code then from the Trafalgar Square end. 3 slips go down as he comes in bowls, and that's worked away, probably off the thigh pad. Indeed, yes. Umpire Tom Lumley at the far end raises his leg rather unnecessarily highly, actually, and taps his knee, signals that leg by. That brings the right-handed James Coles down on strike. He started off nicely this afternoon as Coles. Field much the same for the right-hander. 3 slips, 3 saving, 1 on the offside. Regulation leg side field. Code, slightly angled run bowls, and that's defended into the offside. A lot of talk at lunchtime, JD, as to whether this game might be over today. I think weather-wise, I think we look set fair for certainly this session anyway. There's nothing lurking nastily in the distance.
No, looks okay.
And if Yorkshire, with that first innings lead of 137, if they were to get a couple of wickets in the first half hour of this session, Code looking for 1 bowls, and that's clipped away again nicely off his legs. That's 4 more for Coles, who clearly likes that shot. Timing the ball as well as anybody this afternoon. Big football match going on this afternoon that I'll endeavour to keep you up to date with the score as well.
Swindon Town against.
That's flicked off. It's going to be another boundary. Fine leg has moved squarer, and this time Coles has flicked that one away fine, so successive boundaries. Yes, Crewe Alexander 0, Swindon Town 0 at the moment after 65 minutes. I think there's a little one that the Sussex fans might be interested in going on down in the south coast. Brighton were 1-0 ahead in that. Haven't bothered to check on that. That's not the big game at the moment. Code bowls again, and better line this time. And Coles pushes that up to mid-off and no run.
Most important football result of the weekend already. In the record books, Leeds United beating Sheffield Wednesday 2-0 away from home last night.
You were very... Manchester United have equalised. 71 minutes gone down there. So not such good news if you're not following that one. Code bowls, and I think there might have been just a little bit of bat on that at the last moment, because Coles has come forward and the ball's jagged into him, maybe a little bit high, and it was the start of an appeal for Ben Code. That's not one of his better overs, that. 8 runs coming off it, plus the leg by. 79 for 3. So discussing, as we were with Doidge, as to whether that could possibly see an end to the game today. There's a gentleman with a interesting shirt on, saying something like "I'm a punk" or something. I don't know what that's all about.
A few decades late. Thompson round the wicket. Ooh, thickish outside edge by Allsop, which is going to race away down to the Trafalgar Square end for 4 runs.
Yeah, we've seen that several times today, haven't we, with the ball going through 4th slip. We've also seen Finley Bean take away fine catch at 3rd slip. Another one at 1st slip off the bowling of George Hill, and then the 3rd wicket to fall, catch by Bairstow. So they've all gone to catches in the cordon so far.
83 for 3, Thompson in again, and this time Allsop secure in a defensive drop into the offside. 12 apiece, these pair of batters so far. James Coles went in, as I mentioned, just a few minutes before the lunch break, which was taken at 1:10. Walked out to bat at 1:04 following Tom Clark's injudicious stroke to George Hill. Brighton and Hove Albion 1 at Manchester United 2, apparently the score. As Thompson is in, that's pushed into the offside. Fielded there by James Walton. There's no run. I think Harmsy and I have done the Brighton and Hove Albion Manchester United FA Cup final of 1983 about 4 times in our previous commentary, so we won't stray in that direction again. Gordon Smith and all that.
Didn't that save Fergie's job, or was that a later?
No, that was a later. Fergie wasn't in charge then, was he? Was that not Ron Atkinson still the man at Man United at the time, as Allsop turns one into the leg side from the bowling of Thompson? There's no run. Big Ron. Have some great nicknames for people, don't we? Big Ron.
Do you know, he used to play, one of the first footballers I ever saw live, Big Ron. Did you know that? And it wasn't Swindon Town.
Wide of off stump from Thompson, a drive at that by Allsop, but he was reaching a bit and he's ended up diverting it back to the bowler. Yeah, who did I'm trying to think he played for? He played non-league, didn't he? Big Ron for.
And his brother Graham played for the same team.
It's somebody like Kettering.
He might have played for Kettering, but he was Oxford United.
Oxford United, sorry, yes.
I don't know whether he's with them when they were still Headington United.
Thompson in again, blocked once more by Allsop. Good over by Jordan Thompson. Conceded the boundary off the outside edge. 83 for 3 are the scores on the doors, if you like, which means
I think that goal's been ruled out, by the way. Looks as though it's back to 1-1. VAR strikes again. Possibly.
so 17 added since the lunch break, which brings the deficit down to below 100. I would tell you exactly what, but unfortunately at the moment we have Wi-Fi issues. I'm trying to find that. Clearly you don't, because you're accessing stuff on your mobile phone.
Indeed. Yes, that goal's disallowed. So it's back to 1-1 down on the south coast. Let's concentrate on the cricket. Code bowls and Coles plays that one into the offside. No run. 12 to him, all in boundaries, all in leg side boundaries. And 12 to Allsop, who's just a couple of runs short of a century for the game. 86 not out in the first innings. Going along.
He's a couple of runs short of a century for the game. You're a couple of sandwiches short of a picnic.
Talking of which, Code bowls and again defended forward. A couple of nice sandwiches for lunch. And did you mention that stat that we heard earlier? That was brought?
No, thank you to Harrison Allen, the Yorkshire analyst, who came up and volunteered the information at the lunch break that was Yorkshire's best session of the season so far with the ball in terms of their forward defensive percentage.
Code bowls again, and that's not really a forward defensive shot. There's didn't get forward much at all, and then tried to strike it past extra cover, so that one won't count.
So I guess your forward defensive percentage is getting players on the front foot and bowling it straight.
Getting players on the front
So they
foot
feel
and
like they have to defend their
and
stumps.
playing defensively. Yeah.
So 47.3% of deliveries in that morning session were forward defensive strokes.
That's almost every other ball. Code bowls, and that's through to the keeper. No run there. So Code, Mr. Consistency. Jordan Thompson, you just think, not as consistent, but he does come out with that cracker of a delivery every so often, doesn't he? Somebody waving to you down there, Doidgy. Another of your fan club? No? Or perhaps he's waving at me.
He didn't wave back though, did he?
Code. Defended into the onside. Bit of hesitation there. Coles wasn't really looking. He played it down into leg gully really, and mid-wicket and the keeper both came round to get. So comfortable enough single, even though he reacted very slowly.
He positioned himself outside the box there. Having a banana, he's just refueling, and got to take your carbs on board.
Here's Code round the wicket to the left-hander, bowls and defended. That's another one thing. I wonder whether he's thinking. If he is, he'd be thinking outside the box, wouldn't he?
He would. I just paused there for comic effect for you. So 84 for 3, 45 for Alsop, 13 for Coles. And that's the predominance since the lunch break. And Jordan Thompson will continue, and I will continue to try and get some Wi-Fi to get the laptop up to date. And we might be able to have a look around the scores elsewhere. Not happening at the moment, I'm afraid, as JT comes in past umpire Middlebrook, and that's wide of off stump and left through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. 3 slips in place. George Hill at first. Finlay Bean, who's been seen to good effect with a couple of catches there. Brilliant one to dismiss Daniel Hughes for the first wicket of this second innings. He's at 3rd slip.
Stunner, wasn't it?
Adam Lyth separating the pair. Luxton at point. Tattersall in the covers. Moriarty mid-off. Revis mid-on. Wharton mid-wicket, and Code down at long leg. Fairway in from the boundary, good 20 yards. Thompson's latest delivery. A solid block by Coles. Finds its way to Revis at mid-on. Grant Flower has been having a stroll around. He's just positioned himself on terra firma to the left of the sight screen as we look at the pitch out there. Jordan Thompson over the wicket, making his way in once again. Wide of off stump though. No shot from Coles. Fish and chip van doesn't seem to be doing a roaring trade at this moment in time, but I suppose we are past lunch, and either you've had them for lunch or you're keeping that tum rumbling a bit longer until tea maybe. Oh no, somebody's just walked up now and might be making a purchase. Good fish and chips up the hill at Reynard's last night for also good delivery too from Jordan Thompson, and stump removed. He's found that wicket-taking delivery again as JT, the big show, opens Yorkshire's wicket account for this afternoon session. It's the 4th now in this Sussex second innings, and that is the end of James Coles for 13.
Yeah, he just played around that one, didn't he? He was somehow squeezed between bat and pad. We've had one look at it from this angle on the replay, and
leg stump.
So you would suggest was a little inside edge because it's very hard to see how he's hit leg stump with the batsman's feet the way they are. But there you go. Tomo strikes again, the big show. And Sussex are in disarray would not be the right word, but they are in trouble. They're still trailing by 53, if my maths is correct. And 4 men back in the pavilion. This you feel is a key partnership, Doidge. John Simpson coming out to bat. Great memories of this ground, of course, from playing here with Middlesex, and that superb game in 2016 where Middlesex beat Yorkshire in the final session and went on to claim the championship that year, the title. 2 left-handers back at the crease again. Yorkshire will be thinking, almost through here, almost through. Hudson Prentice still to come, of course. He can certainly hang around for a bit. Jack Carson can bat. Ollie Robinson, first-class century, but you'd think if you get through this pair, well.
Yeah, so 84 for 4. Coles bowled Thompson for 13 off 22 deliveries, including 3 fours. As DT says. Sussex skipper John Simpson just adjusting his gloves. Yorkshire just in the field as well. 3 slips and James Wharton comes in at a closer catching position at a shortish mid-wicket. Tattersall opposite him at short extra cover. And first delivery to Simpson. Well, he does leave it, to be fair. So not perfect, but it was shaping back in towards him. And I think that was a very good leave first ball.
Well, it's hitting 6th stump really, wasn't it? I think the U's and the R's, it was a pretty straight delivery. And I think that was just adding a bit of pressure to John Simpson. 84 for 4. Also, still there. Can Simpson stay with him?
And he comes again, and Simpson just blocking this one into the offside to complete a wicket taking Jordan Thompson over. In and among once again JT, his first of this Sussex second innings. He has 1 4. Let me check it out on the things that are working here. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 28 against his name. And he's back with you, Ben Code.
He'll be coming in from the Trafalgar Square end. Quality seam bowler, isn't he? Ben Code, Mr. Consistency. He'll probably bowl a full toss after I've said that. Comes in, bowls, and no, brings the batsman forward. In forward defensive shot for also. Be interesting to know how many of those, that 47% of forward defensive shots actually came off the bowling of Ben Code. I reckon he would have been up in the probably 60% of getting the batsman forward and playing defensively. Gentleman there having a look. What's he got there? Has he got? Just checking the
Financial Times.
Next delivery is pushed firmly to extra cover.
Financial Times 100.
No
The FTSE 100 share index.
Is that what it was?
Townsend Enterprises down 12 points.
We're not listed. The Sunrise Villas Hotel.
Is that what it's called? Your
Sunrise Villas, yeah. Sunrise Villas Seaview. Code bowls pushed defensively. No run. And I don't think we ever will be listed, JD, just as many of these very nice guest houses around here will. I think their listing will be Grade 2 listing or something, but not on the stock exchange. Lovely setting, isn't it? Gulls cawing, what are they, squawking away? Here we are back. I'm not sure that was the Financial Times at all. Code on his way again. Bowling, and that ball comes in and is helped around the corner by Allsop, but again, there would have been a almighty appeal if that had just crept through. Brings Simpson down on strike to face Code for the first time. Adrian's, I'm sure, studying something on his phone out there, probably the goings on at the, is it the Amex it's called now down there? State of the art stadium for Brighton. Never been myself. Have you ever watched a game down that way?
No.
They had the Goldstone ground, didn't they? Then they went to the Withdean and all sorts. Code round the wicket to Simpson. Bowls. Simpson punches. He's off the mark with a single to extra cover. Adrian stirring himself. Be back on air shortly. Deficit 51 runs. What do you reckon, Adrian? Oh, he's got his not happy face on. Slightly worried face. Next delivery has Allsop forward, defending back with a point. That's the end of another very steady over from Ben Code. It hasn't looked quite as threatening since lunch, has he, Code? He's consistent, but there we go.
Hasn't managed to, if you will, get one through just yet. 4 wickets to have fallen in this innings. Daniel Hughes was out in the 13th over. Caught very well by Bean off the bowling of Code for 12. Ben's only wicket in this second innings so far. Others to have fallen. Tom Haynes caught Bean, bowled Hill for 26. As Thompson is in and bowling here.
John Simpson.
To John Simpson, and there is no run. Third man to go was Tom Clark, caught Bairstow, bowled Hill, not so long before lunch for 17. And then James Cole, since lunch, bowled by Jordan Thompson for 13. So Allsop 13, Simpson 1.
Bit of a delay now. There's something to do with the window is open. Is sun shining off it, or what seems to be the problem? Is it reflection coming off the window?
Jordan, what?
Dan
Miles away
Moriarty
from the straight.
has walked towards the pavilion and said something about the window. Could you close that window, please?
Okay.
Oh.
Not sure that.
Well, where's the sun? Just glinting off it, perhaps.
Back underway with Thompson bowling then to Simpson, who punches through the covers and picks up 4. Very nicely played over pitching Jordan Thompson. And just leaning on that one. John Simpson takes him to 5. 90 for 4. The gentleman walks past with an enormous pile of chips and his son alongside. He is carefully guarding the chips as he carries them. Jordan Thompson then at the P-Zone Park end. The sun out at this moment in time. It's wide of off stump. Oof. A little bit of shade. That one kicks off the pitch on its way through to Bairstow, who took it fairly high up.
Possibly.
Chest area.
Yeah, possibly. I think that was more to do with landing in a foothold or somewhere. It was well pitched up, wasn't it?
Still 1 or 2 stragglers making their way back to their seats after the lunch break. The bar not particularly well populated up on the North Marine Road side of the ground. Thompson in again, past umpire Middlebrook. He was shaping down the leg side actually, and John Simpson's got a bit of a leading edge feel to his push. He goes away into the offside, where the skip picks up the ball and gives it a good old polish on his jumper. Or handing it to Revis. Still a pretty stiff breeze out there. The flag away to our left on the pavilion is blowing out horizontally.
Thompson decides to come round the wicket now.
Thompson to Simpson. Wide of off stump and left. The crowd safety officer down at the bottom is a different person today, young man. He's quite relaxed and casual at this moment in time. He's got nobody really to order around. I did have a wander out after I'd been into the ground this morning, early doors, and I don't know what you call a posse of crowd safety officers, but there were several of them up the road at the coffee shop getting a coffee, queuing up outside. Here's Thompson in, and Simpson not entirely convincing with his forward push. Diverts it to mid-on to Moriarty. That prompts Grant Flower to get up and move, because it is the end of that over. 37 of them now complete in this Sussex second innings. They are 90 for the loss of 4 wickets, which means they trail by 47 runs with 6 second innings wickets standing.
Yeah, and I think that's an indication, isn't it, of how tough it's been out there. 38 overs. Is this the 38th, or is this the... Which way do they do it?
39th this now.
39th now, and just 90 runs on the board. Code in, bowls, and got this field positioning that's allowed through to the keeper. They've got this interesting fielding, short extra cover in for Tom Allsop. Was possibly something they spotted, do you think, in the first innings? That we didn't really see that much, did we? And
maybe, yeah.
It wasn't I mean, Allsop was out there for a very long time. Ended up 86 not out in that total of 189, and we didn't see that fielding position, 20 yards on the bat?
Yeah.
Code bowls. And, it's just pushing up to mid-on. That, of course, also it looks like an attacking fielding position, and obviously it is, but it can also be a defensive one in the sense that it stops Allsop going for those shots through the offside, worrying that he won't, he might just hit one in the air. Keep the brakes on him.
Yep.
A couple of gentlemen, one in a very stripy sweater, moves below us. Code bowls again, and that is pushed out to the short extra cover. Plenty of chat going on in the middle, as you might be able to hear from them. They're a merry little gang, aren't they? The 3 slips there. Fielding in those positions pretty often.
The 3 Stooges. You'll remember those, won't you? First time around.
Not really, Dodgy. No, I think they were more music hall, weren't they? Variety hall. Code bowls, and nice shot by Allsop. Hits that one on the up between mid-on rather, and mid-wicket. Simpson's quickly back for a second run. Every run vital, of course, for Sussex as they try and knock off that deficit. The 3 Stooges were American, were they? These 3 Stooges.
Yeah,
Same sort of time as
so.
same sort of time as Abbott and Costello. Would that be?
You tell me. You were tuned in.
Next delivery from Code outside the off stump, no run.
The Marx Brothers, same sort of era.
Yes.
Alfred, Groucho.
Carl. Harper.
How many Marx Brothers were there? Were there 3? Was it more?
There was the one that pretended to be deaf and dumb, wasn't there? But I don't think he actually was. That was Harper, wasn't it? The curly-haired one. Code bowls and played in the onside. No run there. Groucho, who was the wisecracking one, you know, I would belong to any club who'd have me as a member, sort of situation. And of course, there is a cricketing connection. You'll be. There's a cricket commentary connection with the Marx Brothers.
The only connection I can draw between cricket and the Marx Brothers, in my lifetime's knowledge, was that Chris Lethbridge, who used to play for Warwickshire and Hanging Heat in the Bradford League, was nicknamed Groucho because he had a look of the man. Change of bowling at the P-Zone Park end. George Hill bowled really well this morning. He's back into the attack and bowling here to John Simpson, who's playing one off his legs into the leg side to James Wharton, and there is no run.
I think it was the Pakistan bowler Faisal Mahmood, who John Arlott described as running in like grass chasing whips.
Skills for 8 towards the he's in once again, this time slightly shorter of length, but it still has Simpson playing from the crease to Moriarty at mid-on.
All over in the big one at Guesty Road. Do they still play at Guesty Road?
Guesty Road?
Guesty Road.
Crewe Alexandra.
They moved to one of those new sort of out-of-town stadiums with them.
I don't know, we're not covering much football anymore.
It's all over now. It's the first Swindon game I missed this year, and I missed a cracker Deutsche, 0-0.
Hill is in again once more. He's getting the ball right up there, trying to allow it to swing. It was about leg stumpish, and John Simpson's helped it on its way down towards the pavilion. Down Moriarty chased and kept them to 2. So Simpson on to 7. 94 for the loss of 4 wickets. Not sure where Harmsy has.
Well, he's probably celebrating because the final score at the Amex is Brighton 2, Manchester United 1.
Well done, the Albion, as he calls them, as George switches to round the wicket to just change that angle of attack at the left-handed John Simpson, and he's pushing it one wide of off stump first up there. He was tempted to
Simpson
offer the bat.
He might just have been playing the line on that one. I'm not saying he was, but he might just have been. The stream is showing some clouds that are moving in rather ominously.
Hill in again. Simpson has to play. Drops into the offside, and Thompson fields another tidy George Hill over. 6 overs. That'll be 4 maidens. 2 for 8. No, 1 with 4 maidens, but it's 6 overs. 3 maidens, 2 for 8.
Code's going to continue. I would have thought it might have been time for a little burst from Matthew Revis. But then again, I always think that, don't I? 94 for 4. 43 runs in it. The stream's showing a couple of hardy souls out there with... I tell it's a windy day when you've got a sun hat on, but you've got to tie it under your chin. Code then round the wicket, bowls, and gets applause from the slips there, but that was leapt through by Tom Alsop. Yes, it's a lovely description, isn't it? Runs in like Groucho Marx. Very, very, very visual, chasing a pretty waitress.
Well, for those of you who were around to see that, then yeah, lovely.
But you can picture it, a sort of low, rather than an upright approach, and Code bowls and oohs and ahs as that ball jags back in. Alsop gets a bit of bat on it, inside half of the bat, but a sort of crouched run, sort of running in with rather than an upright run. I would have thought. Would he have been one of your favourite commentators?
Groucho Marx?
No, John Arlott. Oh, they're off behind. Code bowls. Through to the keeper, no run.
DT was there referring to the Battle of River Plate, by the way. They're off behind, not his boxer shorts. Well, I would say that's a difficult one to answer for somebody of my specific age, because he was around, but I don't think I was picking up those sort of things. I was more picking up things like football, really, I guess, and Richie Benno.
Code bowls, that was clipped through mid-wicket for a couple by Alsop.
I don't remember as a young child, apart from maybe when we were on the road in the car listening to a Test match special commentary. He was doing the Sunday League, I think, on the television. Was John Arlott when I was young. So no, but, when you're watching Test cricket more, like I used to do with parents and my gran, Richie Benno, Jim Laker were the first ones I really, those are the recognisable great voices.
Code bowls to Alsop. That's a nice shot. Just the single down there to Dan Moriarty. You weren't one of those families then that had the TV on and the sound turned down and were listening to Test match special.
No, the television commentary would be on, but I can remember, on those days, the days that stick out for me to John.
40 runs behind.
No. Hello, talking about when on there from plenty. We'd already done that, and it was just, sometimes you want to go see somewhere you've not been before.
Well, fair enough, I suppose. Did you ever get down to Cornwall?
Never.
That was a bit too
No,
far,
yeah, we did Paignton.
Oh, right.
That was during the '78 World Cup. We were in Paignton, as that's pushed into the offside. First ball of George Hillsover and Revis Fields. Lyme Regis, 81, 82 and 84. I can remember the years of these things.
There wasn't a World Cup in '78. It was in '79. Clive
Football
Lloyd.
World Cup of 1978.
Football. Back to football again, folks. Adrian's got a smile on his face. 2-1 win to the Albion.
That's tonight. The immediately dark.
Yeah, you wouldn't be surprised just to have a little sprinkler rain.
No, and the digital scoreboard is the numbering is standing out a little bit more in this light, as that is full-length delivery from George Hill, turn to James Wharton at mid-wicket. No run. We'll have a change in the com box at the end of this over. In fact, DT, you might want to vacate the mic now and let Harmsy back. Harmsy's doing a few stretches, and you can come across, take over from me, and I'll get out of your hair for a little while. Harmsy takes his job very seriously. Side stretches. Few above the head as well. Couple of press-ups now against the wall as Alsop turns one into the leg side. Now he's getting the calf stretched as well. And he has, after all of that, managed to successfully sit back into the commentary chair without pulling a muscle.
Would like a tweaked hamstring there, I think. Oh. Schoolboy error. Didn't have the microphone in the right place.
Tweaked a hamstring. Here's George Hill back round the wicket to Alsop, who turns one to Wharton at mid-wicket, down on bended knee, no run.
Lots of happy people in Sussex tonight with the Albion top of the league.
Top of the league?
Yeah, top of the Premier League. So lots of Sussex supporters. I think I might have said earlier there was a Sussex supporter up here on Thursday who was going back. He came here just for the day. He was going back to a lot of the stewards down at Hove are Albion. They steward at the Amex and also at Hove as well. So there's a real community around it.
Who did Chelsea play this weekend?
Wolverhampton Wanderers tomorrow.
Hill in. It's dropped into the offside there by Alsop to complete that over at 97 for 4. I'll just leave you with this one. Does Derek Dugan still play for Wolverhampton Wanderers?
Not as far as I'm aware. Derek Dugan, John Richards, Mike Bailey. There's some names from the past, aren't there? But we're talking about the present, and Sussex are just trying to dig themselves out of a hole here, and John Simpson and Tom Alsop having a little natter in the middle of the pitch. I mean, clearly there's still Finn Hudson-Prentice, the all-rounder, and Jack Carson to come, but you just sort of get the feeling, Dave, that these two are absolutely key to whether Sussex can take this into a fourth day.
Yeah, we're going to see, by the look of it, a little bit of spin bowling. Don't know whether that's because it's gone dark and Yorkshire want to stay out there.
Yeah, I was just looking, I mean, behind where we're sitting, the skies are a little clearer, but there's certainly a really dark cloud, isn't there, hanging right over the ground at the minute, and in the distance, I'm not exactly, are we getting that weather from, is that what's coming towards you, or is it behind us that we're getting?
It's over there.
Is it? Okay, well in that case that doesn't look the best. But there are some brighter skies around, so we shall see. But it is going to be Dan Moriarty who is going to bowl from the Trafalgar Square end, which was a different end from which he bowled last night, and a different end from where Jack Carson got quite a lot of turn. I wonder if that's... he's obviously going to be bowling into footmarks as well, but I wonder why he's bowling from the Trafalgar Square, and I'm sure there's a good reason. I had a little wander round just while I was off commentary to look at the slope, and I didn't realise there is quite a slope, isn't there, running from that end of the ground. And I, sitting here, and I've never even realised that. Anyway, there's a slip and a short leg as in comes Dan Moriarty, the former Surrey spinner. He's in and bowls left arm, bowls to Simpson, who plays on the bounce to short leg, and there is no run. Fielded there by James Wharton under the helmet. Adam Lythe at first slip. 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 3 on the leg, and a deep backwards square. Doidge goes out after another scoop, and in comes Moriarty, bowls, and Simpson plays that to that fielder who has to come trotting in from the deep square leg boundary to field. 1 more to the total. Seems a little calmer at the minute with Alsop and Simpson out there, Dave.
Well, obviously Simpson hugely experienced. Alsop, who's now gone to 104 runs in the match without being out. So
much depending on these two. Moriarty in. Bowls forward comes Alsop, plays to short leg, and there is no run. Sussex need to get to 137, by which time they'll be in positive territory. 39 away from that at the moment, as in comes Moriarty again. Bowls, Alsop cuts. Ooh, my word, he was looking to cut that one away through backward point. And it just went past the outside edge into the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. The Yorkshire lads were up.
I think it bounced a little bit, didn't it, on him?
Yeah. Maybe that's why he's bowling from that end. So that's the end where just wait, break off. And here comes Moriarty, bowls. And that's a lovely shot by Alsop. Slightly over pitching down Moriarty, and Alsop beautifully timed. Just drills the ball away through the covers for 4 runs all the way along the floor. Lovely shot. But it was from that end where suddenly J. Devanukak got quite a bit of bounce yesterday. And Ben Code set Yorkshire on their way this morning with a ball that you gave a great description. It sort of got big on Daniel Hughes, who always couldn't get out of the way and edge the ball into the slip corner where Finlay Bean took a very good catch, leaping high one-handed. Moriarty again, bowls, and also tucks that away on the leg side and picks up a single. End of Moriarty's over. Only just the 1 alarm with the missed cut shot from Tom Alsop. 103 for 4, 23 to Tom Alsop, 8 to John Simpson. Live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio York, Leeds, Sheffield, and anybody else I've forgotten around the Yorkshire area. I know there are several. You may be watching via the Yorkshire Cricket Club live stream. Well done to the lads throughout the game, who are just showing us in fact, they're showing us a gentleman who's sitting on a chair over by the marquee. He's completely on his own over there. Looks quite happy to be on his own. But George Hill's going to pick up the attack for Yorkshire.
Yeah, George Hill bounding in bowls, and that's played up to mid-on. No run there. Another reason why Moriarty might be on at the top end, at the Trafalgar Square end, of course, is that Hill has bowled so well from this end.
He has.
Quite clearly going to continue. That could have been a factor. So Hill polishing the ball on the bottom of his shirt. Turns 18 on his back, comes running in, bowls, pitches up, and that's driven back to him on the bounce.
Still lots of games, Dave, where there's no play, no play at Derby. They are playing at Bristol. They're not playing at Lords. They're not playing in Southampton, they're not playing at the Oval, they're not playing at Edgbaston, so we've been, to be honest, we've been pretty lucky today, really.
What game's on at Lords?
Oh, sorry, no, it's at Merchant Taylors, isn't it? Sorry.
Sorry, did you there? Oh my word, that ball has jagged back in. Allsop's left it alone, and it's gone over the junction of post and bar by the look of it, has it?
Well, you have to say good judgment, but my word, that was good judgment. Oh, that did cut back a long way.
So Yorkshire still with their tails up, but Sussex will feel better with that scoreboard having ticked past. 100, 103 for 4. Hill bowls to Allsop, who gets across his stumps there, plays that one square the wicket. Simpson responds quickly to the call, and they're through for another single. That takes Allsop on to 24. Simpson's on 8.
I don't know whether the people on the live stream could show us the main scoreboard, because on there there's the benefit of seeing how many overs are remaining in the day. They don't have that information on the smaller scoreboard over the tea room. Perhaps they might be able to show it at the end of the over. It was 72. That was about half an hour or so ago.
Next delivery is
Shot.
driven nicely by Allsop through the offside. He's going to pick up 4 runs there. That ball running away down the hill towards the west stand. Just nicely, just leant on it really, didn't he, Simpson, and just timed it, found the gap.
Lovely shot, wasn't it?
He moves to 12.
You just feel that this partnership is absolutely key for Sussex.
No, you've been warned about this, Adrian. You know,
Yeah.
it's a little bit like the Tom Clark batting really
Yes,
well.
well, I never said that today because I was determined not to. Oh, there we are, thank you, fellas. 60 overs left, so that's 59 after this one.
Here's next delivery from Hill is pushed up towards mid-on and the end of the over. So just the sort of first shoots of a Sussex revival going on out there with these two. But as Adrian said, you do feel that well, if one were to go, then they'd almost have an end open, wouldn't they, Yorkshire?
Yeah. You know, Hudson Prentice was Sussex's leading run scorer this season. Hasn't quite filled that billing this year. Then Jack Carson, but it's asking an awful lot for the middle lower order to get Sussex in any sort of position. I mean, objective one might be to get through the day, because if there is rain around tomorrow, that may be Sussex's best way out of this, but there's a lot of batting to do before that. And looking at the weather, there's some brighter skies drifting in. So, let's hope it's not interrupted by rain. You want the best side to win a game of cricket and not really the weather intervening. Moriarty is going to bowl to Tom Allsop, still with the slip and a short leg. Interesting field placing, which I will describe in a moment. Moriarty in bowls, let go out the offside, the off stump by Allsop, no run. There is a backward point. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary and a mid-off, but there's a big gap between mid-off and backward point, which would allow a single to Allsop driving away through the offside, which is what he did in the last over. Moriarty in bowls, and that's probably why that fielder's there, because Allsop plays exactly the same shot, but instead of a 4 that he got in the previous over, he picks up a single. And I'm sure here that Johnny Tattersall is mindful of the fact that Yorkshire are in a very strong position here, but he won't want to allow any easy runs. He'll want to keep the pressure right on Sussex. The onside fielder, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg and a deep backward square, as in comes Moriarty again, bowls, played into the offside. There is no run. We were talking last night about Dan Moriarty and how in terms of consistency he may not be the biggest spinner of the ball, but he's very accurate. Doesn't give the batters an awful lot of time or peace. In comes Moriarty again, bowls. Simpson uses his feet, gets down the track and plays defensively down the onside, then wanders away, as is his wont, does John Simpson, to square leg. Just composes himself and then wanders back. The Sussex skipper adjusts his gloves. Moriarty, I should say, is already back at his end of his run. Bowls to Simpson, and Simpson covers up, plays down the offside, and there is no run. I don't think it'll... Well, one thing Johnny Tattersall has done throughout the match is to rotate his bowlers, and he seems to be a very active captain. Doesn't let things go for too long before he'll try something a little different. Moriarty in again. Bowles, Simpson steadfastly forward. Players out into the offside. Just the one run coming off the over. 109 for 4. Means that Sussex are 28 in arrears as George Hill very quickly peels off his jumper and wanders back to his mark. Elsewhere in cricket today, Sri Lanka eventually bowled out at Old Trafford for 326. England needing 205 to win the first Test match. And pretty much everywhere else, the games they are playing in Division 2, looks like, they're not going to play at all at Merchant Taylors today. They've called it off for the day.
Yeah, it's an outground, isn't it? So it's a start of a new over. Hill bowls, and that's pushed back past him.
I think there has been a lot of rain in the south of England, so no play at all. And that all, I just wonder whether they might try and put some sort of a declaration together tomorrow on Northampton Middlesex, because Northampton need to win the game. I mean, I think they're probably out of it, to be honest. But they've probably got nothing to lose. I just wonder if it's going to be a nice day tomorrow, whether they may try and some sort of declaration from the skippers.
Next delivery strikes.
No, surely that was going down the leg side, wasn't it?
On the pad. A little bit high, I thought.
Yeah.
Big shout. Let's have a look at that again.
Oh,
Yeah, it's high.
Yeah, high
And possibly going down leg.
Yeah, I agree.
Other than that, very good shout.
Yes, other than that, it was close. I mean, look at the slip cordon. I mean, they're running around almost as if it's plumb. But I guess that's what you need to do, isn't it? You need to try and convince the umpire you really do think it's out.
Well,
It's all part of the game.
Hill round the wicket. Bowles also is resolute in defence, as he has been throughout this match. 86 not out in the first innings, 25 not out second time around.
And he's faced 69 balls in this innings.
And of course, if we remember rightly, he was dropped on 7, I think, in the first innings.
He was indeed dropped, Dave. He was dropped on, I shall tell you exactly in a moment.
Finley Bean at third slip, wasn't it?
Yes, he was. 9 he was on.
Oh, well, sort of 7 with an extra squiggly bit.
Yeah.
So that one's defended into the offside.
Checking how many balls he faced in the first innings. He faced 187 balls.
Yeah, it was one of those, wasn't it? He'd faced the best part of 100 balls by the time he got to 20 or something, and the second half of his innings sped up. But I remember you reading it out. I think 82 balls for 18 runs, something like that.
Yeah.
Hill bowls and defended into the offside. No run there. Bowling he's nagging, isn't he?
He is.
Nagging.
I mean, I think it's proven on this pitch that if you're prepared to graft, there are runs there. I mean, Will Luxton yesterday, 59 off 130 balls. He sort of, he not saying he held the innings together, but he allowed Johnny Bairstow to play a very attacking innings. Bairstow's 57 came off just 72 balls.
Hill bowls again and showing the full face of the bat there by Tom Alsop. So it's just been Sussex's last hour or so.
Yeah, these two have certainly steadied the ship as far as Sussex are concerned, and just inching their way towards parity. The arrears are still 28. Dan Moriarty is going to bowl the next over as James Curt, the Sussex bowling coach, goes for a little wander around. I saw Grant Flower earlier on sitting just by the side of the sight screen watching what was going on. James wrapped up in a gilet. It is sort of a gilet sort of day, really. Certainly now the sun has disappeared. Some brighter skies away to our west where the weather is coming from. So hopefully, although it's a little gloomy, perfectly playable at the moment as Moriarty is in. Bowls to Simpson, who nudges that. Well, they thought about a single then. It wasn't really there. And good bit of fielding by Ben Code, who was round very quickly from fine leg to field. Short fine leg. And there is no run.
I think he could probably have got
Yeah, it was Alsop's call, wasn't it? I think it was Simpson who turned around and said no. Moriarty again. In and bowl. Simpson uses his feet and drives to the sweeper on the cover boundary. I think Moriarty would be too worried about John Simpson trying to get down the track to him. 110 for 4. Were you and Georgie talking about holidays? I heard you talking about Cornwall a little early on as I came back into the box.
Yes.
Right, what was he saying about Cornwall?
Oh no, he was talking about the first time he'd listened to Test Match Special, wasn't
Oh,
he?
I see. Okay.
When he'd been down to the south coast.
Moriarty in bowls and Allsop forward and defensively onto the onside.
Lyme Regis, I think, and he'd gone to Paynton or somewhere in Devon, but never made it quite as far as Cornwall.
All right, okay.
Which is a shame for him because beautiful beaches in Cornwall, as we know.
Yeah. Moriarty in bowls. Played into the offside. There is no. We used to go to a place called Foy on holiday. Fowey, sort of on the same coast as Mevagissey and Polperro, those sort of places.
Yeah.
Back in the day. Long time ago now, Dave.
Yes, indeed.
All crammed in the back of Dad's car. In comes Moriarty. Slipping a short leg go down. In and bowls. Now, what if that kept a little low? We might see on the replay, but he...
It did keep low, but he should have been forward to
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
He was playing back to a very full-length ball if you watch it again.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. He did play back, which is... the
Well,
reason.
can be fatal.
Yeah, you don't want to get pinned there. Allsop waits. 25 not out. Moriarty in and bowls. And a reverse sweep by Tom Allsop. Well, that's good cricket. I mean, I guess if you, as I always say with the reverse sweep, I guess if you make a mess of it and you get yourself plumb LBW, people say, well, what on earth was he thinking? But because he's got it away for 4, you have to say it's a clever piece of batting by Tom Allsop. He goes to 29 and just breaking the shackles a little. 114 for 4. Simpson 13. These two coming together when the score was 84, so it's not a massive partnership. 16 and 14. Even my bad maths tells me that's a partnership of 30 between these two.
So did you used to have Test Match Special on in the car when you were going on?
Do you know what? I mean, I don't think we had a radio in the car. I think it was pre-radio in cars days. I can remember us going on one holiday, the World Cup final day in '66. We went to Norfolk on holiday. Dad had a Morris Minor and 5 of us in the car, and we were stopping at various places to find out what the score was. And a barber came out of his shop and wrote the score on foam, shaving foam on his window, and I can remember that.
Started a new over by George Hill, and that's pushed back past him to Matthew Rivers at mid-off.
So I can't remember
No,
first days. Probably.
You can remember that World Cup final day?
Yeah, I can, yeah.
To my shame, we were at my grandmother's up in Bromley, southeast London,
Yeah.
and I watched the normal time. Hill bowls, and that's driven, nice shot, and that's gone for 4. There's a sweeper out there, but the sweeper's at backward point, deep backward point, and that one's hit through cover. That's 4 runs to John Simpson, who struck that very cleanly indeed. Yes, I watched full time, and then it got far too exciting. I think I then watched until Jeff Hurst got the goal that wasn't a goal or whatever, and blah de blah, and then the tension was too much for me. Hill bowls, short. Simpson's hit that one high in the air, just over Ben Code at mid on. Though set off for a second run, and Simpson sends Allsop back, or was it the other way around? Allsop sent Simpson back.
I think he did.
Yeah, so Ben Code there at mid-on, just stretching for one.
Got away
As
with
he
that.
ran back, he put his arm out desperately, probably not within a couple of feet of it in the end, but Simpson got out to a similar shot in the first innings that he hit really drilled to mid-wicket. At that time, the pull shot just cleared mid-on. His next delivery is down the leg side and swung around by Allsop down to fine leg for 1 run. Score ticks on to 120 for 4, so I think we can rule out the innings defeat at this stage. Just another 17 runs required. Yeah, the second half of extra time I was kicking a ball around in my grandmother's garden, and I have to say I comfortably beat West Germany. It was all over a long time before they thought it was all over. Next ball pushed into the covers and no run. So I can't say I actually saw the
game
or heard the some of the crowd were on the pitch. They think it's all over it. But
I never quite understood why Dad decided to go on holiday there, because I can remember as kids us all sitting down and watching the semi-final against Portugal.
Yeah, Eusebio, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
We
and
were
I
worried
think
about
poor old Eusebio cried. He was a wonderful footballer. Portugal lost.
George Hill bowls, and that's driven by Simpson up to mid-on, no run. End of the over, eventful over there. Yes, was it 2-0? Did Bobby Charlton get one? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think Charlton might have got both, I think. And I just remember, I remember going up in the car and we were going through one of the, because in those days, I mean, there weren't sort of motorways and that sort of thing. It took forever to get up to Cromer, where we were going on holiday. And I distinctly remember going through one of the towns and the barber coming up writing England 2, West Germany 2 in foam on the window. And then we went through some other town and there was a crowd of people outside of a television shop watching, because not everybody had televisions, Dave. 1966. I mean, I mean, I can remember even into the 70s, we used to be invited round to the neighbours to watch the FA Cup final on a colour television, because we only had black and white. The neighbour was horsing the game. It was very hard for the Falgrande Bezo. Also, as mentioned, G4 are eking their way towards parity now. Just 17 runs adrift. I'm sorry.
Get all the attention.
Moriarty again. Bowls. Also forward onto the onside. I wonder if that's that little bit of luck that maybe Sussex need with that attempted pull shot from John Simpson ballooning off of the top of the bat and just eluding the clutches of Ben Code at mid-on. Moriarty again. Nice hush around the ground. Moriarty in the bowls, also drives. So, they're thinking about a single one. Just need to be a little careful here, Sussex, because he drilled that to me. I don't think there was ever really a single there, but John Simpson was out the blocks, wasn't he?
Well, he was out the blocks in the last over. He wanted a second run, didn't he? When that pull just went over Ben Code's head, which would have been optimistic.
Moriarty again, bowls, also plays down the offside. And there is no run. I guess to a certain extent, John Simpson's a very experienced cricketer. He's thinking, right, we just need to keep the scoreboard ticking along here. Yeah. We don't want to get bogged down.
Turn the strike over as well.
Yeah, definitely. Let's try and take the game to Yorkshire as much as we can. We don't want to be too negative. Moriarty in again, bowls. A little punch to top with Phil. Darling Jayden. Were any Moriarty. And there is no mind to be still asking if they Joel, if you've been advanced, wait or lie out, start pushing just at the end of chill out.
Pepper at the Peaton Park end.
Very good. Now I'm impressed by that. That is good. That's very good. And the light's getting better and better. Much better than it was half an hour or so ago after lunch.
Well, let's see what Matthew Revis can do. Comes in and bowls to the Sussex skipper, who plays him quietly into the offside, and there is no run. Yes, we were talking earlier, the big match of the day ended Crewe Alexander 0, Swindon Town 0.
Right. We were talking about that last night, weren't we? We were talking about, I didn't realise you were a Swindon fan, and you were talking about Don Rogers and all that back in the day. What year was that? Was that 68?
69.
69, was it? Right. Okay.
Yeah,
and did you live in Swindon? I mean, is that because you were a Swindon?
Not too far away, sort of equidistant, just closer to Oxford than Swindon.
Okay.
Revis bowls, pitched up, and Simpson drives, and he's not going to get a run there. A little bobble just before it reached reached Jordan Thompson. Stuart Thompson, of course, the former Ireland all-rounder. Easy mistake for me to make. It was a sort of choice of going up to Oxford or down the A361 to Swindon.
Right.
Swindon played the better football, still do. Next ball from Revis.
Good ball.
Just in the right place. Simpson beaten there outside the off stump and through to the keeper. No run.
Sometimes you hear cricketers say, Dave, that they never feel quite in on a pitch, and that you feel the next ball might have your name. Like, is this that sort of a pitch? I don't know.
I don't know. Yorkshire. I mean the deliveries that are spinning, aren't there? And we've seen from Moriarty and especially from this end.
Yeah.
Jordan Thompson has bowled a couple of basically unplayable deliveries, and that was a cracker from Matthew Revis, who bowls again there to Simpson. Has him on the back foot, pushing into the offside, and the scoreboard's rather stuck at the moment on 120 for 4.
And Simpson will be mindful of that. I think that's why he's trying to be
Positive.
positive. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. As positive as he can, because if Sussex could get into positive territory, and if nothing else, it will take time out of the game. If
As positive as possible at the Peace-Home Park end.
very good.
Yes. Travis Vowles again, and Simpson gets a ball that he just has to hop at the last moment to play, and plays it down into the offside.
I mean, they are starting to play, so I think this weather is clearing from the west. They're now playing at New Road, Worcester. They're playing at Edgbaston. Still not playing at Southampton. They've been playing at Durham all day. We know they're off for the day at Merchant Taylors. They're playing at Derby, and they're playing in Bristol. So the weather is improving across the country.
Revis to Simpson. Bowles, and Simpson covers up, pushes that one into the onside. It's again a ball that kept a little bit low.
Cheers.
No run to be had. A gentleman, rather optimistic pair of shorts below the knee. I get stick from the younger people now because my shorts tend to be just below the knee, and apparently that's no longer the style, Adrian.
Oh, really?
No, you didn't know either, did you?
No,
So,
I have absolutely no idea. Guy, come on, what do you reckon he's got in there? Fish and chips? Oh, I think he has, Look at that.
a couple of pieces of fish by the look of it.
He has, yeah. If they're all for him, he's that's a decent size piece of fish got in that cardboard box. No run. 120 for 4. Sussex trailing by 17. These two coming together when the score's 84, so they've added 36 so far. And it's been tough going. The sun is just about out as Moriarty is in and bowls. Down the leg side, a bit more bounce. Also looking to work that one away, backward of square on the leg side. Bairstow takes it down the leg side. A bit of wicket keeping.
He's giving something a good shake now. Has he brought his own mayonnaise with him or something?
Who's that? This chap down below us? Oh, possibly. Yeah. He needs to get on and eat them or else they're going to get cold. Moriarty again. Bowls. Oh, that balloons on the leg side. Now, I think Moriarty's frustration there is because if he'd have had his short leg in front of square, that would have ballooned to short leg. And it didn't do so. He's I'm not sure whether he's annoyed with himself for not having the fielder there, or he's annoyed for his skipper that the skipper didn't put the short leg in front of square. But the feeling was, whether he got an edge on it, it's impossible for us to tell from here. But
I think he
did balloon in the air, though.
Yep.
Sun is out fully. Moriarty in bowls to Allsop again, taken down the leg side by Johnny Bairstow, who... Well, we got the impression yesterday from Bairstow that he was putting on a bit of a show for the England selectors, perhaps, with his... He's seen Jamie Smith come in and take the gloves for England and score well right throughout the summer. But I think it was a little reminder yesterday from Bairstow. He feels he's still got a bit to offer in the Test match arena. And they were two good takes down the leg side. Now, there is a change in the field. In fact, the short leg has gone now more to a leg slip. So there's no one at short leg, which is interesting. Moriarty. In again. Bowls. Quicker delivery and also works it onto the... They'll need to be quick here. Always a misfield by Tattersall, and that's very much a case of putting pressure on the fielder there. It was nudged onto the onside by Tom Allsop. It was to the left of Johnny Tattersall, who, being a right-handed thrower, that was always going to be a difficult ball to collect and throw in, but momentarily it did look as if there may be a little bit of a problem. However, they've gone through for the single as the sun is out, and now it's gone back in again. And some heavier cloud drifting across. Particularly at the houses at the far end of the ground, some rather threatening cloud. Moriarty again, but Simpson's got away with one there. He gets some lovely flight there, did Daniel Moriarty, and John Simpson looking to drive through extra cover, got a bottom edge or an inside edge, and they're all squirted away. Could so easily have gone onto the stumps. Just see a replay of that. He definitely gave that more air. Well, it could have gone anywhere. It ended up at short fine leg. End of the over. 121 for 4, so Sussex inching their way towards this total of 137, whereby at least Yorkshire would have to bat again. Simpson on 18, also on 31.
I don't know where Doidge has disappeared too, because much as
Well, as I say, he's
fun commentating with you, Adrian.
You're getting bored with me.
No, not at all.
In fact, that gentleman down there, I think he's got tomato ketchup on his chips.
That's possible. Has he bought his
He's
own?
he's incredibly organised. He's bought his own knife and fork, I think, because he's got.
He
You can
has,
see
hasn't he?
he's got a metal fork in his right hand. So he's incredibly organised. None of the wooden forks we had at the fish and chip shop in the
No.
middle of town last night.
In fact, the sun is now glinting off his fork.
It is.
Matthew Revis starts a new over, and that's
Oh, well
again
fielded.
edged in the direction of third slip. A good diving stop there by Finley Bean. And he's congratulated by his opening partner, Lythe, second slip.
Just
So yes, I don't know whether the director's listening on the Yorkshire stream, but he's in the. He's found him. No,
he's just allowed us in the commentary box, isn't he?
no, you haven't got that. He hasn't got his silver fork. He's in the family stand about 6 rows from the front. Next delivery, sitting on the edge of it. Next, played into the offside, a shy at the stumps. By Tattle, so Simpson was home. Simpson calling and running very quickly. But that really is organised, isn't it? To bring your own tomato sauce and
Yes.
and silver cutlery.
Yeah. But he looks incredibly content, doesn't he? He's, a bit of sunshine, not too hot to watch cricket. Good game of cricket, fish and chips, Saturday afternoon. Oh, there he is. There he is. Well done. There he is. The chap. He's got a nice red and white check shirt on.
But what you can't see on the camera as Revis comes in and bowls, and Simpson covers up and defends, is he's got a pair of those annoying little ankles, little sort of slip socks that you put inside trainers. Look, not proper socks, and not no socks. You either wear trainers with no socks or you wear them with proper socks in my book, and he's just got one of those little sort of rather fancy, the sort of thing you'd wear if you lived in North London. Revis bowls, and that's defended back down the pitch. Do you see how I picked out a neutral area there, just so as not to upset anyone in Yorkshire or on the south coast?
I was in sort of North London the other day. So I went to the theatre.
Oh, well.
I went to Sadler's Wells Theatre in Angel.
Oh yes, that was
you know,
Wells, yeah.
Bit of a hike on the Northern Line from Waterloo, but it was I'd never been to Angel before, that part of London. I saw Angel Islington.
Yeah, oh yes, it's a good spot. Revis bowls over pitched, and there Simpson trying to run that one away down to third man. Have you ever been to the Bush Theatre in Shepherd's Bush?
No.
Oh well, my lad's got his first play on there next
Really?
year. Yeah.
What's it called?
I hope I get it right. Miss Myrtle's Garden, I think it's called.
Oh.
It's going on next year as part of their season.
Right, excellent.
He's really pleased with himself.
Yeah, I'm sure. You say his first play, is he?
Yeah,
Right.
he's a playwright.
Right, wonderful.
Well, he will be next year. Next delivery from Revis is down the leg side. Simpson just getting inside it, doesn't he? Tried to flick it away. So, there'll be another trip to London for you, Adrian. Pop up.
Well, I do like my trips to London, so we went to see, it was a chorus line that was on at the Sadler's Wells Theatre. Then when we get back next week, it's my wife's birthday, so we're going to the Palladium to watch Hello Dolly. So I do like my musicals. So yeah, a couple of trips to London. Looking forward to that. 122 for 4, 32 to Tom Alsop, 18 to John Simpson. The lead for Yorkshire now is 15. There's a bit of discussion going on between some sort of senior pros. Johnny Bairstow has, I thought for a minute he'd toss the helmet away, but Dan Moriarty's going to carry on.
Very sensibly, they've now bought a second short leg.
I agree.
And he is forward short legs. So.
Yeah.
Oh, look who's just appeared.
There he comes.
You're
Here
commenting.
comes Mr. Scoop, as in comes Moriarty. Bowls to Alsop, who works that one back to the square on the leg side. They've taken one, and they'll think about coming back for the second. In fact, they do. Comes back for the second, which is comfortably taken. Two more to Alsop. He goes to 34, 124 for 4. Another theatre I hadn't been to before. I went to in the winter was the Old Vic.
Oh yes,
That's a lovely
I'll
theatre.
tell you what, I saw Peter O'Toole at the
Cool,
Old Vic playing
crumbs.
some
Wow.
very long time ago.
In comes Moriarty bowls. Allsop forward plays into the offside. Yeah, this was a play. Well, it was a bit of a music. It was called Just One Day, and it was a film all about Live Aid, and it was a play about Live Aid. And I was just sitting there minding my own business as in comes Moriarty bowls, and also tries that reverse sweep again, but this time can't beat the fielder, and there is no run. Minding my own business, and who came and sat in our row? I don't know. I think when we got there, they said, "Would you like some better seats?" You know, some people hadn't turned up, so we were in the cheap seats and got put in some better seats. And Andrew Lloyd Webber came and sat in our row, and he came was going, "That's Andrew Lloyd Webber." In comes Moriarty bowls, and Allsop turns that just part short leg, not far. They put a fielder in there specifically. That went pretty fast, to be fair.
Yeah, that was no chance.
I mean, it wasn't a chance, but the fielder's in the right place. Yorkshire just sensing there may be something around the corner here. Mr. Scoop is back from his latest exploits into the pavilion. I wonder what he's going to tell us next. He's been down there with his notepad and no doubt his tape recorder.
I think he's been having a nap, hasn't he?
Has he? Oh, right, okay. Our friend with the fish and chips has eaten the fish. He's just got a few chips left now and some tomato ketchup as in comes Moriarty bowls. And is that a drop? I think that is. Now that went very fast. They've got a man in there at short leg. We'll see this on the replay. Let's just watch this again. Comes in, bowls to Simpson. Oh, it would have been very sharp. I'm not... Well, difficult to see even on the replay, to be honest. Moriarty again, he's just getting into the batsman's head a little here. Simpson defends and the ball nearly dribbles onto his stumps. Johnny Bairstow's down on all fours and him and John Simpson just sharing a little bit of a joke. We're just going to see this again. Oh, it was a chance, but it would have been a brilliant catch. I mean, it was turned pretty much off the full face of the bat to the fielder at short leg, who is James Wharton, I think, who's in there. It would have been a very good catch. But you know, I guess you have to say, if you're being harsh, Doige, I guess that does go down as a sort of as a half chance, really. Have you sort of gone off me?
Why?
Well, you weren't talking to me.
I was just composing myself. It's a nervous moment when anybody comes to broadcast with you as an award-winning commentator, Harmsley, and you need to get everything right first to try and do yourself justice. As Revis comes into bowl from the Peasholm Park end, and Tom Allsop solidly behind it. I had a wander round. I was talking to Dad's captain, Richard Tattersall, or captain's dad as well. Dad's captain and captain's dad. Yes. For a little while down the bottom boundary with.
Did you ask him about the coffees that he was in a queue for this morning?
No, but he asked me a question and I said I'll try and find out. I said maybe if you were tuned into BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations and BBC Sussex right now, instead of having a chat with people on the boundary, you might be learning this information that you're asking me, and I can't actually remember what he asked me. Allsop turns one into the
little
lakeside
while.
and Wharton Fields. And then I bumped into Bill Mustoe in the far corner of the ground, and also one of our listeners, Andy Stevenson, who tells me he works at York Golf Club, does the greenkeeping, I think, by the groundsman or something like that. So nice to have a chat with him.
I reckon you know pretty much in your
I was charging back round because I knew I was a bit late getting back, and so Ken, who I'd pointed out earlier, if you recall, in a bright yellow coat, has now discarded the bright yellow coat and has got a there's a lot of people who know you, and I know a lot of people by sight and to talk to, but because I get so many names thrown at me, if I can't actually write them down, I'm struggling with some. Revis in, and Allsop turns that one into the leg side, and there's no run. And you don't want to be rude, obviously. To anybody,
of course.
Yeah, but
No.
it is difficult to remember everybody's name, and they might have had one conversation with you 3 years ago in a match at so-and-so. So
I have taken, actually, Doige, to sometimes just saying I'm terribly sorry, I can't remember. I happened with Tom Clark's dad last night, and he said, "Hello, Adrian." I said, "I'm terribly sorry." He gave me his name, and I've forgotten it already.
Revis. Ball short of length, and also solidly behind and blocking that to complete the over at 127 for 4.
So if Tom's dad is listening or the family are listening, I think next time I say I'm going to call him Mr. Clark. Perhaps that'll.
That's not wrong, is it?
No, it isn't wrong. We're going to have a little drinks break. Ali Carter has gone trotting. The is now kick gentleman down in front. Oh, he's gone. Do you know, I reckon he's thrown some of his chips away because he's a gentleman down below us. He's brought his own fork to eat his chips. None of us wouldn't have but he found chips. I call those into they are towards the sea as in comes Moriarty over the wicket. Bowls. Oh, balloons in the air. 2-leg slip, and there's a loud cheer around the ground taken by Finley Bean. And umpire Tom Lungley is completely unmoved, and there is no run. It ballooned away off of something. There's a short leg, a leg slip, and a slip. Is that the crumbs? That's Dave Townsend falling off, dropping his mobile phone. As in comes Moriarty. Oh, so that turned down the leg side. There's an appeal from Moriarty, which was never going to be upheld by the umpire. What was that noise, Georgie?
The Battle of the River Plate.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. Which I thought the River Plate was in Argentina, but there you go, it is. There's a football team there called River Plate. In comes Moriarty, bowls, and Simpson tucks that one away off the hip. Back to the square on the leg side, picks up another run, and the applause around the ground is for... I thought for a moment I missed the 50 partnership, but I haven't, so I don't quite know what the applause is for. Perhaps it's for Jonathan coming back in the commentary box.
Possibly so. I think in River Plate at this moment in time, they'll be celebrating the Battle of Peasholm Park.
Right. Okay. I see. I'm sure this is a wind-up. In comes Moriarty. Bowls. Flicked away by Allsop. Good shot. He's going to get runs here through wideish mid-wicket. The ball is heading out towards the marquee. But a couple more runs taken. 130 for 4.
I reckon you'd have...
Allsop goes to 39.
There's a young person... No, maybe not just as a young person. Any time in your life, you could have been prime April Fool's Day material.
Oh, no question, I think. Yeah, I think so. Are you saying that I'm gullible?
There's a charming naivety about you at times.
Moriarty involves to Allsop, who takes a single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary as a couple of Sussex lads go for a wander around the boundary. Simpson goes to... Sorry, I need to concentrate. I'm sorry. Simpson goes to 19. 130 for 4. Allsop on 40. I like that. A charming naivety. Thank you. I think that's a compliment. I'm not really sure. I can always tell when you two are on the one because you say something and you look at each other as if to say, "Oh, we've got him here." we've got the old country bumpkin here. Here comes Moriarty's coming round the wicket, and Simpson, well, he strikes that firmly over mid-wicket for 4 runs. Well, John Simpson is determined here, Jonathan, not to get tied down. We noticed that a few overs ago. He's keen to pick up the 1s and 2s, and I think they're good tactics here. He's trying to mix aggression with solid defence, and so far he's doing it very well, and that does bring up the 50 partnership between the two. Partnership of 51 between Allsop and Simpson. Allsop on 40, Simpson on 23. And they've steadied the Sussex ship as the gentleman below us finishes up his perhaps rather less healthy fish and chips with a nice looking apple.
Fish and chips followed by an apple.
Very healthy, isn't it?
Who knew? Maybe it's a bit like on the Royal Family where I'm forgetting the name of her now, but she was saying she was on a diet. She just had fish and chips, but she was all right because she had a Diet Coke.
Well, there you go, you see.
Here's Revis. Bowling to Allsop, who gets to deliver it stray down the leg side, and Bear starts to step across to take it. No run.
Just sort of thinking ahead here, George, I mean, if Yorkshire are planning 25 overs until a new ball would be available, but, you know, that's another 25 overs, score at 3 and over. Could have a lead of 100 by then if these two keep going. I mean, general consent, I mean, it's a long, long way out, this, isn't it? But you'd feel Sussex are going to need to get another couple of 100 runs from here.
Yeah, I think anything north of 150 lead. Oh, good shot. Down the ground, and Ben Code can't get across for it. 4 runs through long on. Nice on drive by Allsop. Revis a bit too straight and just over pitching. But he waited and watched it well. So, yeah, I think anything north of 150, I'm not saying that's a winning lead, but it would enable you to have a few runs to play with, to at least put a bit of pressure on. If you did take 2 or 3 early wickets, that's going to put a bit of pressure back on Yorkshire. 180 plus, a little bit more insurance. But, yeah, anything over 200, if you could get to anything over 200 in front, then you'd fancy you got half a chance if you bowled well.
Well, they're in positive territory now. Those runs have gone down to Simpson, I think, but it was definitely Tom Alsop who hit that boundary.
It was.
So I think the scoreboard may be slightly wrong, because I think Alsop had 40 before that delivery, unless I'm very much mistaken.
Revis in and bowling to Alsop, who opens the face, and there's a man set back now, Will Luxon at point, so they're going to milk the single out there. Just when I was talking to Bill Mustoe, just to think about this from Scarborough Cricket Club's point of view and the cost involved in putting on a day's cricket, clearly they want 4 full days if they can, but if they can't get 4 full days, if this is going to finish in the first hour tomorrow, when you've got to pay your staff to come in but you can't really charge the public, that's costing money. So it's either we'd rather it finish today and not have those costs tomorrow, or sometime late on tomorrow when it's worth the while of drawing in some spectators for an interesting final day's cricket type of thing. So we see a dot there bowled by Revis to Simpson.
Does the festival need to be self-financing by Scarborough? I mean, whether there's a sponsor or someone. Because that's one of the issues. Sussex used to play a championship match every year at Horsham, but then Horsham couldn't find a sponsor, and it makes it untenable really to take the game to outgrounds, which is one of the issues. I mean, no one's in the business. They played a couple of one-days at Eastbourne, which were pretty successful before COVID, but it's it's got to be financially viable.
Here comes Revis in past umpire Middlebrook, over the wicket now, slanted across the left-handed Simpson, who leaves. Jonathan, good afternoon to you. Enjoying the cricket and commentary from Scarborough as always, he says. I think one of the features of the ground, it's quite a drop from the main entrance, creating a kind of imposing cauldron effect. Can you think of any others like it, or is it more or less a unique feature? Well, the Lord's is famous for its slope, isn't it? Something like 9 feet from...
Yeah.
Revis in, it's wide of off stump and left by Simpson. Oh, I see what you mean. So DT suggesting that it's you walk in at a certain level and then there's the drop down to the ground. So are we calling it not a natural amphitheatre, is it? Because it's manufactured slightly by a row of houses at the far end, but that sort of feel.
Yeah.
They talk about the natural amphitheatre at Cheltenham Racecourse, for example, with the backdrop of Cleve Hill.
So which is an amphitheatre is there's a cricket ground on the Isle of Wight at Ventnor, and that's sort of in a bowl. Where's that, Dave? Right. Okay. Interesting. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Moriarty is going to carry on from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Sussex in positive territory, effectively 3 for 4 as in comes Moriarty bowls, and Alsop defends down the onside of the track. Adam Lythe is warming up vigorously at first slip.
Yeah, he might have a go. There's an off spin.
About 56 overs gone with this ball, and it's more of a warm up, and it looks like he may well be going to have a few overs.
2 left-handers batting, of course.
Yeah, Moriarty in bowls to Tom Alsop, who plays on the bounce to short leg. There is no run. Paul Farbrace was saying with Tom Alsop, he was how pleased Tom was to have got picked up by a side in the 100, and was saying also, because Tom signed a new contract with Sussex, that he really feels he's in England Lions contention this winter, and it's difficult to disagree with that. Moriarty again bowls, Alsop steadfastly forward, plays to backward point, and there is no run. Wanders away towards square leg. It's really tense cricket, this, because you feel this is. You still Hudson, Prentice and Carson to come in that lower middle order, but you really feel that these two are the two that Yorkshire will be desperate to dislodge. Moriarty again gives that plenty of air, and forward is Alsop, plays to backward point. Again, there is no run. We were talking about Dan Moriarty last night and saying how he's perhaps not the biggest spinner of the ball, but he's unerringly accurate, and he's always sort of at the batter, as he's already back to his mark. Not any problems, I don't think, today with Yorkshire with over 8s. Moriarty in, bowls, quicker delivery, and Allsop seizes on it, plays it, make very good bit of fielding by Johnny Tattersall. Prevents a run, keeping things nice and tight. Allsop remains on 45. One at 40 for 4. Moriarty again over the wicket. Bowls, and Allsop turns this away down to... Well, I thought it had gone to deep back because I didn't actually see where that had gone. I presume it had gone away for a single, but it didn't, so my apologies. End of the over, Allsop 45, Simpson 23.
Glad you mentioned the over rate, because that is what Richard Tattersall was asking me. He thought that we'd been something like -5 Yorkshire.
Really?
At one stage, and got it back to -3. I think that's what he suggested.
Right,
but anyway, I've asked the question to see if anybody can throw any light on that for us. Adam Lyth is coming on. A month or so he is short of his 37th birthday. Adam Lyth, off spin of course, he's taken 46 first-class wickets in a 231 match career. Having said that, he's only bowled in 119 innings during those 231 matches. A best of 4 for 56. And yeah, he's not been seen in bowling action much recently. He did bowl in one of the 100 matches, none for 7, for the Trent Rockets, who was playing for this time around, and he's bowling here. Right arm round the wicket, first up. And he just has a knack, Adam Lyth, of picking up just that odd vital wicket, so don't discount him, as his first one was a very clear loosener, and Simpson milked that for a single out into the deep on the offside. Will Luxton doing the fielding. But he can turn the ball, and it takes that one delivery to break the partnership.
Well, Sussex are certainly -3, that is confirmed. So they will need to bowl their overs rather more quick. Well, they will get a chance to bowl now, of course.
Lyth in.
That
Wide
turned
of off stump.
a little
Yep,
bit.
there you go. And also
So-
covering it. Leaves.
If it does rain tomorrow and Sussex don't bowl, they would be -3.
Yep. And John Potter has replied, wait until tea. So that's half an hour away to when they will recalculate what the latest is on the over 8 front at that point, because we just saw Allsop punch one to Captain Johnny Tattersall. Lyth then got a fair few steps in his run up for an off spinner, and that is wide of off stump once again, through to the gloves of Bairstow. George Hill is at slip, and James Wharton is at leg slip. Lyth in again, wide on the crease, and he feels a need to play at this one Allsop, and he's guided it down past George Hill. There's a fairly lengthy chase on for Dan Moriarty, who has kept the ball in from the Trafalgar Square boundary rope, and they have got through for 3 runs.
Yeah, low risk shot, wasn't it, from Tom Allsop? Well, without Allsop in this match, we might have been going home after 3 days, because was he 86 not out in the first innings, 48 here. He really has been the standout batter for Sussex.
Lyth in again, wide of off stump, bit of turn. Nice cut shot played by Simpson. Luxton will sweep, and they get 1 run to complete that over, which I think should take Simpson to 25. It does, 145 for 4. We talked the Marks brothers an hour or so ago. Bent Nielsen and Jim Green. So there were 5 Marks brothers: Chico, Harpo, Groucho, Gummo and Zeppo.
Right.
They never spoke of anyone called Carl, says Ben.
Very good. I'll have to give out the address actually for any folks listening in Sussex, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you want to get in touch. As the skies brighten again here in Scarborough, and Sussex battling away here. They lead by 7 runs, effectively 7 for 4 at the moment, and Dan Moriarty's going to carry on from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground with a slip, leg slip and a short leg. He's in and bowls, and Simpson meets that and plays along the ground into the covers. There is no run. What are you talking about, the Marks brothers?
Groucho chasing a waitress, yeah.
All right, okay.
As described by John Arlott in a commentary.
In comes Moriarty. There was a try of catch it, but it was well short of leg slip there with Finley Bean. I thought perhaps you were talking about famous brothers. Who'll be the most famous brothers you could think of, Georgie? In sport?
Oh, in sport?
Moriarty. And again, balls driven by Simpson. A well-judged single, plays that to mid-off. Goes through for his 26th run, 146 for 4. Looks at the bottom of his back, John Simpson, as if he didn't quite time that. Slip, leg slip, short leg. Those 3 men encircling Tom Alsop as he waits for Dan Moriarty, who's bowling over the wicket, the left-handed spinner. He's in and bowls, a little short, and Alsop plays that on the bounce to leg slip, fielded by Bean, who's a good fielder close to the wicket, because that went pretty quickly.
From a British point of view, I suppose something like the Charlton brothers would be up there.
That's what I would have said, yeah. In comes Moriarty again, bowls, forward comes Alsop again, plays those into the offside. He looks completely unruffled here, Tom Alsop. See how many balls he's faced, because we were saying earlier on, he faced 187 balls in the first innings. He has faced 116 in this innings. Moriarty and again bowls, and also flicks that to mid-wicket. There is no run. The end of another Moriarty over. Very controlled from Dan Moriarty. But Alsop and Simpson up to the task. 146 for 4. Alsop too short of what will be his second half century of the match. John Simpson is on 26. The Sussex lead is therefore 9 for 4 effectively. Wonder whether the lads on the live stream should just show us over remaining in the game. That would be, or in the game today, that would be quite useful. So it looks like they're looking at their crossword book again. They've got a whole book of any good at crosswords, Georgie?
And not that I don't really do them.
Is that because you're no good at them?
I don't know. No, just life is non-stop, mate. I tell you, having the time to sit and do a crossword, goodness me. Here's Adam Lyth, Peasholm Park end. One floated up, is punched away square on the offside, and Moriarty makes a little bit of a three-course meal of fielding it somehow, but
here we go for the scoreboard.
Does the job.
I thought they were going to throw the scoreboard for a minute. Yes, I will. Thank you very much, fellas. 44 overs left in the day. Whoa.
Lyth again, and this one dropped into the offside by Simpson, who was keen to have a look at a run, but his partner Alsop was not. What else have we got? Andy Lockwood is going on about championship strength from 2014 and has signified what the squad was. Lyth in, Simpson pushes into the offside, no run. Gale, Bairstow, Balance, Finch, Leaning, Lees, Lyth, Root, Tattersall, Williamson, Bresnan, Pyra, Rode, Rafiq, Brooks, Pato, Plunkett, Rashid, Sidebottom. Will we ever see this kind of strength again? Born optimist in me says yes. As Simpson pushes into the offside, they take a quick single to Tattersall and have just got home. That was 1-2 John Simpson. It is at Sporting Lives 1, all right, Adrian Harms, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Simon McIntyre, still stuck in Kent, has emailed in. Lyth in again, turned off the legs of Alsop for a single, takes him on to the brink of a half-century code, stopping that one at 1. He says, my first option for passing the summer afternoons is to listen to the magnificent stream of Yorkshire cricket. With the wonders of modern technology, I can also record other sports which I can catch up on later, particularly football. Lyth in, that's pushed into the offside, no run. This can be somewhat spoiled if scores, results, etc. are shared by yourselves. Please don't do it, otherwise please keep up the magnificent work.
Yeah, yes. Sorry about that. End of Adam Lythe's over. 48 for 4, 49 to Tom Alsop, 27 to John Simpson. I was reading about the weather around yesterday with the, not far from here, is it Leeds, and the music festival. There was a video of someone's tent getting blown away and stages shut and acts cancelled because of the weather yesterday. Hopefully they'll be back in action today. And Moriarty's going to be back in action as well. 27 Simpson, 45 to Tom Alsop, who waits as Moriarty comes over the wicket. Bowls to Alsop, he's right behind that. Yorkshire will be fed up at the side to Tom Alsop. Because he and certainly John Simpson in this innings are providing some really good resistance from what looked almost a hopeless position when James Coles was out. Moriarty in again, bowls, Alsop stretches forward, plays into the offside. And again there is no run. If you just joined us, a very good afternoon. Welcome to the Yorkshire Cricket Club live stream. Welcome to BBC live commentary across Yorkshire, Sussex and anywhere else. Well, you could pick us up. Around the world, no doubt. In comes Moriarty again. Bowls down the leg side, taken well by Bairstow. And there is no run. Also not tempted to flick at that delivery. And I don't think he'll be a jot worried about the fact he's on 49. He'll know there's a lot of work to do yet for Sussex if they're going to get out of this hole they've got themselves into. Moriarty in bowls. Alsop is forward, plays to mid-on. And there is no run. Lots of hands on heads. I think that the answer is for Alsop. He's getting forward though, Doige. He did allow himself a little earlier on to get rather trapped on the crease. He did survive that big LBW shout as well against George Hill earlier on, which on another day might have gone the other way. Moriarty in bowls, Alsop defends again down the onside of the track. And again there is no run. I think it was David and I on commentary at the time, but it was one of those that you wouldn't, you know, sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. I'm a firm believer over the course of a season that it all evens out and the best teams go up and the worst teams go down. In comes Moriarty, bowls, and also works that into the offside, and he's going to pick up a single, and that's a half century for Tom Alsop, and it's gets a generous round of applause from the supporters here at Scarborough, and he's had a really good game, Tom Alsop. 86 not out in the first innings, really held the Sussex innings together. And he's done so here again then, you know, excellent effort of concentration from the Sussex number 4. And I'm not saying he and he alone, but he's certainly keeping Sussex in with the shout you'd feel of maybe saving this game. We shall see. I'll give you the stats of his innings in a couple of moments' time.
The Gray brothers, the Brownlee brothers and the War brothers.
Very good. That's excellent.
David Wilford.
Yeah, very good.
And Adam Lyth, first ball of the over, is cut by Alsop. Well fielded by Dan Moriarty at point.
Alsop, it's 50 off 125 balls. So he's now faced over 300 balls in the match. Well over 300 balls, actually. And then again, Alsop goes back foot. He's got a cut shot played again here. Open to face, runs it down to third man. Moriarty feels the bobbling ball on its way down towards the Trafalgar Square boundary, and they pick up 3. I'm going to dip out for literally a minute at the end of this over and do a quick update to send back to the folks at BBC Radio Leeds for their half-time, filling a gap at half-time for the football. I've got to do
you
that
know
as
what
well.
it's like in this job.
I know, I've got to do it as well. I think, I'm not sure what our afternoon commentary game is, actually. They've had the morning, or the lunchtime commentary, which was Brighton, but you mustn't mention the score, Doige, to any of the games.
Lyth in, and that is flicked away off his legs by John Simpson for a single. I'm afraid I do mention the scores from time to time. You know, what about the other cricket scores? There might be people who don't want to watch the other stream when this one finishes and for the day and don't want to know what the score is. Here is Lyth, that is turned into the leg side and fielded there by Finley Bean.
I was just going to
There's
try,
no run.
and do a quick. I mean, in terms of the weather tomorrow, it does seem as if there is going to be a bit of rain around Doidge, and Sussex will just feel that they can just eke this out.
Lythe in again, and that one covering his stumps is once again left by Allsop. Gotta get the right score in front of me before we do the update. That's always handy. Laptop not playing ball again, unfortunately, as the final ball of the over is once again defended into the offside. We'll be back with you in a mo.
Thank you, Doidge. So the BBC weather forecast for tomorrow, which how accurate it is, we'll have to see, but it's suggesting that from 4 o'clock tomorrow there's rain around. The forecast I saw this morning was suggesting there was going to be more than, it was going to be a little earlier than that. At the moment, bright sunshine, and the applause around the ground is for the statistics around Tom Allsop's half-century, which I apologise, I didn't hear all of them. I heard 125 balls, but not sure how many boundaries, which I shall check in a moment. 153 for 4. Dan Moriarty coming in from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground with a slip, short leg and a leg slip. Bowls to Simpson, who's forward. The Sussex skipper plays it down the onside of the track, and there is no run. We're in the 63rd over of the innings, so maybe this could be another point when the new ball will become available, but not for another 17 and a bit overs. Moriarty in bowls, and Simpson works that a little uncomfortably to backward point, fielded there by George Hill. And again, there is no run. Simpson adjusts his pads and wanders away to square leg, comes back, little twiddle of the bat, and now settles as Moriarty again is already back at his mark. Comes in past umpire Lungley. Bowls, gives that plenty of air, does Dan Moriarty. Simpson plays it into the offside, and there's a cry of no, and Moriarty looks almost incredulous that John Simpson would have thought of taking the single as he played that out into the offside. Adam Lythe claps his hands at slip. Moriarty again. 4 or 5 paces over the wicket, left arm bowl. Simpson back on his stumps and works out to backward point. Good bit of fielding there by George Hill. They were thinking about a single, but it was never there. It was to Hill's right. And again, there is no run. I will go at the end of this over because I think I'll have an update to do into the half times on BBC Sussex and Surrey. Moriarty. Bowls. Oh, Simpson defence. That kept it low, and the ball must sort of bounce up over the stumps, and it means John Simpson comes down and does a little bit of gardening, bit of prodding and poking of the pitch. They'd have played each other a few times, I'm sure, Johnny Bairstow and John Simpson down the years. And comes Moriarty, bowls. Forward comes Simpson, plays into the offside. A gentleman, a very smart pair of pinkish trousers, walks across in front of us. It is the end of the over. 153 for 4, Allsop 53. Simpson is on 28. The Sussex lead is 16. And I'm going to leave you with Doidge and with Dave.
Thanks, Harmsy. Going to be Lythe to continue at this Pease Home Park end of the ground. Still George Hill at slip and James Wharton at leg slip. James Middle just been a couple of jets at it, walking behind both but also anyway. There's Lythe again. Now he's pushed into the offside by Allsop, and there's no run. Welcome back, DT.
Thank you, Doidge, thank you. Lead of 16.
Lead of 16. Lythe in again. Ooh.
Nearly got it through.
Not only was the excitable Adam Lythe excited, even more than he out there, DT, so it must have been.
He just pitched that one in the right spot, didn't he? He got the got all sort of playing for a bit.
Yeah, more known. Also fourth by That's going to ball cracked away. But also having his right grab out.
Yeah, poor ball, wasn't it? Sat up and just said, hit me. Hit it, he did. But you just get a feeling when he's might slip one through.
Then again, that one is not the one that slips through because he's blocked it into the offside once again to complete another rapid fire lithe over. With the concession of that 4, so 157 for 4, 57 of them now to Allsop, and 28 to skipper John Simpson. Still Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson, J-Dev Unadkat and Sean Hunt to come second time around for the visitors.
Good tactic this at the moment to have, well, obviously have Dan Moriarty in because he's a wicket-taking threat. Adam Lythe would tell you he's a wicket-taking threat as well, and he does take the odd very useful wicket for Yorkshire, but his value to the team at the moment is whipping through these overs quickly, not only to improve the over rate, but also, of course, to hurry the new ball as Moriarty starts a new over. He's bowled well, hasn't he? There's a couple of half chances off him. Very difficult one to short leg that was put down, but he's plugged away. He's using the gentle slope to enhance his natural spin into the left-hander. Bowls again there, and just a little bit of turn, bowling a decent pace. Always a important for bowling or the specific pitch. Some you have to give it a little bit more air, some you have to push it through. He's certainly bowling at a good lick on this one. Rolls there and gives that one a little bit more air and a little bit more of a tweak, push back to it. So what are we, about 10 minutes away from tea, something like that? 9 minutes away from tea. So if Yorkshire could get another 4 overs in, I think they'd be very happy with that. Moriarty bowls, and that's nudged down backward of point. Lots of sport on today. Premiership matches. Don't mention the score. I mentioned it once. I think I got away with it, don't you? We've been doing lots of 1970s sitcoms this week, haven't we? Next delivery, again slightly quicker, and again just played defensively by Simpson. There's a fair bit of chat going on there. You often get this when partnerships have been going for a while.
I didn't get where I am today without mentioning scores. Well, actually, I didn't. One of the first jobs you get in radio, usually, in doing sport.
Yeah. Moriarty bowls again. He's a great comic character, wasn't he? I was just thinking of that was CJ, but I was just thinking of Reggie Perry this morning. That's the end of the over with the train on the track or whatever it was, and 157 for 4. They're leading by 20 runs. Was it train on the track? Tiger on the lines at Chessington 22 minutes late. He's always either 11 minutes or 22 minutes late, Reggie Perry.
Yeah.
Isn't he?
And there'd be a hippo shot, wasn't there? Was it when his mother-in-law was mentioned, something like that? Nice little wave from Steve Thompson and Julie, Jordan's parents, on the way round to wherever they're situated. Lithe in for the first ball of the over, and also pushes out square on the offside, and there is no run. Sharp by name, sharp by nature, sharp of wit, that is. Kevin has messaged in saying, enjoying the commentary, gents. Adrian and yourself were discussing famous brothers in sport. You mentioned Charlton and Brownlee. What about the Deutsch brothers?
Well, that was the first.
He's winding me up again.
That was the first thought that came to my mind. I was going to suggest the Deutsch brothers.
Are there some famous Deutsch brothers in sport? So there's a yelp of excitement, half appeal there to a delivery by Lithe to Allsop.
I thought they were appealing for the stumping, but Lithe was appealing to the umpire at his end. So must have thought they must have just got a little splinter on that, but he didn't.
Here he comes again. A little shorter of length because that's played off the back foot by Alsop, who cracked it away backward of point, but Moriarty was pretty quickly down to field it. No run, no sun just at the moment. It's still plenty bright enough right now. There is a bit of blue poking through. As Alsop smothers another live delivery that is a no ball. Oh dear me, Adam Lythe.
Shocking.
Giving runs away. 159 for 4. In again. Oh, good delivery this time. There was that bit of pad, bit of bat. Trickled along the deck past the stumps to Johnny Bairstow.
Not a good shot on the pad a long way from the bat there.
Turns again. And another yelp to a perfectly orthodox forward defensive push.
Well, I think he's yelping because if the bat wasn't there, it would be LBW. But of course, the bat was there.
Here he is again. This one on leg stump, flicked away along the deck to Finley Bean at mid-wicket. And will go down in the cricket history annals as a dot. 159 for 4, 57 of them to Tom Alsop, 28 of them to John Simpson. They came together at 84 for 4. Go on, work it out, DT.
What, you want the
75 partnership, I reckon.
Yes, yes, I agree with that. Were you good at mental arithmetic?
I used to be, yeah. Quick.
I'm not too bad at it myself still.
In fact, I never thought there'd ever be a day when I even had to think about it, to be honest with you.
Moriarty bowls, and that's clipped up to mid-on, and more oohs and ahs, and absolutely no reason whatsoever. It's just a nicely struck shot by John Simpson up to mid-on.
I think I've told that story before.
He's
That
now making them wait.
in a school maths exam,
Moriarty bowls, and Simpson knows that he just needs to get into tea, another 4 or 5 minutes, and it will have been Sussex's session. In fact, 3 minutes to go. So should get one more over it, but sure they'll. Moriarty bowls and Simpson again defends. And then what was the school?
school maths was something like sort of second year of high school, something like that. So exams were not, hugely lengthy or taxing, but it was a 50-question exam, and I got 49 of them right. So 98% came back on my paper. And my school teacher, a lovely bloke, to be fair.
Moriarty bowls, and that one does turn back in sharply, and Simpson plays it.
I don't say this to criticise him, although it was a strange attitude to take with me, because he said, not to just me, but to everybody in the room, who was satisfied with their results. And of course, few people had got 100%, they got all 50 right, and I put my hand up, and he said, "What was your mark again, Deutsch?"
Moriarty bowls, no run.
98%, sir. Deutsch, you should never be satisfied with anything less than 100%.
Well, you see, I don't necessarily. That's not necessarily my philosophy on things.
We know
Moriarty
from your commentaries.
bowls and pushed into the onside. What I always used to say to my kids was, aim for 100%. Try really hard for 100%, and if you fall just short, like Deutsch used to with his 98%, you've still done very well.
Well done, you.
And I think that's the way of approaching it. And if you got 98%, you should feel proud of yourself, Deutsch. What was the one you got wrong? I bet you can still remember.
No, I can't remember that. I just remember it being, that when you feel all the room's looking at you, and because there was a pause when he's, Deutsch, you should never be satisfied with less than 100%. And I was going bright red.
He was obviously a sort of frustrated thespian of some sort, wasn't he? Just like the drama of the moment.
Maybe. I understand he's still going over in the Harrogate area, and he was a good bloke, really. But that was just one moment as Lythe is in, and that was cut by Tom Alsop. Out there on the boundary edge is Will Luxton. They pick up a single. He struck it pretty well. It was certainly travelling all the way along the deck.
Final year of primary school, I did something very similar and just got one wrong in a maths test. I can still remember what the question was now.
Go on.
24 times 0. And do you know what my answer was?
0.
Oh, well, that was the correct answer.
What was your answer?
24. And I argued it out with the teacher, actually.
Lythe in. Oh, edged. Oh! Not sure if he palmed it over the bar or not, George Hill, or if he didn't quite get a hand on it at all. Difficult from this angle to tell. It looped up, and given that the pace on the ball, or any pace on the ball.
What's gone here? Because why is it? It's come off.
Oh, it came off Johnny Bairstow's gloves,
yeah.
And over the top. He couldn't get his hand to it, George. So that's what took the pace off it. It was the Bairstow glove. So, half chance. Lythe in, Alsop solidly behind, pushing back to Adam. No run.
I'd keep these two on for the 12 overs after tea, you know, to when the new ball becomes available. It's caused a few problems, and they've kept it tight, haven't they? Tightish.
Yeah. 68 overs to get to 161, but the thing is, they're still just the 4 down at this moment in time as Alsop again pushes back, and it's debatable whether or not Sussex would want tea at this stage, because they're kind of both in there, fully in the zone, concentrating, and that break may not serve them well. Who knows? Lythe in again. Alsop pushes out square on the offside. Wharton fields and tries to throw down the stumps, and a good piece of backing up from Moriarty, because that hit probably the block hole, something like that, and shot up in the air, and he's managed to save his embarrassment and some runs. One they got. Closing in on the tea break. I think this will be the last ball of the session. On day 3. Lythe round the wicket. Simpson blocks. Oh, no ball again. Dear, dear, dear. In he comes once more. And that is straight and pushed out into the offside, and that will be the final ball of the afternoon session on day 3 at 2 minutes past 4. They shall retire for 20 minutes with 68 overs complete, and Sussex then, he said, searching for the score online on 164 for 4. Second time around, that is still a precarious lead of just the 27, but they do still have 6 second innings wickets remaining, and red ball 4-day cricket continuing to throw up interesting spectacles.
Yeah, been a good game so far, hasn't it? It's absorbing, and good effort there this afternoon from Alsop and Simpson. A chance at the end there. Yorkshire would have just sort of clawed back a draw, if you like, in that session, had Simpson been either caught behind or caught off the rebound of Bairstow's gloves off Lythe. Wasn't to be. And as it is, they'll be delighted with that session, the visitors. Umpires are coming off. Well-deserved cup of tea, I think. Well, you ought to have a well-deserved cup of tea as well, Georgie.
Yep, we'll do that. Back after the break.
Well, a very warm welcome back to North Marine Drive in Scarborough, where we are
North
going.
Marine Drive?
Yeah, that's what Doidge called it.
North Marine Road.
Oh, right. I'm sure he called it Drive. Okay. North Marine Drive. Let's start again.
Avenue.
Let's start again. Well, we'll start again. Welcome back to Scarborough, where we're about to start the final session of the day, where there are... I looked at the scoreboard and I've forgotten already, so the lads on the stream maybe had helped me. I think it's 34 overs remaining in the day, and Sussex are just battling away to keep themselves in this game. The Yorkshire guys going into a huddle. There are 13 overs remaining until a new ball would be available, and that could be a very important part of the match. But in the meantime, Tom Alsop and John Simpson making their way out to the middle. These two coming together when Sussex were in a good deal of strife. They're still in strife, but a good deal worse. 84 for 4, now 164 for 4. So these two have added 82 now for this fifth wicket, and they're walking out in bright sunshine. I was just going to say, I'm Adrian Harms, Dave Townsend next to me. How do you see this panning out on the assumption that we get through these next 34 or 35 overs and the weather's okay, Dave?
It depends what Yorkshire do at this stage. There's that Matthew Revis walking towards the umpire and taking his cap off, so he's going to start bowling from the Trafalgar Square end. After tea. That's not a... I can see the logic in that. I would have possibly kept on Lythe and Moriarty, who were keeping things tight, causing problems. There was a chance just before tea when Simpson cut at Adam Lythe, the off spinner, and got an edge to Bairstow's gloves, and it ballooned over first slip. So either one of those, or well, ballooned over slip. There was only one slip, but it's they're going to go back to pace. 68 overs have been bowled. That's the other thing. They could have quickly whipped through those 12 overs. And
well, that's the point, isn't it? They whip through these 12 overs. New ball. That could be an important part.
So it's Revis around the wicket, bowls, and Alsop plays that one to mid-wicket, and there's no run there. So they need to keep it tight. They don't want Sussex getting too far ahead. The lead at the moment is, what, 27, which is really nothing at all. But once that lead goes past 100 and stretches to 150 maybe, then you just get that little bit of question mark. Ooh. You know, Jack Carson, fourth day wicket, could be difficult. Next delivery from Revis is turned nicely away down to final 8 to get the scoreboard ticking after the tea interval. 165 for 4. So you wandering down during the tea interval, Adrian? You're getting a bit of grass under your feet there.
It's like I kept bumping into people I knew. I was a bit like Doidge. I bumped into a couple who were up here from Sussex who I hadn't seen for a while, who stopped and spoke. Then I saw the Sussex coach driver trying to get his steps in, and saw Grant Flower down the bottom here. Quick chat to Grant. So yeah, I didn't get as many laps in as I wanted.
Revis stays around the wicket to Simpson. That one bounces a little bit. And Simpson just rode with it and pushed it up to mid-on. So Revis will be a fast medium. He's bowling round the wicket from the Trafalgar Square end. 2 slips, a gully. That's Finley Bean, who's moved out from his normal third slip position. Backward point. There, Will Luxton. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg as Revis bowls, and Simpson, again, lots of time to play that. Pushes it again up to mid-on, and there is no run.
So do you suspect Ben Code and Jordan Thompson being held back for the next dozen overs?
I would be very surprised if they're not. Wouldn't surprise me if Moriarty didn't have a little twirl from this end.
Yes,
He's bowled from the Trafalgar Avenue end all afternoon. Revis bowls an attempted bounce at no one. Sorry, Adrian, Trafalgar Square end. I got it wrong.
Oh, here comes
Gentleman with.
Yeah, he's
Is
the
that the
that's
gentleman with
fish, that's fish and chip man.
But he's got his top off, has he?
I'm sure he doesn't like to be called fish and chip man, but he's very organised. He's got a nice blue rucksack down there, which looks like it's got, I don't know what's in there, but he's come thoroughly prepared.
Some tomato sauces in there.
And a fork.
Cutlery. What else he's got in there?
His tea, perhaps.
Revis bowls and Simpson again. Just there's plenty of time to cover up, push it up to mid-off. So a quiet start to the third session today. It can't be too cold out because Fish and Chip Man has got his top off.
Yes. Could the lads on the stream maybe just confirm the amount of overs that are left today? We've had 69 so far, so at least we can work out how many left in the day. I think it's 33. But at the moment we're watching someone who's trying to solve a crossword puzzle. And we're probably no help whatsoever.
Was it not 103 overs originally, cut to 93 overs?
I think so. Here we go. 34 left in the day, thank you. So 34 plus 69, 100, yeah.
93. No, 103.
103,
sorry.
yeah. So once we get to 100,
with the 10 overs last night.
yeah, if Sussex are still batting, then once we get to 103 overs, that's it for the day. That's right. Anyway, it's going to be, and you were quite right. Moriarty is going to come on from this end of the ground, where Jack Carson bowled from bowls to Alsop, who turns it onto the leg side. There is no run. The Peasholm Park end.
Hey, well done.
Yeah, I had to look it up though. The close fielders, there's a slip and a leg slip and a short leg. Give me the rest of the field in a moment. Moriarty in bowls. Also thought about driving, and I think checked his shot, played it to mid-wicket. There is no run. There's a point, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. As Moriarty pauses and then comes in after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tiny paces. Bowls to Alsop, who punches through the offside. Picks up one. He's going to think about two here, but it really wasn't there. And Jordan Thompson was able to get back fairly comfortably and field the ball before Alsop could come back for a second. 61 to Tom Alsop. 166 for 4. It brings the skipper John Simpson on strike. These two coming together when the score was 84. When James Coles was bowled, I thought he was bowled through the gate by Thompson.
Knocked out leg stump, so I think it obviously took an inside edge.
Well, funny enough, I was asked that, and I said I thought he was bowled through the gate. In comes Moriarty, bowls, and Simpson cracks that one away through the covers. It's a good shot for just a single.
Well,
167 for 4.
In a sense, he was bowled through the gate, but in going through the gate, it hit one of the gate posts and deflected into leg stump.
Moriarty again. Wicket bowls, drives down the ground as Alsop. Moriarty's very quickly across and fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. So the Sussex lead is now 30. Effectively 30 for 4. Moriarty again. Over the wicket bowls. Alsop uses his feet and clips to mid-wicket. There is no run. It's the end of the second over after tea. 70 overs gone with this ball. 167 for 4. Alsop on 61. Simpson on 30. Interesting goings on in the Test match in Manchester, where England are 82 for 3, needing another 123 to win. Joe Root and Harry Brook, the men in. Root on 13, Brook on 6. The men out Duckett for 11, Lawrence for 34, Ollie Pope for 6, which I think is what he scored in the first inning.
Struggling a bit, isn't he, Ollie Pope?
Elsewhere in this division, no play at all today at Merchant Taylor's School because of rain, Middlesex and Northants. They are playing at Derby, where Glamorgan are 167 for 3, still trailing Derbyshire by 94.
Revis comes down the hill, bowls and defended stoutly there by Simpson.
It very much looks like it's heading for a draw down at Bristol, where Ben Charlesworth is 199 not out, good player. James Bracey 127. Those two coming together when Gloucestershire were 157 for 3. They're now 415 for 3. So it looks like it'd be very surprising to get any sort of a result there.
Who are they playing?
Gloucestershire against Leicestershire. Leicestershire sort of on the fringes of the promotion race, but needing to probably win at least 3 of their remaining 5 games.
Revis Bowles and Simpson. Again with that they shall not pass defensive shot.
It's quite flat at Bristol, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's
Can
where
be.
Yeah, and that's where Sussex go in their penultimate game of the season. Yes, penultimate game of the season. I did to another gentleman actually at tea time. His name was Steve, who lives in this neck of the woods, but he's from Wales. Was saying how much he enjoys the commentary and enjoys Nick Webb's commentary down at Glamorgan. He was at Derby yesterday. He's come here today, so a little tour of the country watching county cricket.
Lovely. Revis Bowles and Simpson covers up, pushes up to mid-on, and there is a run.
I just look at that county championship table. I was saying that Leicestershire aren't out of it. Yeah, I mean Leicestershire are only 8 points behind Yorkshire.
Yeah,
But you feel they'd need probably 3 wins to get yourself maybe even more than that.
yeah.
I suspect Middlesex and Northamptonshire might well try and contrive some sort of a finish tomorrow.
Next delivery is through outside the off stump.
I mean, Northamptonshire are second bottom with 97 points. But a win, gets you around about 20 points, doesn't it? Depending on bonus points, gets you up to 117. It puts you in with a shout. So I think it's probably in both sides' interests. There's no Middlesex aren't going to lose anything by some sort of a run chase tomorrow. I think the weather is much better in the south tomorrow. Not so good here.
I don't know. I've seen Forker at the Met Office predicting a reasonable day tomorrow.
Right.
Revis put a bit more into that. You can see the shoulder going into that one, but Simpson just waits for it and eases it into the onside. Plenty of space there with a man back at deep square leg and another fine leg, and just the wideish mid-on in front of the nominally saving one. If the ball's hit to him, that ball was hit slightly to his left, and batsman able to amble through for what used to be known as an agreed single, Adrian. Nobody sort of getting all excited, just tap, jog, run, and next delivery Revis, and that one gets up a little bit, and Allsop does well to keep that down up on his toes, plays down square of the wicket at the end of another over. So nothing really happening at the moment for Yorkshire.
No, that sort of steepling bounce that we saw that accounted for Daniel Hughes. We haven't seen too much of that, but as I say, there is a new ball not a million miles away, just 9 overs.
Well, it's available then.
It is available. And I suspect we'll see Code and Thompson racing in.
I very much agree with it.
But for the time being, Moriarty is going to carry on, and the ground bathed in sunshine. Not a big crowd, but I think a few more have drifted in as the weather has improved. Actually, the weather looks set fair. Looking out to the west, lots of blue sky, which is good news. Dan Moriarty is coming in from the Peasholm Park to the ground. Dear, oh dear. And gets a singled as John Simpson playing the ball out to fielder in the covers, or deep cover point, and there is just a single. 32 to Simpson, 61 to Allsop. Moriarty in again, bowls. That gets a little low, and Allsop, very circumspect, gets in behind that, plays it down the track. There is no run. Moriarty has been incredibly economic. He's in his 17th over, figures of 0 for 28.
Yeah, so that's doing the job, and he's also provided a wicket threat, hasn't he?
And comes Moriarty again over the wicket, bowls. Quicker delivery, and he's caught behind! And Tom Allsop goes. Johnny Bairstow with the catch at the second attempt. And that's a massive wicket. Well, he juggled with it, Johnny Bairstow, but he caught it second time around. Tom Allsop looking to cut, but it only finds the gloves of Johnny Bairstow, and you can tell there's a huge amount of relief around those Yorkshire fielders. Tom Allsop out for the first time in the match. He's done his bit. 61 in the second innings, 86 not out in the first. A wonderful effort by Tom Allsop, but his long occupation of the crease comes to an end.
Great little...
Moriarty gets the breakthrough.
Great little reaction there from Bairstow as we watch it again. He's cut and bounced up off his glove, and fairly simple once he knew where it was going, just to skip forward and get a big mitt underneath it, and York should be massively pleased to see the end.
Yeah, they will. I mean,
also,
you just wonder now, with a new ball not a million miles away. I mean, if Hudson Prentice, Sussex's leading run scorer last season, he was excellent, 879 runs from memory. But you got someone new coming in, new ball round the corner.
You still looking at a finish tonight, Adrian?
Well, I don't think so. Well, who knows? All I'm saying is I think it could be a tough hour now for Sussex.
Yes, that's.
You know, what's the lead? 32. Yeah. So I just think it's a big wicket in the context of the match.
There were. Well, at the top of the table, there were strong side Sussex. I don't think we're going to see them fold. I don't think they're going to go down. No, some teams from here, you could see them going from 169 for 5 to sort of 190 all out, couldn't you? But I don't think that's going to happen. But the ball is turning, and we're now into right-handers as well. So that does help Moriarty.
Sorry, Dave, 344 balls Tom Alsop faced in the match. Now out just the one, so he's done his bit.
You can't complain about that. It's a decent net, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Ooh, that's a little unnecessary. Hudson Prentice wasn't ready, and Moriarty came in, noticed he wasn't ready. I don't know if he was in his action. I think he rather let that go out of frustration, didn't he?
Oh, not really. He was just.
I think he was just playing.
Yes, there was no.
Yeah, Tom Alsop 147 runs in the match.
Great effort.
Moriarty is in, bowls to Hudson. Oh, crumbs, that was a good leave. That really was a good leave. First start, my word, that could so easily have flicked the top of off stump. Yorkshire. Well,
Adam Lyth can't work out how it didn't. But
there's a spring in the step here. And in fact, the field has changed slightly. 2 slips in place now on a short leg. Moriarty around the wicket, bowls. Hudson Prentice stretches forward, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. The rest of the field, there's a backward point sweeper on the cover boundary, mid off and mid on a sort of halfway back, I guess, mid wicket. Moriarty in, bowls. Hudson Prentice plays very straight out as far as mid-off, fielded there by Matthew Revis. That's the end of the over. Good over from Dan Moriarty. We were saying how well he'd bowled, how economically he's bowled, and now he's got his rewards with a wicket. Sussex 169 for 5.
Yeah, John Simpson's a very experienced player, of course, and capable of getting big hundreds. Certainly has in the past with Middlesex. But I think if you'd given Yorkshire the choice of getting either of them out at this stage, they would have definitely taken Tom Alsop, because he really has proved a thorn in the side over the last.
Alsop and Simpson has at least gives us
You have that's for a single sweeper out there. I don't know whether we'll see a different approach now from Simpson, who was quite happy to just be, I'd say, ultra cautious, just cautious, wasn't he? And take the runs where they were available. Will he maybe just go a degree more of risk into his game and try and get a few runs with the lead just through about 3 called them earlier. Hill, Lyth and Bean, they go down, as does Johnny Bairstow, as Revis bowls and covering up and playing into the offside is Hudson Prentice, the new batsman, and he's out there because in the last over we saw a catch at the second attempt with the more the banner. But I think, Adrian, those 2 deliveries, there's little bit more zip and oomph going into these deliveries from Revis.
You took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say oomph. And there definitely was a bit more oomph about that delivery. Yeah, Yorkshire will just smell an opening at the fleet.
Well, we should know.
Yeah.
The has friends who instance. And the batsman comfortably back for his third run. And that's Ben Code over there in the... He's almost in the next parish.
Yeah, it's a long way, isn't it, all the way out there? I mean, I was just looking at the weather forecast this morning on the TV, and that was suggesting it was going to rain from sort of lunchtime. The BBC app is suggesting 4 o'clock tomorrow, so on that basis, Yorkshire don't need to worry. And maybe that's more likely from what you're saying, Dave.
Yeah, I usually go with the old Met Office.
Okay, yeah, it's a bit more reliable.
Well, I think most of them just different bits of seaweed, isn't it? Revis bowls and Simpson punches it into the offside and no run. Have you noticed, Adrian, since you and I were lads, the weather forecast has got much longer in the evenings, after the news. Used to just be one bloke there pointing at a few stickers and that was it. It was 30 seconds, wasn't it? Now it goes on for about 5 minutes and they spend half that time telling you what the weather has been to give the impression they know what they're talking about. Here's Revis again and again, quicker delivery, and Simpson ducks underneath and then it goes through to the keeper. Good old trick that. Well, it was there was a lot of rain today in Leicester. Yeah, we know that. This is a forecast we want to hear. What's it going to do tomorrow?
I think one thing that does irritate me is these 14-day forecasts, and I don't think anybody probably really knows. And I think if you spoke to one of the meteorologists, they would say, to predict accurately 14 days in advance is, particularly in a country like the UK, it's not going to happen. Now, there was a bit of discussion going on about the ball. Has it gone out of shape, or there's a bit of well, yeah, parts of the shape. First, how to make it?
This is really the Dizzy Derby, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is. He's
two clubs that he's coached in the UK.
Short legging plays as well. 3 close fielders. Moriarty again in bowls. Hudson Prentice drives to mid-off, fielded there by Matthew Revis. Is no run. The other fielders as a backward point cover. Sweeper on the cover boundary. Square leg. Mid-on. Comes Moriarty again. Bowls. Hudson Prentice. Well, he takes a chance there and looking to cut that one away. There was a try of catch. Just needs to play himself in here, Finn, I think. Slightly unwise shot, perhaps. Moriarty again bowls. Hudson Prentice plays much straighter on this occasion into the covers. And there is no run. Moriarty does get through his overs quickly. Sussex will have to bowl again, and just perhaps bring you the relentless of that in a moment as Moriarty is in bowls and Hudson Prentice plays out into the offside. There is no run because it is confirmed that Sussex are -3 on their overs. And they'll be desperately keen to make sure they're not returning home from Scarborough with no points whatsoever. They've earned 3. Moriarty in bowls. Hudson Prentice drives. Oh, what a very good stop. That's really very good by Tattersall, the Yorkshire skipper, diving away to his left-hand side. And that's the kind of thing that can lift a fielding side as well. You've got your skipper hurling himself around in the field. Not that Yorkshire need lifting. Hudson Prentice stays on 3. 74 overs gone in the day. 6 remaining until a potential new ball. Hudson Prentice and Simpson have a little natter. The Sussex lead. My rather poor match, is that 36? I think it is 36. Rescue me, Dave.
Well, yes, you're right, it is 36. At least you're not sort of Kevin Hand, who's basically innumerate, isn't he, the Middlesex commentator. My dear old friend, who I'll see later on this lesson to extra cover. 173 for 5, so that very important wicket going down since tea, taken by Moriarty. Very nearly got a wicket in a similar But clearly loose cap into the offside, and there's no run there. 3-2 Hudson Prentice, 33 to Simpson. So a fair few threes on the board there. 1-7-3 for 5 wickets. This end with John Simpson as Revis bowls to him, and was almost crept through, but Simpson again defended. No run there. Glorious evening. 1 or 2 gulls circling. They'll have noticed there's been fewer spectators in today, so there won't be so many pickings later on. So unfinished portions of chips, etc. Revis bowls put more into that one, and Simpson eases it to one of the 2 men out on the leg side. Just a single. Doidge is back from his latest excursion around the ground. 3 gentlemen walking behind the sight screen down below us. They've all got portions of fish and chips. Interesting to know how many fish and chips that van actually sells over the 3 or 4 days. Here's Revis again over the wicket to the right-handed Hudson Prentice bowls, and Hudson Prentice hurried a little bit, but able to defend that one comfortably enough. We're going to have when Adrian comes back, we're going to have a change round, and Mr. Doidge needs to get in now by the look of it, so it'll go quiet for about 3 seconds.
Seamless. Well, we're going to do the change anyway, so I just thought I'd, break up your workload for a moment. You're on.
Couple of runs. Oh, have you turned me off?
No, you're on.
No, maybe the feed's just not quite so good. No, is Adrian due to come in here, is it?
Have you been on?
I was on with
can't
you
remember.
before, wasn't I?
Oh yeah, right, okay. It's Harmsy, and my apologies. I thought it went all the way around. Like, I can't remember much of anything, as you know. As you well know. So, 176 for 5.
Haven't seen much of you today, Doidge. We seem to have sort of missed each other on commentary. Every time it seems like you're sort of off meeting people. And I met lots of. Can I just say, actually, I went for a wander at tea time, and it was just really lovely. There was a family down to my right hand side sitting on. They've got their picnic chairs out, picnic rug in the middle. Lovely picnic, look like mum, dad, grandparents, children. It's just fabulous, really. It sort of caters for everybody here.
Is this me, then?
I'll do it. Moriarty in bowls to Simpson, who defends down the onside of the track, no run. I bumped into a husband and wife Sussex supporters, who are unusually for Sussex supporters, are fans of Crystal Palace, who were wandering around the ground, who came and said hello. It was good to see them. I also bumped into, just break off for a moment, Moriarty, who's in again. Simpson defends into the offside. There is no run. I bumped into one of the Sussex coach drivers on my travels. And then I bumped into a chap who came and said hello, very kind of guy called Steve, who lives not far from here, he said, but he's Welsh. He likes to listen to the Glamorgan commentary. He's a big fan of Nick Webb, our colleague, and said how much he enjoys the county commentary. So that was nice as Moriarty bowls to Simpson, plays down the offside of the track. And there is no run. And he'd been on a little tour of the country. He'd been to Derby yesterday, Scarborough today. A real cricket lover. So it's funny who you bump into, isn't it, on your walks around the ground.
Yeah.
Moriarty again. In and bowls, and Simpson plays to backward point. There is no run. When Dave and I were saying our thought process is here that almost certainly Yorkshire would take the new ball when it's available. Doidge, don't see why they wouldn't.
No.
Slip, short leg slip. Moriarty in bowl. Simpson drives through the covers. They've taken one. Jordan Thompson is in hot pursuit. I'll tell you what, John Simpson was looking for a second run there, and Finn Hudson Prentice had kind of settled thought it was just going to be a single and had turned his back inadvertently, I think, on John Simpson. And Simpson turned out, I think, was a little disappointed that they weren't looking for a second. He's a very busy cricketer, John Simpson. He just looked a tad frustrated there to me. 177 for 5. Simpson to 35. Lovely evening sunshine. As in comes Moriarty again, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who plays onto the leg side. It came off the pads of, I think that's Wharton is there in the short leg, James Wharton, and the ball bounced up in the air. No run. A gentleman makes his way across in front. What's he got in those patches? Was that a beef burger or chips? What's he got in there? Bit of fish? Hot dogs.
Hot dogs.
Ah, hot dogs with a bit of mustard on the top.
Hot diggity dog.
So, end of the over. Forget the hot dogs, 177 for 5. It means the Sussex lead is now 40. We have got 4 overs to go to the new ball, and from memory, I think it means we've got 27 overs left in the day. And Sussex battling away, as you would expect the leaders of Division 2 to do.
Adam Lyth coming on from the Trafalgar Square end.
Yeah, they're hastening towards this new ball, aren't they, I reckon, these Yorkshire.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll mention that there were +2 at the tea break.
Yeah.
Yorkshire on the over 8 front, so they're okay with that, and Sussex -3 still whenever the Yorkshire second innings starts, and that might be, that's kind of a distraction sufficient to take your eye off the ball in terms of what you're actually trying to do with the ball sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, totally, because if Yorkshire...
There's a scenario that where they could end it with no points from the match. If
Yeah,
not careful.
totally.
So, Lyth, right arm round the wicket. First ball is short of length, and Simpson plays a flat bat out into the covers and cruises through for 1.
I hope it's a scenario that doesn't happen for Sussex, but let's just supposing that Yorkshire were chasing 80 to win. Sussex might bowl the seamers for a bit, and if they don't get any wickets, then just sort of try and race through some overs, because 3 points would be better than no points, which is a pretty obvious thing to say. But you're right, it will be something different. But Sussex, that's a little way off. Sussex have just got to go about setting something that they can bowl at. And you've got the Carson effect, you never know. Final day pitch. Your spinners already picked up a 5 for in the match, but I think they're going to need a few more than 41 lead.
The Carson effect. It sounds like a sort of mathematics rule or something like that, doesn't it? Lyth to Hudson Prentice, who sweeps from a ball that felt like it was about middle and off. Hard to tell from quite this angle with his back to us, but he picked up a single down to long leg. Jim Green says, "Hi Jonathan, lots of debate about cricket, but personally I think the 100 is a flop. Little to connect the teams to where they play, just a band of mercenaries playing a bizarre limited over game. Novelty's worn off, time for a rethink." Any view as Simpson defends this latest Lyth delivery? Well, my view is that, like it or not, I think it's here to stay. Wonder what history will view it as if you were looking back on cricket in 50 years' time. As Lyth is in again, that's turned into the onside of straight, and Simpson does the fielding. The one sort of thing I can, in my lifetime, as Lyth comes in. Oh, that's turned quite sharply. It's the finger ends, I think, of Johnny Bairstow's gloves, and ends up second slip with Finlay Bean. They're ready salted, by the way, if you're wondering what DT's crisps are in the background. So, in my lifetime, I think you probably can guess. I'm going to say the Kerry Packer World Series matches back in the day, Lyth in, and that's played back to him by Simpson, 179 for 5 at the end of the over. So I can remember the vitriol. Going to my local cricket club as a youngster, what would I have been, 9, 10 years of age when that all broke, and dear me, the people who loved their cricket were absolutely scathing of Kerry Packer and all of that. And here we are, 40 going on for 50 years later. What do we think now? Has history been kind to all of that, or was it still a disaster and the worst thing that ever happened to cricket?
Moriarty in bowls, cut away by Hudson Prentice. Oh, there could be a run out here. Oh, that is a disaster for Sussex. That is an absolute disaster. Hudson Prentice goes. Well, Simpson and Hudson Prentice don't look at each other. I mean, I'm not quite sure who's to blame. Was cut away by Hudson Prentice to backward point. It was John Simpson's call. Simpson, I think, called for Hudson Prentice through and then sent him back. Let's just see this again. Cut away. We can't quite see from that angle, but the throw comes in and the bails are whipped off and Hudson Prentice has gone. And now we're going to see it. It was cut to backward point. Hudson Prentice was looking for, well, it was John Simpson's call because he was at the non-strikers end and the ball was behind square.
Yep.
But, you know, Sussex can ill afford that now. And well, Dave said to me when Allsop was out, could it finish today? And with a new ball now less than 3 overs away, and you're down to number 8. I mean, Jack Carson could bat, but this is a big ask now for Sussex. Huge ask.
Yep, it is. Got to bat amazingly well to see out the rest of the day, but as we've seen, Jack Carson can bat, and he's going to have to do that particularly well here. He's already bowled well in the match, but he's trying to save his side effectively at this moment in time. It was Johnny Tattersall, by the way.
Very good bit of fielding.
With the fielding. He is quick on his feet.
He's been excellent in the field, actually. We mentioned a little earlier on that there was an excellent stop he made in the field, diving away, and I said at the time, that's what you want from your skipper, isn't it? You know, he's hurling himself around in the field. But calamity, that's the only word I can think of for Sussex. To, you know, in a situation like this, to lose someone to a run out is, well, it's almost unforgivable, really, isn't it? I mean, that's just ridiculous. Still, it's happened. 179 for 6. Simpson is still there leaning on his bat. Difficult to apportion blame in that. I mean, it doesn't really matter whose fault it was, but dear, oh dear. Anyway, Jack Carson takes strike to Moriarty, who comes in around the wicket to go to Jack Carson. Carson is forward, he's hit on the pad, there's an out appeal, and he's given not out by umpire James Middlebrook. Well, they were jumping up and down. Moriarty was jumping around as if he was on springs, wasn't he? Well,
here we go with a replay. No, going down.
Yeah, it is going down the leg side, isn't it?
By the way, 6 off 17 deliveries for Finn Hudson Prentice.
Thank you. 6 down. Still plenty of overs left in the day, you know. Moriarty in bowls. Carson forward defensively to the offside, no run. Our conversation before that wicket went down was all about, you were talking about, your correspondent was talking about the 100, etc. A couple of observations really to make. As Moriarty is back to his mark. And in again, bowls, Carson stretches forward, plays into the offside, there is no run. Is that, you know, I think we all have to accept, like it or not, and that the 100 is here to stay. I don't think there's any question about that. But one thing I would agree with your correspondent is the affinity to any of the sides. In comes Moriarty, bowls, tosses that up, Carson is forward, plays it down the track, and there is no run. Certainly some friends of mine at the cricket club I was chatting to the other day were saying it's, you know, even when my neck of the woods, saying it's quite difficult to be enthusiastic about the Oval Invincibles. You know, it's Surrey, isn't it? If you're that neck, or it's Sussex or Yorkshire. I think that's one of the issues. Moriarty in bowls, Carson stretches forward, played into the offside. There is no run, so, well, a wicket in the over. A wicket courtesy of a run out, which Sussex could ill afford. 179 for 6, 2 overs remaining before a new ball would be available. 42 is the lead, 42 for 6, and Sussex have got an almighty hole to dig themselves out of here.
I'm live to continue. Conditions about as good as they've been all day at the moment. Plenty of blue sky overhead. The cloud has largely passed on through for now. There is still a stiffish breeze, so there may be more moving in. But to all intents and purposes,
It's lovely, isn't it now?
Not bad for batting in by the standards of the match so far. And it's Lythe bowling here to Simpson, who gets a thickish edge. He's going to get 4 runs here down to the pavilion. James Wharton is quick, but he couldn't catch that. And so Simpson on to 44.
Yeah, 40. I just wondered, Doige, with that shot from John Simpson, whether he's made up his mind here that he's not going to do anything. He's not going to go berserk and start running down the track, but he's just going to be positive.
Yeah, you're right, 40. So they put it on very quickly there. 40 and 183 for 6. Lyth round the wicket. Simpson dropping into the leg side. And there's no run. So, current position sees Sussex effectively 46 for 6. As Lyth is in, and Simpson works it out to mid-on. There is no run.
Do you think, I mean, there's still a long way to go, of course. Do you think if Yorkshire was sort of 70 to win tonight off 12 overs, they'd have a dip of it to get it done tonight?
Not sure I read it that way, no. Lyth in, Simpson out into the covers for Code to field. No run, there's no bonus points at stake. There's no rush at all. They've got all tomorrow as well.
I was just thinking weather, that was all.
Again, you mentioned the forecast earlier, but talking to a couple of people around the ground, they're saying it's not a horrendous forecast tomorrow.
Right, okay, fair enough.
So I don't...
No, in that case, that's, you know, if the weather's good tomorrow, then no reason why they would.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they risk getting themselves into a really sticky situation just to try and finish it tonight when they've got another day left, unless you are absolutely spot on and the forecast is dire. Five run down the leg side there, past Carson, no run.
Yeah, I don't think it's dire. I just thought there was some rain due from around about midday is what they said this morning. That seems to have stretched out a bit now to sort of midish afternoon.
Comes Lyth again. Carson trying to cut, and Lyth gets one past the top edge of his bat. Bairstow whips off the bails, but he was back in his crease. End of the over. 78 of those now complete in the Sussex second innings. 12 deliveries more, and Yorkshire, if they wish, can take a second new ball. 184 for 6.
I think Ben Code's already... In fact, one more over, Deutsche, 79.
79.
Code is warming up. A couple of Yorkshiremen are steering England's ship at Old Trafford. Joe Root on 16, Harry Brook on 12. England 92 for 3, needing another 113 to beat Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka put up a good fight in that game. As Moriarty is going to come in from the Peasholm end of the ground, bowls to Simpson, who stretches forward. And there is no run. Moriarty's been incredibly economical. I'll give you his figures in just a moment's time. He's in to his 21st over, figures of 1 for 30. Interesting, actually. I'll come back to that in a moment as Moriarty is in and bowls and Simpson plays into the onside, no run. We were talking last night about holding an end and spinners that can hold an end, and you were making exactly that point about Moriarty, his ability to come on, keep it tight, hopefully take wickets for Yorkshire, but maybe create pressure from the other end. Moriarty in. Bowls, Simpson pulls, and he's pulled away for 4. In fact, the fielder at square leg, who's Ben Coe, didn't see that. It was short for Moriarty, and Simpson absolutely thumped it through mid-wicket for 4 runs. He goes to 45, 188. Is that for 6? The sun is shining on the scoreboard.
James Wharton at short leg took evasive action as well.
Don't blame him. 51 is the lead. Moriarty again, bowls. Simpson plays to backward point. I just think there's signs here that if John Simpson, he's not going to do anything daft, but I think he feels there's probably not a lot of point in just poking and prodding here. You know, if the ball's there to be hit, then let's see if we can just stretch this lead as much as we possibly can. Moriarty in bowls. Simpson defends down the onside of the track. There is no run.
Look, I mean, ultimately, there's fewer than 30 overs to go today. They've got 4 wickets left. If he can string this out, it doesn't matter what the score is on the board at the end of the day, but if they can still be batting at the end of play today, then, as you're saying, that there's weather around, there is that chance that they might get out of this.
Moriarty in bowls to Simpson, that turned. Yeah, played down the offside, there is no one, but here comes, I suspect here comes the new ball. Ben Code was certainly warming up, and yes, I think they've signalled for the ball to come out of the suitcase, which I think is down below us. I think that's the...
Yeah, Matthew Revis just picked it up and is running in with it now.
There we are. So the new ball will
packaging.
And there's no reason why it wouldn't be taken at this stage of proceedings.
Yeah, so if they could still be here overnight, there's always that possibility that the weather might play into Sussex's hands tomorrow when they get out of it with a draw.
Yeah.
And it is all after all said and done an outground, so the facilities for keeping things dry out there are not as extensive as they are at Headingley, for example, in terms of what you can cover up and all of that. So maybe seen as clutching at straws for Sussex, but it's just another little point.
Yeah, and the other hope for Sussex here is that sometimes the new ball can disappear around the ground a bit. I'm not so sure against this quality of attack, but it can happen. The new ball can, a harder ball. So we shall see.
And here is that new ball, second one in the hands of Ben Code. I think I saw Tom Longley holding it up anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Here comes Code, and Carson driving firmly at the first delivery with it to a tumbling stop from Tarasol in the covers, no run.
I think this isn't any criticism whatsoever of the PA announcers here, but I think sometimes it would be great, and it happens everywhere, PA announcers, and the new ball has been taken, because everyone's looking at each other thinking, take the new ball, don't know. I think the umpire waved, or was he waving for something else? I think there are certain things that could be perhaps communicated a little better.
Code in again, it's wide of off stump, and Carson leaves. He'll want to put some pressure on here, and of course, Yorkshire will want to try and wrap this up if they can today, you would imagine, and if they could rattle out 4 wickets quickly, then you'd think they've got a fair amount of time then to do that. But let's say another 10 overs is played, and you'd think just a general accumulation of runs, take off 2 overs for the change between innings, and might not be enough time to do that. Carson pushing up to mid-off, where Revis fields no run.
The good weather has reached the south of England, but not in time to save the day at Merchant Taylor's School. Off for the day in the game between Middlesex and Northamptonshire. I reckon they'll try and contrive a finish there tomorrow, Georgie, because it's in nobody's real interest for that to be a draw. Middlesex will be desperate to try and win that game and put pressure on both Yorkshire and Sussex.
From the Trafalgar Square end to Carson. He pushes back to the or near the stumps at the bowler's end, no run.
Sorry, John. What could what's the maximum points that Yorkshire could take for this? 20? Is that right? They got. Did Yorkshire get batting
they
points?
They got
2 batting bonus points.
Yeah, so 16 for them, 21 they could take.
Okay, so if they took 21 from this, and Sussex don't take any, Yorkshire will be 2. Hang on, just break off for a moment.
Going in again. Oh, he's got a nick on this one and gone. Carson, without scoring, nicks one through to Johnny Bairstow. Code strikes almost immediately with a second new ball. They're closing in the Tykes. Sussex 188 for 7, second time around.
I think there's every chance this could be done today, Georgie. There's still 23 overs left. We would lose 2 for a change of innings. But that was always the danger, wasn't it? It just shows how calamitous that run out was, to be honest. Because you're exposing the lower order to Ben Code, Jordan Thompson, new ball. I mean, that's not easy for top order batters. I'm just looking here. Yorkshire have got 123 points. If they took 21 points from this game, they would go to 144. There's a good chance Sussex could return south without any points. So it would mean Yorkshire would be 6 points behind Sussex. And if Middlesex could conjure some sort of a win against Northampton, they'll be desperate for that to happen. Say they take, 20 points from their game, they could be within 3 points of Sussex. So all of a sudden it really will be a 3-horse race going into the final couple of furlongs.
Very good, that. Good racing analogy on Ebor Day.
Yes. I think it was this time last year. We went to York for a weekend, and I think Sussex may not have had a fixture. I think that might have been Ebor weekend. I loved York. I think you put me up to it, actually, Georgie. I said I'd never been to York, and you said, you must go there, Harmsy. And I went for a weekend and had a really nice time.
Yeah.
Very busy. It was very busy. We were tourists. There were a lot of tourists there. We went and had the you know, the cream tea in whatever it's called, not Aunt Bessie.
Betty's.
Betty's, that's it. Here we go.
So, in comes Code, bowling to Ollie Robinson, who's behind that first delivery he faced. Second time around, Code, warm applause for him. Jack Carson made 0 from 12 deliveries. Caught Bairstow bowled Ben Code after 80 overs and 5 balls.
Of course, what from a Yorkshire perspective here, if they were set could they play extra higher? So we think it's batting side. It's bowling. You know, after making a out.
Nothing that wall was also umpires
Jonathan punched a mid-off, no run.
That the match can be decided in an extra half hour from that point.
Right. Okay. Then. Okay. Yeah.
Somebody's going to be messaging and tell me different now, but
I think that sounds very sensible, because if there's no, if there's 8 wickets, then you must play another half an hour. I think you're right. I think it's if in the umpire's opinion.
Yeah, I think John Potter confirmed that to me, the Yorkshire scorer.
Thompson into Simpson down the leg side, taken by Bairstow, no run. And actually, there's not a huge crowd here. There's a decent-sized crowd here today. If those spectators think they're going to see a finish to the game, rather than coming back tomorrow for 20 minutes, and everyone thinks, well, there's no point coming down there tomorrow, it would make sense. And let's not say it's going to happen. Robinson and Simpson could put on 100 here and, take the game into the fourth day, and Sussex might win. But certainly the way it's looking is that Sussex are really in trouble here. Thompson into Simpson. Simpson drives to mid-off. Oh, there's a slight misfield, but it doesn't cost any runs. The lead at the moment is 51, is that right? That's just a quick butchers.
Probably.
Yeah. But this is a 3-horse race now. If Sussex lose here, and if Middlesex, I think Middlesex will be desperate, and Northampton will want to get a result tomorrow as well, because they're 7th in the table, or 7th in the table, Northamptonshire, pretty much out of it. But 4 wins out of the last 5. In comes Thompson. Oh, he beats Simpson outside the off stump, taken by Bairstow, and there is no run. And all sorts to happen. Yorkshire to play Middlesex next week. Middlesex still to come to Hove. Sussex with 2 home games coming up now. Crucial home games against Derbyshire and Glamorgan. They've got to go to Bristol. I was saying to Dave, it can be very flat at Bristol, and the game there this week looks like it's heading for a draw.
Yep, and don't
it's
forget
great, isn't it?
The Kookaburra for the last 2 rounds.
Is that confirmed?
Well, what did we say yesterday?
Thompson in bowl. Simpson clips this away down towards fine leg, picks up a single. He goes to 46, 189 for 7. If we get a fine September, clearly I want Sussex to get promoted, but it's we're going to get a real competition for these last 4 rounds of matches.
Apologies, Kookaburra for the next 2 rounds after this, so next week and the week after.
Right. Well, Thompson. 3 slips go down, coming into bowl to Ollie Robinson. He's in. Robinson lets that one pass by outside the off stump. Good leave by Ollie Robinson. Well, a chance to really make his name with the bat here, Ollie. As I think I said a couple of times, I remember the 100 he made on debut up at Durham, so he's perfectly capable. He's made a Test match half-century. Jade Evan Nudcat and Sean Hunt, the 2 to come. By you get to that stage, you might find John Simpson trying to farm the strike a bit, but I think he'll trust in Ollie Robinson here. But it's not going to be easy against these 2 with the new ball.
So Ben Code with that cherry. And he comes then to bowl to Sussex skipper John Simpson, who cuts this one firmly. James Wharton backward of point is round forward of point to field on the North Marine Road side boundary. They get 1 run, so they have Ollie Robinson on strike.
With all due respect to Ollie, I think you got the new batter in. I think you know, as any new ball bowler, you want to bowl at the new man, don't you? And I think Ben Code will be, I mean, Ollie is just surveying that leg side field. I mean, I wonder if he thinks, oh, I'm just going to just go for a quick 20 or 30. Who knows?
Code over the wicket to Robinson, nicks it. Oh, just out of the reach of George Hill at first slip, and 4 runs.
Well, I did say I thought Morrison might put his foot down the wicket and try and hoik it away over long Ollie. I don't think he's going to hang around here, is the bottom line. I don't think you're going to see him playing sort of, you know, 10 not out from 86 balls or something. Grant Flower retrieving the ball. His white sun hat.
Code in once again to Robinson, pushing forward at this. And Tattersall will come in and field. There's some spectator movement in an exit sense. Not quite sure why you'd want to be leaving at this stage of the day.
Nor am I really.
Unless you have a train to catch. Robin down the ground. That was in the air. Yep, it's gone quite a long way in the air. He's ended up going for 4, but
I think Ollie Robinson
lost the ball in the air, I've got to say.
Yeah.
Didn't feel like a totally controlled shot. Oh, no, am I not giving him the benefit of the doubt there? No, maybe it was all right. It was certainly in a safe area anyway, wasn't it?
This is a quick 30 or 40 from Ollie Robinson, or he gets out next ball. It's, you know, I think that's the way he's going to play here.
He was trying to counter here.
Yeah.
Could make for an interesting little spell. He's on 8, 198 for 7 now. And gets a fuller length delivery from Code and has to smother that. No run, but although they've made more than they did in the first innings here, Sussex still a little bit of a tale of woe, really. Several players have got starts. 26, 12, 17, 13 among the scores. 61 Tom Alsop, and just John Simpson still out there. 47 as Robinson has a waft at one that beats him between bat and pad and through to Bairstow to complete that 83rd over at 198 for 7, meaning the lead is now 61.
Yeah. And we've got 20 overs left in the day. We would lose 2 in between innings. But, well, we were discussing that, Dave, yeah, as to, you know, we were discussing whose call that is, and we decided we thought it was probably the umpire's call if they feel there can be a result today. But, you know, Yorkshire have got to take 3 more wickets yet. As Jordan Thompson runs away from us, the 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a good delivery. That's surprised John Simpson, who did pretty well not to get a nick on that, to be honest. That's reared up, and we'll see this delivery again. Cool crumbs, yeah, that did climbed on John Simpson, and he watched it all the way through. Even Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps was surprised by that. Good pace from Thompson. He's bending his back. Come on, boys. You can hear the cry from the Yorkshire fielders. As Thompson is in again. Bowls to Simpson, who clips away nicely through mid-wicket. This could go for 4 runs. Chase around the boundary edge. Oh, well fielded, sir. Very well fielded. Combination of Moriarty and Wharton, I think that was. And it's kept it to 3, and I guess from a Yorkshire perspective, again, they'll be perhaps pleased to bowl at the lower order batter, who is Ollie Robinson, but the applause around the ground, and the very generous applause, is for John Simpson, the Sussex skipper, who's gone through to a half century, and also for the Sussex 200 up, 201 for 7. So the skipper has certainly done his bit today, together with Tom Alsop, but apart from that, there's been a bit of a tale of woe for Sussex. Now, what will Ollie Robinson do here? He waits as Jordan Thompson runs away from us In and bowls. Oh, that was quick. And Robinson watched that right through into the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. It's one of the things about watching Ollie Robbs, you're never quite sure.
I think there was an element of you'll get yours about that as well, because of course Ollie Robinson, I was standing at the far end yesterday when he was bowling at Jordan Thompson later on in the Yorkshire innings, and he did ping him a couple of short ones in, if you remember.
Yes, he did. Did he? Thompson was not out in the end, wasn't he? But Robinson did pick up those 2 late wickets of Matthew Revis and Dan Moriarty. Thompson again. In and bowls, and Robinson pulls, and he is going to get a single out to deep mid-wicket. Robinson goes to 9, 202 for 7. Lots of lovely blue sky above the ground.
Congratulations to those of you who backed the favourite, Magical Zoe, the 11-2 winner of the Ebo handicap.
What odds?
11-2, 5.5 to 1
Yeah,
in old money. Billy Lee riding for Henry de Bromhead, so an Irish trained winner of the big one on the Knavesmire.
Thompson in bowls, let go by Simpson. I thought it was my ball for a moment. What?
It is your ball.
I've never been to York races. I've been to York, but I've not been. Is that a nice race course?
Nice. You went past it if you came on the A64 on your way in.
Did I? It was dark.
Right next to the A64.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So when you're going back home, have a look to your right.
Okay.
As you cross the Ouse Bridge, it will be within seconds on your right-hand side.
And, did you say the Knavesmire?
Yeah, it's called the Knavesmire.
What's that? Thompson in right sunshine. Bowls to Simpson, who covers up, plays into the offside. They can take a single. Well judged single by John Simpson, who goes to 51. Sussex to 203 for 7. The important thing for Sussex is it means that Simpson retains the strike. And end of the over, the lead. Therefore, my maths is terrible. 63 plus 3, 66.
I'm not sure why they call it the Knavesmire, but it was used for public hangings back in the day. I think Dick Turpin was hanged at on the Knavesmire, from what I can recall.
Oh dear, was he? Right.
But it's a beautiful, flat racecourse, sort of frying pan shaped. The facilities are fantastic. It depends on where you're from, north or south, but those from the south call it the Ascot of the North, and those from the north call that the York of the South, sort of thing.
Yes, I did a report actually a few years ago when Ascot was being redeveloped and they moved the Royal Ascot meeting to York.
I went there, yeah.
And,
here's Ben Code, right arm round the wicket, bowling to Simpson, who leaves one wide of off stump.
and the presenter, I did it for, it was for 5 Live or someone, and someone said, let's go down to Ascot and see how the redevelopment's going. I mean, I just sort of said, yeah, they're building the stand and should be back here next year. Did they do 1 year? I think they did just 1 year at York, didn't they?
Just the one, yeah. Flat racing doesn't get any better than that in terms of where to stage it, and the quality of the racing is always
Is it a good
high.
view as well? I mean, is it a good watching course?
Yeah, because with it being flat, yeah. You've always got challenges on race courses with it being such a big expanse of land. There's a short ball there, he's punched away square by Simpson, and Wharton Fields, they get 1. Yeah, it's when they turn in on the round course, we've got about half a mile to travel. Great. It's picking up speed at that point, great racing. Big wide galloping track. Big field sprints there. Tough ones to solve if you're fancying a quid on. Or more if you DT. Here comes Code bowling to Robinson, clips one off his legs for 4, down to the pavilion.
Well, these are valuable runs, you know. He goes to 13. Ben Code was furious with himself, did you? He went, oh, he was just annoyed. He had a bit of a gift, really. I mean, it's still a mountain for Sussex to climb, but, you know, if... You never know, do you? Sussex have got to cling to every hope that they can here.
Malcolm Palmer on the brothers front from ages ago says, what about Mitchell Stark? His brother's an Olympic high jumper. Is that true? I don't know.
Well,
Don't know, mate. Code running towards us. Robinson, high back lift, good delivery this time, which nips on him and He's playing down the original line, beats him.
At the end of the over, I'm going to disappear to give an update.
Well, I think we should have changed about 10 minutes ago anyway.
Shall I go?
Yeah, you may as well. Bring DT back in.
That wasn't very nice. You might as well.
Sorry. Yeah, you might as well get off. Get yourself off, yeah. Robinson, on strike that is, and Code running into bowl to him, and he's played a lovely shot there, Ollie Robinson. And that is the sort of shot of a man who has got a first-class 100 to his name. Just a little bit too much width from Ben Code, who's not at his seen to best effect in this over so far. And he ran that one down nicely wide of the cordon and picked up 4 runs. He's on to 17 all of a sudden. Ollie Robinson, 5:30 clicks over on the clock. Ben Crossland's asked me to mention the Huddersfield Town score, but of course I can't mention any scores. Apart from 1-0, as Robinson opens the face and runs one down to third man. Fielded by Luxton, and they're back for 2. So, 200 and... are they putting it on? 214 for 7 when they update the board. 19 now to Ollie Robinson. The lead 77 with 3 wickets remaining.
Yeah, and it's pretty sure that it won't be finished tonight. This is the hat trick or something. Come back for an hour or so tomorrow, or who knows, if Sussex is still batting, it could be a cracking final day tomorrow, couldn't it? But these two, you feel, have got to push on and see if they can't get up to well, a lead of at least 150 really, and they're well short of 100 at the moment. So. And you always suspect that Jordan Thompson is going to just produce one of those crackerjack deliveries at some point, don't you? Whoa.
Oh. A couple of people sauntering by and behind the sight screen. Everybody on the field's waiting for him to go. Following significant direction from the spectators to our left. They have gone. They've gone.
Thompson in bowls, and that's just dabbed square by Simpson, who I think at the moment is just... You can see Ollie Robinson's in a positive mood, hitting a few boundaries. He's moved on very quickly, and I think Simpson's just content at the moment just to push the ball around. It's the cricketing equivalent of taking a breather, isn't it? When you've been out there batting for a while, it's just I'll just nudge a single and watch the other lad down from the non-striker's end, and then obviously when Robinson does go, if he goes, then you take back over again. Thompson bowls, and that's well, he very nearly did go there. Got down on that one very late, pushed it back past Thompson. No run.
Chris Sharp advises that the mire of Knavesmire comes from the fact that it's low-laying land that floods. But yeah, it's very close to the river, really. I'm fairly close proximity anyway, a few hundred yards. A mire being a bog or a swamp, or something that DT gets himself into sometimes on commentary.
Thompson bowls, and that's pushed into the onside for a comfortable 1. They thought about a second, didn't get it. Is that out in the distance? Is that Will Luxton down there? Oh, awful long way down there. It is indeed Will Luxton. You don't take 2 to Will Luxton, that's for sure. David Lloyd was very impressed with his fielding, wasn't he? At York, I seem to remember. Thompson to the left-handed Simpson bowls, and the slips were all getting excited again. Why did they get excited that time, Doidgy? Did you see anything that was worthy of arms going up in the air? And
a ball was delivered, a bat was used to push it back, and no,
kept a little bit low. Just watch the replay. Kept a little bit low, but watch it again there. That really nothing to get excited about. Thompson bowls again, and that's pushed into the offside, and again it's the Simpson-Davin run. Scoreboard ticks over again. 217 now for 7, so the lead is 80. Adrian beginning to look a little bit more
Chipper.
yeah, chipper's a very good word. I was going to say optimistic. He's not really optimistic yet, is he? But he's a little bit more chipper. You would think, though, any target this side of 100 is not going to cause Yorkshire too many problems. Thompson bowls, and Robinson eases that one away down backward a square. Well, the pitch hasn't really misbehaved, has it? We've seen some spin, which is good. The occasional one that's bounced. I think Daniel Hughes could probably count himself a bit unlucky this morning. Got one from Code, didn't he, that got big on him. And he can count himself unlucky on 2 counts. One that it was a ball that popped a bit, and the other that Finley Bean held on to a extraordinarily good catch.
Let's be optimistic. Let's say that we won't toil in vain. If we pull together, we'll never fall apart again.
What
What's
are
the
you
next
talking
line?
about?
It's quite apt really for Sussex at the moment, isn't it? Let's be optimistic. Let's say that we won't toil in vain. Here's Code. Short ball pulled by Robinson, and 4 in front of square on the leg side.
Go on then, I know it's not Bob Dylan.
We all need a love resurrection.
Oh dear, is that one of those awful 1980s?
Oh, we all need a
something?
Sussex resurrection, I suppose, if you're a Sussex supporter. 222 for 7. And he's on to 24 now, is Ollie. The majority in boundaries. He's walking into this Code delivery and then dropping it into the leg side. So he's showing a bit of ticker, and he's also just maybe trying to annoy Ben Code slightly, in the sense that he's trying to get him off his line and length. 24 off 18 so far for Ollie.
Is he? Would you be tempted to get Moriarty into the attack? Nice new hard cherry.
Code to Robinson, who drops into the offside. No, I'd be tempted to get George Hill on with a nice newish cherry first. The way he's bowled in this match, or the way he bowls. See if he can get it swinging or nibbling. Ball back with Code. And I'm just standing on our side of the boundary rope in front of the pavilion. Has he gone off? Or we missed somebody? Short ball, pulled, and 4 more. That thuds into the advertising board up near the tea room there.
I was going to say, that was a fair old thud as well, wasn't it? So, didn't just dribble over the line.
No. Ben Code being taken on here. Don't often see this, but occasionally we have.
Generally has the last word though, doesn't he?
28 from 20 for the man on strike, Ollie Robinson. 3 slips still waiting for an opportunity, and that is one for Johnny Bairstow to take. And Code has the last word with Ollie Robinson as called by DT. 226 for 8. Robinson goes for 28.
Yeah, cracking delivery. We'll have a look at this again. It just popped a little bit. Oh dear, off the glove. Bairstow's taken it, and thank you very much. Cracking little innings though, that by Ollie Robinson, just what his team needed at that stage. Not too happy with that.
Adrian mentioned Johnny Bairstow's celebration now. I wasn't really concentrating on that.
It was an exuberant celebration.
Yeah, after a few words yesterday, an exuberant celebration, apparently, by Johnny.
There's a
Last laugh and all of that.
One by Ben Code as well. Now we might just see it on the replay here. So, no, he just walked past him and turned round and clapped towards the pavilion. Or maybe clapped towards Robinson. That's good for him. Nothing wrong with that at all.
So, 226 for 8. Robinson caught Bairstow bowled Code for 28 off 21. 6 fours included.
Hopefully the ECB won't be clutching their pearls or anything.
And J-Dev Unadkat comes in at 10, with Sussex leading by 89 runs. Plays one to Gully along the deck, where Tattersall fields to complete the over. There'll be some applause for Ben Code. He's taken a little bit of tap by his standards, but still only going at just over 3 and over. 22 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 68.
Excellent bowling from Ben Code. He took some tap in that over from Robinson, but as we were saying, he had the last word. And 2 wickets left with a lead of 89. Still not going to see the end of play today, Dorji, are we?
Let's just check on how many overs remain. 16 overs remaining, says Harmsey.
Yep, he is correct. Well, possible extra 8 as well. You got 2 off between innings. What's Simpson going to do? Thompson bowls to him and he lets that one go through outside the off stumps. So 3 slips, a cover saving 1. He's the only fielder saving 1. You've got a very deep mid on, or almost a long on, deep mid wicket and a long leg, 3 men out on the leg side, and very deep mid off and deep backward point cover, and the 3 slips. Thompson bowls to Simpson. Simpson pushes that into the offside. Comfortable single there, declined. So Simpson now sees it as his job to protect the tail. In all that bit of mayhem, did we actually mention that Ollie Robinson made 28? Yes, we did. You mentioned it, didn't you? So, entertaining little 28. 21 balls, I think. Thompson turns, runs in, bowls, and Simpson gets one that cuts him into, cuts back. I don't know what that's done. Let's see on the replay. Oh, it's gone through him, and how that has missed, not quite sure. Extraordinary. Because Bairstow's taken it diving to his right, to the left-handed Simpson. Thompson's bowling over the wicket, so somehow that's got past off stump, must have got over off stump and then just moved. Thompson bowls again and Simpson covers up, pushes into the offside. That's I think 4 balls that have been bowled. So now the field will come in and attempt to stop the Sussex captain farming the strike. He's got 54. That's it. I think he's
Laugh at giving more.
Mid wicket maybe, move the mid wicket, move the sort of mid-wicket around a square leg a little bit. I don't know. What do I know?
I'm happy with 2 slips, I think, you know, attacking.
Yeah.
Still, need to get him
Ball,
ready.
it's a new ball, isn't it? It's a new ball. Thompson bowls, and Simpson does get his run. He just turns that one down to fine leg for a single. Farms the strike. Sussex captain leading from the front. His men now are exactly 90 runs ahead, and Simpson's on 55. Only 2 wickets left. So
Yorkshire at the moment using their 2 most potent weapons in the wicket-taking column. Ben Code and Jordan Thompson. Tomo with 27 wickets at 25.85 this season. Basically 3.5 and over 3.49. Ben Code at 2.54. His economy rate has taken 33 wickets, so has the bragging rights at the moment. There might be a bit of healthy competition between the pair of them between now and the end of the season, because Jordan has finished top wicket taker on at least a couple, if not 3 occasions since he started. Here's Code to Simpson. Pushes into the offside. No run. Ben Code 33 championship wickets in 2024 at 18.39 and going at just 2.54 and over. He's got it sorted, hasn't he, county cricket?
yeah, he certainly has.
And he comes again then. And this one shorter of length than the previous delivery, cut by Simpson, but he's not going to take the obviously easy single out to the sweeping James Wharton. It's going to stay put. Code, well, of course, he was around learning his trade when, in the days of the master miser, Stephen Patterson. Whether or not it's just in his own nature, probably, but whether or not he tapped into that as well. Top of off stump. You remember Pato, as that is pulled by Simpson. Will Luxton, I don't think Will Luxton picked that up at first, and then did, and has kept them to 1. And John Simpson's checking the bottom toe end of his bat. It sounded like a woody sort of shot, and that suggests it was.
He envisaged that one landing on top of the hospitality tents down there somewhere, didn't he? Down the pitch, and Hoik didn't get hold of it. So 3 balls now at the Sussex number 10. 3 slips and a gully. Is that enough for you, Dorji?
I'll do for now. Code in. Oh, that cat tries to get his hands through this one, which nips on him. And I think that I felt a waft in the slip cordon there.
Simo's coming down to have a word. He's not gone down to speak to the skipper, though. He stayed where he is.
Mate, what are you doing? We're 8 down. I said clear the Trafalgar Square houses. .228 for 8. Code in again, and I've cut down the ground and out. Straight to mid-on, and Jordan Thompson, 228 for 9. And the Indian is out without scoring.
And you've got to say that's a daft shot. Simpson, the Sussex skipper, is just standing on it, just leaning on his bat at the far end and saying to himself, well, that's... He's had a swish outside the off stump. He knows the situation of the game. You know, he needs to defend. And, well, very nice looking shot, but when you hit it in the air straight to mid-on, it's not a very nice result. So, last man Hunt on his way out.
And Ben Code, the 5 comes into play. 4 at the moment. And he's scenting 5 for blood with the tail ender Sean Hunt walking in. 4 for 69 off 22 overs and 5 deliveries so far. That wicket falling after 88.5. So Yorkshire really have pressed on with this second new ball, picking up 3 wickets in just under 9 overs. And Adcat gone for none for a duck of 3 deliveries. And there's 1 ball left in the over to try and wrap up this Sussex innings and get that 5 for Ben Code. 3 slips in a gully. In he comes then to Sean Hunt. Leaves 1 wide of off stump.
We get applause, I'm sure. Simpson will now go down and have a word with Hunt and say, look, how are we going to play this? Are you confident of facing 2 balls and over? And he'll probably say, yes, Skip, I can. Trust me, Skip. I can just cobble this out. Maybe the weather forecast will change tomorrow. Maybe we can get that lead past 100, Skip. Give them something to defend. That's not a great game so far, has he, Sean Hunt?
That's Greaky. Ben Code now 34 wickets at 17.88 this season. Pretty impressive stuff.
Getting a nice round of applause down by their tea rooms. Let's see if the big show can finish things off. Just wondering about the gully there. The field, 2 slips in a gully. They're the only fielders anywhere near the bat. 3 out on each side of the pitch. Thompson bowls to Simpson. Simpson covers up, pushes into the offside. Comfortable single, refused. So I think we're going to see a few overs of this.
Yeah, 14 remain, well, less that delivery in the day's play, so still...
You take the 2 off, don't you? So it'd be 12. 12 overs to get 91. When you do that in a T20, I'm not sure you do it in a championship game. And then 8 overs to finish it off. Thompson bowls, Simpson hits that in the air and out towards mid-wicket. It doesn't quite make the rope, but he gets 4 runs. Takes him on to 60 not out, top score in this Sussex second innings. I think we can say with some confidence it will remain so. And now another one of the slips has come out, and Adam Lyth going out to deep mid-wicket. Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, long leg. Thompson bowls, and Simpson looks to hit a scoop shot and produces it perfectly, and he's hit it for 6. My goodness gracious. He's made a extraordinary shot. It's a scoop, and he's got hold of it that well that it's gone all the way. And let's have a look at this again on the replay, because Jordan Thompson's getting a bit of his own medicine here. Simpson has fallen over to the offside and scooped the ball back over the keeper, over the boundary rope for 6. Well, that's the most extraordinary shot of the match so far. Thompson bowls to him again, and he's gone. He's hit that one out in the air, and it bounces once. And Adam Lyth takes it, so 1 to Simpson. That being the 4th ball of the over. Thompson's got 2 balls to finish it off.
Full bunger. Was that? Sometimes he played the shot to it like sometimes happens with full tosses. It's on you that, because he's not pitching, it's on you quicker, and he was almost startled as he pulled it out there. He didn't connect with it properly, did he?
England have lost a 4th wicket. That could be close. 127 for 4. Oh, shouldn't give out the score. Somebody might be wanting to see that later. Thompson bowls. Oh, see the effort put into that ball and dug out by Sean Hunt.
Magnificent.
There is something about Jordan Thompson that reminds me of Truman a bit. I don't know what it is.
Well, he's certainly not short on self-confidence.
No, and he's got that sort of big chestedness about him, hasn't he? That sort of bit of a swagger. Runs away from us, 44 on his back. 3 slips go down, bowls attempted Yorker. Look at the effort he's put into that. He's dug out by Hunt saying, I'll stay with you, Skip. You get a boundary or two and a single, and I'll dig out the last 2 balls. And we'll take that. Lead. Well, the lead is 102 now. Let's get it up to 120, Skip. We might be able to do something with that. I don't think they will, but that's what they've got to be looking at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, just keep nudging that bar up just a little bit more. Cricket being cricket, while the odds are heavily stacked in favour of Yorkshire. I say in these situations, one of the joys of it is that it's not always predictable. And that's the best sport, isn't it, when it isn't predictable?
Yes.
239 for 9. They would be crushed if they didn't win this match from this position. Weather notwithstanding. Code in, and Simpson dropped it into the offside, no run. But who knows? I'm not suggesting that I think they'll lose, but we don't know. That's why we keep coming back and watching. 67 to John Simpson. I'll step out at the end of the over and let Harmsey come in and do a bit with DT. Now that he's done his update elsewhere. Code around the wicket. Oh, he's gone! Simpson tries to be expansive again, and Ben Code wraps things up with a 5-foot. 239 all out, Sussex. And Simpson gone for 67 from a 151 ball stay at the crease, 7 fours and a 6. And Yorkshire will need 103 runs to pick up 21 points from this match and put some real pressure on their opponents at the top of the Division 2 table.
Yes, and Ben Code, the hero there with the new ball. Got a couple of balls to bounce to get rid of Carson and Robinson, and then there at the end Simpson trying to repeat what he did in the previous over, and at that time made a bit of a mess of it, and the stumps going everywhere. So well, will we finish tonight? We'll certainly finish very early tomorrow morning if we don't finish tonight. Weather set fair, and Yorkshire 103 to win.
Yeah, and if
Ben Code getting applauded off, he's got the ball in his hand, 5 for Code.
5 for 69 from 23.2, including 6 maidens. Great effort from him, and not a game changer, DT, but certainly has moved the game on at pace, hasn't it? The second new ball has yielded 4 wickets in just 10 overs and 2 balls to wrap up that innings.
It also yielded a fair few runs as well, didn't it? With Simpson and particularly Ollie Robinson finding the boundary, but you can't really see Sussex. Well, a couple of early wickets perhaps, and that would make it difficult. But we worked out how many overs we've got left potentially.
No, not at the moment.
How many overs were they bowled out for? I'll work it out for you.
They were bowled out in 90.2.
So that's 92. It would be 11 overs. 11 overs remaining plus if they claimed it the extra half hour. So 19 overs to get 103 is, in T20 terms, is not difficult. You'd expect them to get that, but I'd be ashamed if it doesn't. I'm sure if they get close, they'll just accelerate over the line. They've got wickets in hand, would have wickets in hand. But if Sussex were to take the early wickets, who knows? We'll be back in a few minutes, or are you just about to read out the
Yorkshire bowling figures? Ben Code then, just to repeat, 23.2 overs, 6 maidens, 5 for 69. That means in 2024 he has now taken 35 championship wickets. He said, just waiting for his screen to update. I'll just check back on that once again. Yeah, 35 championship wickets at 17.37 and an economy rate of 2.53. Some going. Jordan Thompson, 17 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 53. Dan Moriarty, 21 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 34. George Hill, 10 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 19 was very good. Matthew Revis, 11 overs, 1 maiden, none for 32. Had his successes in the first innings in particular. Adam Lyth, 8 overs, no maidens, none for 29. For the records, 3 leg byes, 6 no balls. Sean Hunt not out, 0 off 3, and 239 all out in 90 overs and 2 balls at 5:58 p.m. on day 3. Yorkshire will need 103 to win. Back soon. Thompson in. Oh,
Nice
good
out.
delivery. He's got to be gone. He's gone. End of Sean Hunt. End of Sussex first time around. They've added just 3 runs this morning. Sean Hunt, LBW to Thompson for 1.
Well, welcome back to Scarborough for the final few overs of the day. We're just trying to get a note of exactly the amount of overs left. I don't know if the guys on the live stream might be able to look at the scoreboard for us. We're thinking it's 11, plus potentially, if the umpires decide there's a chance for a result today, that we might get that. But we're just waiting to see exactly. We're presuming it's remaining 12.4, so they've lost 2, so we take 10. So we think it's 10.
No, I think it's 11. I think you just take the 1.4, don't you?
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know. So if the lads on the stream are listening, if they could sort of show us,
Well,
the
they're
scoreboard.
probably having a break.
Yeah, they're up there.
All day, you know.
Well, we're only asking. The umpires are making their way out. Anyway, we have several things to remember here. Yorkshire are -3 on their over 8, and we were just speculating that Sussex could head off back down the A1 or M1, whichever way they go, without any points in this game. On the other hand, will Yorkshire come out and give this a real go tonight in front of this Scarborough crowd, or will they just play sensibly and properly and take it through to tomorrow and come back and win the game? Or is there a sting in the tail? Does Ollie Robinson and Jade Evanukat suddenly get amongst Yorkshire and they find themselves 19 for 4, as Doige was saying? But I think Yorkshire will kick themselves if they don't win this game. They've been by far the better side.
Yes, they just need to mind their work, don't they? And if they can, just put the winning tonight out of their minds. Just go about it as you would. They're coming out after lunch on the 4th day. The sun's shining, and they need 103 to win. And bat as you would in that situation, rather than thinking let's get it finished tonight, because then of course you can lose the odd wicket. But
well, sides have been bowled out for 102 before, which would mean Sussex would win. But
well, wouldn't it mean it would be a tie?
It would. 101. Well, Sussex are going to open with Jade Evanukat, it looks like, who bowled very well, I thought, yesterday. Picked up a couple of wickets.
If it was me captaining, it would be Nudcat and Jack Carson.
Yeah, trying to get some of the time back.
But he was also the threat.
Yes, he was the threat. Yes, he was the threat. There we go. So it is going to be a Nudcat who's going to get us underway from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. It's quite chilly out, actually. They were saying last night it's going to be quite a bit autumnal, I think. But then the weather next week, super. So that's good news for the first week of, nearly the first week of September. In comes Jade Evanukat, running in to bowl to Adam Lyth, who is off the mark. No, he isn't. He's fielded by Hudson Prentice at point, and there is no run. So Sussex with an attacking field, as you would expect, because they need wickets. 4 slips, point, cover mid-off, mid-on. Is there a fine leg? I can't quite see from where we are.
Bound to be, isn't it?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there must be. On the leg side, and a cat back to his mark.
7-2 field, though.
Yeah. Nukat is on his way. Bowls to Blythe, who just defends straight back down the track. And there is no run, and I think probably those opening 2 shots probably tell us an awful lot. That I think Yorkshire are going to play this properly. They don't want to take any risks. They want to come out of this game with 21 points and close the gap on Sussex with a big game coming up against Middlesex next week at Headingley. You'll be there, Dave.
Yes.
2 sides who will be... You'd have to say there's 3 sides in the mix at the moment. In comes a Nudcat. Bowls to Live, who covers up, plays that again to backward point, fielded by Hudson Prentice, no run.
It looks that way, doesn't it? I mean, I don't think Leicestershire are going to get a result from their game.
No.
4 games left, lots of points. Not only do Leicestershire have to rely on one team stuttering, they need 2 teams to stutter and come through themselves.
Yeah, they do, definitely.
Whereas Middlesex and Yorkshire just really need the one team to stutter.
Nudcat in again, bowls to Live. He lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. And there is no run. If you just joined us, a very good evening. Welcome to Scarborough. Here on BBC Radio Sussex and various BBC radio stations around Yorkshire. Adrian Harms, Dave Townsend, Jonathan Doige, your commentary team today. Sussex bowled out for 239, Yorkshire needing 103 to win this game. We think another 10 overs left after this one tonight. and then all day tomorrow. Wicket in bowls, and Live again just defends out into the offside, and there is no run. Elsewhere in the division, just to mark your card, in fact Gloucestershire have declared now down at Bristol double centuries for both Ben Charlesworth and for James Bracey. Charlesworth 210, Bracey 207, 544 for 4 gives Gloucestershire a lead of 132. Leicestershire second time around, 5 without loss. And look at in bowls. Oh, is he trapped to LBW? Was a good shout. It cut back actually at Adam Live. And it's a maiden over to start with. Jade Evan. Look at the Sussex players are running in between the overs, which they need to do. Let's see if they are going to open with a spinner. Indeed they are. No, they're not. It's going to be Ollie Robinson who's going to open the bowling from this end of the ground. Sussex racing around in the field. They'll be mindful of these overs, but for the time being, it is going to be Ollie Robinson who's going to get things moving. I say, I hate to be a bore, but if they are just looking on the live stream, they could just tell us the amount of overs. We're guessing here, we reckon there's 10 left. There's a couple of seagulls are pictured on the live stream, sitting on chimney pots around the ground, and it is going to be Ollie Robinson who's going to bowl the second over of this second Yorkshire innings.
So a steady enough start, I'm sure. Yorkshire thinking, well, a quiet little 30 for no wicket maybe tonight. But that's not what Finley Bean thinks.
No, he's at a 4 straight away.
He's clipped that one very fine for 4. It's pitched up on leg stump and away to the boundary, down towards the tea room. So obviously if they can win it tonight they will do, but just play normally.
I'm sure the crowd would like them to if they could, but as you say, you don't want to suddenly find yourself in a pickle at 51 for 4 or something, and
no.
Because they've dominated the game. You know, I think I mean they had the better of the conditions on the first day, but they've been the better side. I think Sussex have to admit that.
So Robinson bowls, and that's on leg stump again, this time from round the wicket. And I think that will just be a leg by, indeed it is. It's the ball dribbled towards fine leg again, but got no more than 20 yards or so from the bat. The crowd who've been, it's not been a great crowd today, but they're all staying.
Yeah, they are. And why wouldn't you? Maybe it's a lovely sunny evening. In fact, there's just blue skies as far as just a couple of clouds in the distance, but it's a gorgeous evening. A bit chilly if you're out the sun, but a lovely evening to watch a few O's of cricket. Our friend with his fish and chips has gone, and his fork.
Robinson bowls, and Live plays that one away through gully. He's going to pick up at
boundary.
Least 3 runs, I would have thought. Indeed, it beats the chasing fielders over there, and just has the energy to pop over the rope. So 9 runs coming from the first 3 balls of this Robinson over. I think there's only been 3 balls, isn't there? So certainly that puts a victory tonight back on the cards.
What happens? Do the umpires, can they say, yes, we think there's going to be a result, so you carry on, or is it up to Yorkshire? Can they just say, no, we'll go off, thanks very much, we've had our overs today? I don't quite know how it works, to be honest.
Robinson round the wicket to Live, and clips that one wide and mid-on, scampers through for another run.
I tell you what, Dave, the crowd want this done tonight.
Of course it is.
You know, they're clapping every single run here. They've paid their money and they're thinking, oh, we might see Yorkshire win this tonight.
And if this over is anything to go by, they'll probably get their wish. I'm sure Sussex are aware of the over rate. I mean, how quickly do they have to move to get that back to 0?
Yeah.
Robinson bowls, and then that's pushed up to mid-on by Bean, the first dot ball of the second over.
Well, I mean, very quickly with it, there's not a lot of overs in which to get this back. I mean, I think you'd probably have to have spinners on at both ends and running between overs to get 3 overs back within sort of an hour or so, to be honest. That's quite a lot. And
Well, do they not just need to bowl 3 overs more in the hour than they would do normally?
oh, good question.
I'm fairly sure that's how it works. I might be wrong. Robinson round the wicket bowls, and Bean drives firmly back, and he fields off his own bowling. That is the end of the over. 10 runs coming from that over. Bang. One method or another. 4 to Bean, 5 to Lythe.
I mean, they are running between deliveries, the Sussex fielders. So what's that, 93 to win?
Yes, 10 runs off the 103 they needed to begin with.
And the next over is going to be bowled by J.D. Venukat from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Spectators staying on the terrace away to our left-hand side, those wooden seats engrossed in the cricket as J.D. Venukat makes his way into bowl to Adam Lythe, who's in and bowls, and Lythe defends out into the offside. They're going to take a single. Well, there were two fielders who both stood there and looked at each other. Finn Hudson-Prentice and Jack Carson both looked at each other after you, and neither of them moved, and in the end there was a single that really shouldn't have been taken. I mean, if you've missed it, Sussex, with the exception of an excellent partnership of 85 between Tom Alsop and John Simpson, have always been on the back foot. They weren't helped by a calamitous run out of Finn Hudson-Prentice. Plenty of plays got in and then got out was the story of the day. A new cat in bowls to Bean, who plays defensively down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Haynes, 26, had done a lot of the hard work, but then went to cut one away, his favourite shot through backward point, and was caught. Daniel Hughes got a bit of a snorter, in fairness, from Ben Code, and was caught high above his head by Finley Bean. Tom Clark had battled through to lunch, but then played at a wide one and got caught behind by Bairstow. It's very much the story of Sussex's 3 days up here in North Yorkshire. And Newcat is in bowls to Bean, who clips this firmly away through square leg. There's got at least a couple here, and maybe even 3. No, just going to be 2, I think. Chasing back towards the leg side boundary. Total goes up to 13 without loss in the 3rd over. And Newcat makes his way back to his mark. There's a discussion about a field. Now, Sussex really can't afford to waste any time here. They're already having a discussion about a fielding change. Can you have minus points in a county championship match? If they were -4 on the over 8, they would be -1 points in the game.
Good point. Good, well, or bad point, as it would.
Well, very bad point. But yeah, I mean, I guess you can be well, I don't know.
Of course you can, yeah.
In comes a Newcat bowls to Bean, who's forward, plays onto the onside. There is no run because they're not really doing anything here to make up the 3, are they?
No. No, and the point is, if Simpson's thinking to himself, well, you know, if Yorkshire get to say 50 for no wicket, or then we'll put the spinners on. Well, it can all be over in 2 overs. Then.
Well, of course it could be. There's not enough time to make any of it back. And Newcat waits.
At the moment, they'll still be thinking about winning, but
yeah. In and bowls, and Bean is forward, plays it back to a Newcat, and there is no run. Breeze has got up a little bit. I can see the player's shirt just sort of rustling in the breeze. There's a fella down below us, Dave. I mean, there are cameras and cameras. That is a serious camera that photographer's got in front of us. He's sitting on a stool that looks like sort of a fishing stool. And a camera with a huge lens. He's in prime position to take his photographs that will appear, I don't know where, somewhere tomorrow. J. Devon Newcat is on his way. Bowled, cut away, and that's going to be 4 runs.
Nice shot.
2 wide, lovely shot by Finley Bean. And the ball races away across the outfield. Nice shot and a good shot. A good start as far as Yorkshire are concerned in pursuit of this 103 to win.
I'm here to tell you all entry will be free tomorrow. However, you'll only be able to get in by the main gate.
There we are. Entry is free tomorrow.
If there's still a game going.
If there's still a game, yeah.
Entry only.
Yeah, so I think with
There's our friend the photographer. They've got the video on him now. As I say, lads, if you're listening, could you just tell us how many overs are left? We're slightly guessing if it's on the main scoreboard.
I always think you got one photographer there with a massive lens like that, and another chap sitting next to him with a much smaller lens, and you sort of feel the other guy's a little bit inadequate, don't you? Start of a new over as Robinson bowls, and that's pushed into the onside.
Yeah.
And there's no run.
Oh, we are. Thank you very much, chaps. 7 overs left in the day. So I think it's...
That's what we... Oh.
So I think it's
It
very...
was 10 to begin with, wasn't it?
Yes. So I think it's very unlikely...
So
Well, unless a glut of runs come in these next 7 overs.
Yeah, so we're basically 15 overs to score 86 runs.
Well, it's not out of the way, is it?
Possible, no. Robinson bowls again, and Lyth allows something through outside the off stump.
So I'm going to count these down. So it's
no a run. Yes, that is a very impressive lens, I must say. Got it focused on somebody in the pavilion.
Oh yes, maybe there's a Yorkshire player, or who knows. It's a lovely evening, I say.
And he's still in shirt sleeves down there.
He is, yeah. He's just about in the sun, isn't he? Just.
Robinson bowls, and
Good delivery.
but I'm going to give Lyth the benefit of the doubt there and say he just played inside the line of that one.
Okay.
If you'll allow that, Adrian.
Yeah, I don't know. In the Test match, England won 48 for 4. Joe Root is steering England towards victory. 37 not out. Jamie Smith has had a good game. He's 15 not out. England needing another 57 to win.
Robinson bowls, and that's played square of the wicket by Lyth. There's going to be no runs coming from that. So 17 for no wicket, another 86 required. No admission fee tomorrow, but you're going to make your way up North Marine Drive, or North Marine Road, or North Marine Avenue, or whatever we were calling it this afternoon, just to see half a dozen overs. Why not? It's cricket. Might see something. Robinson bowls again, and that's through outside the off stump.
Yeah, I think we
run
can,
to be had there.
I think we can safely say that Yorkshire are just quite happy just to go along here as if it was no sort of a run chase, and come back tomorrow to just knock off the runs that they need. It would take something quite dramatic for Sussex tomorrow morning. I feel fairly certain that Yorkshire would have looked at the weather forecast, Dave. I mean, if tomorrow if it was going to absolutely pour from 11 o'clock, they would be doing something different.
Robinson bowls, and Lyth drives, doesn't get a run there. Robinson fields off his own bowling. That's the end of the over. Yes, I think if they were going to win it tonight, you would be loath to split up this opening partnership, but I think certainly at number 3 you'd have Johnny Bairstow with his pads on.
Yeah, I agree.
To do something a bit
special.
6
overs remaining in the day. 1 or 2 people have decided that enough's enough. They're making their way out of the ground. I would imagine the vast majority of Yorkshire supporters feeling pretty confident that their side are going to win what would be their 3rd game in a row. J. Devon Woodcat is coming in from the Trafalgar Square end, bowls to Bean, who's forward and plays defensively to mid-on. And there is no run. I mean, in terms of Sussex, it's not all over yet, but on the assumption that Yorkshire win this game, I guess the positives for Sussex, the performance of Tom Alsop in particular. You know, without him, Sussex would have been in a real state in this game. Jack Carson has bowled very well in that first innings with a fife for a return, but I guess the story has been they just haven't batted well enough. And Woodcat in bowls, and Bean plays defensively onto the onside, fielded by Carson, and there is no run. I think it's fair to say they had, in terms of the conditions were tricky on the first day of the match on Thursday, when it was very overcast and breezy, and you know, it wasn't easy batting. But I think that would be in some ways to take away just how well Yorkshire have bowled throughout the match. Jack Carson is now warming up in the covers, which is interesting. And Woodcat is in, bowls, and being defensively forward, plays to mid wicket. There is no run. Nobody likes to get out, and Finley Bean probably thinking, well, missed out a little bit in the first innings when he made just 3. He wants to be there and see Yorkshire home. At the field, there are 2 slips and a gully. Point, cover, mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. J. Devon Ucat is already back at his mark. And makes his way in, the Indian left-arm seamer. Bowls to Finley Bean, and Bean is hit on the pad. That's a good shout from J. Devon Ucat. Probably going down the leg side and possibly a little high as well, but it was certainly worth a shout.
I think he was all right on height, but it was definitely appeared to be.
Oh yeah, it was all right on height, wasn't it? I think it was just sliding down the leg side. And I think Ucat actually probably knew that the way he turned around almost as it please. Nice chance. Who's forward, plays into the offside, and again there is no runs. So Sussex certainly keeping it nice and tight. Just maybe hoping for some bit of assistance from the elements tomorrow, but
yeah, it's with the added factor of having to bowl the overs quickly to hold on to the points they have got. I think it makes it that much more difficult, doesn't it? Not that they were going to bowl Yorkshire out anyway. And
get in bowls and beats it on the pad, and he's caught low down. That's a very, very fine catch by Tom Haynes, and a wicket for J. Devon Ucat. That was a strange dismissal. He was going to clip that away on the leg side. I think the bat rather twisted. He ended up getting an outside edge, and Tom Haynes took a leading edge, and he took the catch low down. In the gully. It was a very fine catch as well.
And they're the hardest ones to take, aren't they? Because you're sort of looking at it through mid-wicket. And
well, it was a really good catch low down, and Finley Bean is on his way. He's missed out in both innings. Let's just see this again. Looks to clip it away, and that's a really good.
I would suggest.
I reckon to have a go. Do you?
I would suggest as a night watchman.
Would you? Okay.
Yeah.
So Finley Bean has gone. Total on 17 for 1, caught by Tom Haynes of the bowling of J. Devon Ucat.
But we shall see. Could well be wrong.
And he was out for 10.
I mean, the last couple of overs we haven't seen.
No.
We haven't seen them going at it like hammer and tongs, have we? And
no.
In theory, what did we say? 5 overs now left in the day?
I think there's 5 overs, yes. That's 5 overs left. So they'd have to score 86 to win, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, we've just had a couple of maiden overs as well, so
it's highly unlikely, isn't it?
Yes.
Jordan Thompson looks like the sort of guy who's very happy to go and say, yeah, I'll be night watchman, Skip.
So Robinson starts in the 6th over, bowls, and Lythe leaves that alone. And again, it's every indication that Yorkshire are quite happy to come back tomorrow morning. Very good catch that.
It was a good catch.
Tom Haynes, because they always say the hardest ones to take in the slips are the ones that come off the leading edge, because obviously if it's a straightforward off drive or cover drive, you're expecting an edge of some sort. You're not expecting it when the batsman's aiming it through mid-wicket. Robinson bowls, and Lythe gets one that just keeps a little bit low. Does well to dig it out.
Oh, here comes Jonathan. He's got his red notebook with him.
Oh dear, is he gonna hold up play here?
Well, he's clutching the notebook to his chest. He's making his way. He's looking a little bit stressed. Entirely sure why.
Oh, that's just his usual look.
How's it?
Yeah. Robinson bowls to Lythe, and Lythe tucks that one quietly into the on side. And there's no run there. Let Jonathan come in at the end of this over, if that's all right with him. He's looking happy enough, yes. We're surmising that Jordan Thompson has come out as night watchman rather than as to come out and hit a quick 30 or 40 and try and finish it tonight. So because he could quite easily do that. Robinson bowls to Lythe, and Lythe allows that one through outside the off stump. So no question now, in my mind at least, that
No, I agree.
Yorkshire are not going for these runs tonight.
No. No, and I'm sure they've had a little peep just to make sure that the weather's going to keep tracing again. Of course, you've this team years of here and up.
To keep that over.
But a good pitch, isn't it?
Yes, good cricketing pitch.
Yeah, I agree.
Normally is here at North Marine Road.
I was saying to Doige earlier on in the game, an awful wicket we played out at Lord's earlier in the season, just an absolute featherbed. Give me this sort of pitch every time.
Robinson at 2 lithe is across his stumps, looking to get a single there, but Jordan Thompson's got a big mitt towards lithe. Well, that'll do me for the day, I think.
Well, lovely to see you, Dave.
No train to catch, but I'll take in the final 4 overs.
So Doige will be back. Clock ticks round to 6:30. Another good day's cricket for the spectators here today. But it looks very much like we're going to be back tomorrow for the final knockings of the game. Jordan Thompson coming out at number 3
for the denouement.
And does a bit of gardening, does Jordan Thompson. Jade Evan-Cat is to come in to bowl the 7th over of the innings. Comes into bowl to Thompson, and Thompson is forward. And even when Jordan Thompson plays a defensive shot, he sort of plays a defensive shot sort of with intent. He was walking into that drive. Plays it to mid-on, and there is no run. And we were just saying that if Sussex were to bowl these overs slowly as well, ended up -4. Can you have minus points in a championship game, or can you only get a minimum of 0? I mean, could you be -1 for a game? I don't know.
Yeah, well, I think we'd need to ask the scorers on that front.
Ask them later. Look at in bowls to Thompson, who defends again onto the onside.
And on that front, thanks to the Sussex scorer,
Graham Irwin,
for letting me take a screenshot of the rules and regs with regard to an extra 30 minutes.
Right.
When I just popped into the press box next door. It's quite lengthy, as you might imagine, given it's a cricket thing. The captains may agree, or in the event of disagreement, the umpires may decide to play 30 minutes, a minimum of 8 overs, extra time at the end of the first, second or third day's play.
Cat in bowls, and Thompson is beaten. Taken by Simpson. It was a pacey delivery from Jade Evan. Well, thank you, Graham, for that.
If there was, in their opinion, a reasonable prospect that it would bring about a definite result on that day, for the avoidance of doubt, should a wicket fall within 3 minutes of the scheduled or rescheduled close of play, the extra 30 minutes is added to the scheduled or rescheduled time of close of play, not to the time at which the wicket fell, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that sounds complicated now. Initially, I was following that. Crumbs. You know, if you're an umpire, you have to sort of know all these rules, don't you? I mean, it's... Crumbs, that's
rules, laws?
Oh, dear. Well, laws. Yeah, laws, I guess. Cat in again, bowls, and Thompson cuts away, and a good stop by Finn Hudson-Prentice at backward point, but another run. I was saying today, sort of every run is being cheered to the rafters by the Yorkshire crowd. 3 wins in a trot this would be if Yorkshire get over the line, Doige?
Yeah.
That's what you want, isn't it? A good run of form and a big game coming up against Middlesex next week. And barring something pretty sensational, Yorkshire are going to close to within, I reckon, 6 points of Sussex. Middlesex visiting Headingley next week. Derbyshire coming to Hove. All games you can hear on the BBC as in comes Cat bowls. Good carry through to John Simpson, let go by Adam Lyth, and there is no run.
After the drawn match at Northampton, my notepad here says 27th of May 2024, Northamptonshire 13 points, Yorkshire 14 points. Otis Gibson said to me, we will get promoted. And I didn't say, no way, you're joking, anything like that. I just said, I admire your optimism, given the way that things were going on the field and opportunities that had been missed at that point of the season.
Red Cat in bowls. Clipped away by Lythe. Straight to mid-wicket, fielded by James Goals. It's the end of the over. 3 overs remaining in the day. Yorkshire 18 for 1. Needing another, what do they need, Jonathan? They need another 82 plus 4, another 86 to win.
And then they came here and beat Gloucestershire, which was a full month later, wasn't it, by an innings and 22 runs. And then went to Chesterfield and again won by an innings and 204 runs. At which point he did say to me when he walked out for his post-match interview, I told you, you said we were. I said, no way, you're not having this one. You're not pinning this one on me, Otis, than saying that I sort of told you wouldn't get promoted. I just said I admire your optimism with the state of play as it was.
I think there was a feeling around, though, that I thought that eventually Yorkshire would come good. And I'm not just saying that now, but we, in other games that we were playing.
Ollie Robinson bowling to Jordan Thompson, gone. Caught at
Tom
gully.
Haynes again.
Tom Haynes catching above his head. Jordan Thompson squared up slightly, thick. Leading sort of an edge who's lost his bat. I don't think he's thrown his bat, he's lost his bat on the way off. And he's gone for 1, and Yorkshire are 18 for 2, and there may just be just a little fluttering of butterflies in stomachs as we close in on the end of day 3. It has to be said, when I finished on that point, that he then kind of winked and said, I'm just pulling your leg. So he was just trying to wind me up.
Well, I think there was a feeling, saying games not involving Yorkshire, and fellow commentators saying, we just sort of fancy that at some stage Yorkshire will come good. Well, Dan Moriarty is coming in. Sussex could pick up another one here. Might make tomorrow morning a little more interesting. So a couple of good catches taken by Tom Haynes. And one or two people just seeing who is the man who's coming out.
Well,
Chase of 150 might have been interesting then.
We've talked about this one loads of times. I'm not a night watchman fan, I've got to say. I don't say you should never use one. We repeat this every time we get one, but so I don't say you should never use one. But when you do send one in and they get out, then what do?
Yeah.
Do you go back to your same normal batting order, or do you stick in another one? And
so what will they do now if another one goes down? Have to go. There we go.
Robinson then to Dan Moriarty. 4 slips in place. Solidly behind it, the left-hander. No run. I think I said gully for that catch. Was he fourth? Was he standing at 4 slip? Every move you see as soon as the ball's in the air, don't you?
I mean, you'd say no,
it was
4 slip, and I'm pretty sure that he wasn't there with Jordan Thompson.
Yep, 4 slip. It was a very sort of almost casual catch, wasn't it? There was no way I'm not going to snaffle this one.
He was warming up with Paul Farbrace. Dave and I were looking at it before they came out, and we were saying, Paul Farbrace hitting the ball hard at Tom Haynes, but that practice paid off.
Robinson in again in the Scarborough sunshine. It's flicked into the leg side, this time by Moriarty. Mid-wicket fields, no run. I keep saying it every time we see Dan Moriarty walk out. Haven't seen lots from him in terms of scoring areas. He can play quite a nice extra cover drive, but then you've got to throw the ball out wide for Stumps to get him to play it. I don't know. I mean, is he one of those players who drops down into club cricket and scores you
probably
boatloads?
Yeah, probably.
But maybe just he's challenged at this level. Who knows? So good delivery. Robinson shaping in towards Moriarty, and he pushes down the wrong line. And there is no run nor harm done. So 85 runs required and 8 wickets with which to get them. Robinson pushes off from the Peace Home Park end once again, past umpire Middlebrook. Good delivery once more. Moriarty does that quite a bit actually. He'll push at a ball and go down on one knee. He's just done the same.
So you think if a wicket goes down now, you send in your orthodox number 3, do you? You wouldn't send in Ben Code, who's the number 10.
What, we reverse the batting order, just keep going backwards. Get
So,
get down to James Wharton at number 11 eventually. Here's Robinson, it's wide of off stump, and Moriarty is not asked to play a shot.
Well, you played a far higher standard of cricket, I'm sure Jonathan, than I ever did, but in the standard cricket I played, occasionally you'd get a game that would finish before tea. And so you'd say, what on earth are we going to do? The pubs doesn't open until 7, you know, not every club had a bar. And so, it used to be called a beer match. I don't know if you used to have beer matches. You'd have a beer match and you'd reverse the order and play sort of 15 overs a side just to whittle away a couple of hours until we all headed up down the pub.
Yeah.
And they were good for,
That's just village, then, isn't it?
Well, I was village.
Yeah, well, I saw.
I was village.
So was I, but, no, I'm just joking.
In comes into the cat. Penultimate over the day, bowls to Lythe. Well, the ball bounced in front of Tom Haynes. That wasn't a chance. And I guess from a Yorkshire point of view, you get your night watchman on strike, which is what you want. Adam Lythe goes. I can't see the scoreboard is
19 for 2.
It is, and is that 7 that Lythe goes to? I think it is.
Yep.
Yeah. Barely a cloud in the sky, Doige. It's going to be cold tonight, you know.
Is it?
Yeah. And there's a bit of a nip, isn't there? Can you, does it feel like there's a bit of an autumnal nip? Oh, come on. You got your fleece on and a jumper. And your long johns.
Precisely, I don't feel an autumnal nip.
4 steps ago, the photographer doesn't look, he's still there with his t-shirt on, but then he's in the sunshine. Oh, come on, Sussex. I mean, more field changes. We really don't want to be minus 4 overs. I don't know what happens then. We will ask the scorers and find out tomorrow.
It's Alan Mackenzie down there. Looks like he's packing up for the day.
Hooded cat in bowls, and Moriarty clips that one away. Is it going to get a boundary? Sean Hunt races around the boundary. Good bit of fielding by Big Sean. Oh, the ball doesn't go over the... Well done. Gets in the throw. I don't think they ran, did they?
No, poor old Dan Moriarty. He's shown us he's got another shot, but unfortunately got nothing for it.
Yeah. They could have got 2 easily there, couldn't they? But well, that's what the night watchman's there for, to prevent. Well done, Sean. Good bit of fielding. That's what the night watchman's there for, to protect the senior batter, or the better batter, whatever way you want to look at it. Better batter. And Nidcat. 4 slips go down. He's in bowls, and Moriarty is going to get a boundary. Nothing wrong with that. A little bit down the leg side, and Moriarty just tickled it away down to fine leg for a boundary. 23 for 2, and Yorkshire needing exactly 80 runs to win.
I've enjoyed that. Well, Dan, one for the grandkids, isn't it? I batted at number 4 for Yorkshire.
Yeah, got a boundary at Scarborough. The crowd applauded. Yeah.
Still a fair few in on the bleachers.
Well, I think people have had a good day's cricket, haven't they? You know, the vast majority of Yorkshire supporters will be very pleased with the way that today has gone. Newcat in bowls. Moriarty's forward plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Consummate.
And they'll feel that their side is on a bit of a roll. Headingley to come next week. Sussex are now sort of taking a bit of more time sort of changing fields around. Now they're calling. See, this is what I think irritates umpires, Doige. They're now calling for a helmet to be brought out, so we've got a delay. There we go. See.
Yes, Sussex is on. Is the school teacher would say it's your own time you're wasting.
Well, to be honest, I think that's the thing that gets the umpires. They call it ERE or ear or whatever. You know, it makes IRE. Yeah,
Ire, yeah.
Ire. You know, they just ire. You know, they think, well, you know, come on, ire and ire. And now we've got more of a delay because more protective equipment's got to go on. Dan Hughes is going in at short leg, but you know, they're certainly making no effort to try and make up these -3.
And you know, it's just taking time out of DT's first point.
It is. Nudcat in bowls, and Moriarty's hit on the pad, and Nudcat appeals. I thought he got a bit of bat on that.
Did he? All right, going to say it was one of the rare occasions it looked like he was immediately going to rub it.
See this again, I reckon he got a bit of it. Oh, I think that thumped into the pads. Let's see it again. Here he comes.
Yeah, he did. It
Ouch.
caught him in that. Yeah, he caught him in the area between thigh pad and the top of the pad flat. That's what I mean.
That is bruised tomorrow morning, isn't it? Or probably even sooner, to be honest.
Yeah, and he's put his hand straight on there, which is not something a batter would normally do. It rub somewhere else completely different. You know.
Oh, it's a ouch. Nudcat in again. Bowls, and Moriarty is steadfastly forward. It's a Limerick keeps a bit low, and he keeps it out. So he's doing his good job here. Is Daniel Moriarty, 23 for 2. Yorkshire, 1 over to go in the day, which I presume will be bowled by Ollie Robinson, who's picked up a wicket. Thank you to everybody who's listened throughout the day. We've had good fun here in the commentary box. It's been another very good day's cricket. I think we've been lucky with the weather when you consider what's been going on around the country. I mean, completely washed out at Merchant Taylor's School. Game between Middlesex and Northants, and then we got them very late down at the Oval, and then they came off again for bad light, so we've been very lucky.
Yeah, and Yorkshire are going to come back tomorrow needing something around the 80 mark to win this match, so going to be another, you would think, at least an hour's cricket in that. There's Ollie Robinson in from the Peace-Home Park end, and Adam Lyth will do that as much as he can in this over. Leave that one wide of off stump, and could also be left on length.
Jamie Smith out for England for 39. England 183 for 5, needing 22 to win. So you'd imagine that Sri Lanka, considering they were 6 for 3 on the first morning, have made a real game of that.
I was doing that the first day, and we were kind of saying at 6 for 3, they said it's definitely not going to go to day 5. It was us surmising that, but it looks like it will do. Will it? Oh, are they going to knock them off tonight? How long?
Well, I don't know. Does it say how many overs remaining?
Robinson in. Lyth clips off the legs, and they are going to take one here because that means that Moriarty can try and cover things for the last 4 deliveries. Leg by, in fact, of Adam Lyth.
Very little play at the Oval today. Lancashire began the day 4 without loss. They finished 26 for 1. They're just 3 or 4 overs, I think. And then they went off a bad light and more rain. Not much cricket at Southampton today, so we've certainly had the best of it up in this neck of the woods, in your neck of the woods, in your manor, Doige.
Stephen Pavey has sent in an article with regard to the Marx brothers, Groucho Marx, going to cricket's Mecca, Lords, back in on the Observer article dated 27th of June 1954. Robinson round the wicket, short leg in place, leg slip in place, and 4 slips in place.
Well, that's a good shot, for he didn't run.
Pushed through mid-on. And Moriarty saying, I'm playing like Viv Richards here, or
So
Brian Lara probably more
like
in
Jeff
context.
Boycott, he's played a lovely clip through mid-on, easily a couple of runs.
With his, I guess, English-born but South African upbringing, could probably say left-hander, I'm playing like Graham Pollock here, and you're not getting any runs for it. He's right over the top of this defensive push back to bowler Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. Let's just check in on that England situation.
21 to win now, I've got.
Yeah. Minimum overs remaining 13.2, it says, so they should knock them off tonight.
So knock them off tonight, yeah. They won't want to come back tomorrow,
13.2 overs at 6:50.
Well, I thought they all went up at 6:30 in Test matches, but
Usually 7 o'clock, isn't it? If they don't, yeah, but no, I don't know. Full length delivery. There's a bit of foot and a bit of bat. You could hear the bat, not the foot.
From here. Well done, Daniel Hughes. He's a nice fella, Daniel. He's wandered up to Dan Moriarty. Just said I think he's just inquiring as to his well-being. Well, what's happening there?
Ollie Robinson's just inquiring as to why James Middlebrook didn't give that decision in his favour, I think.
Well, it sounded like, for all the world, it sounded like bat up here, didn't it?
Yeah. 24 for the loss of 2 wickets then, Yorkshire.
He's got a few bruises for the cause tonight, hasn't he, Moriarty?
Robinson in again, down the leg side. Oh, he could, he possibly will get 4 for this through mid-wicket. Played it nicely actually off his legs.
Last ball of the day.
The last ball of the day goes for 4, 28 for 2. Means that Yorkshire will need 75 runs to secure victory on the final day, because Moriarty has ended up with more on the board than Adam Lyth, would you believe, come the end of the day. 8 to him, 7 to Lyth. Not that that really matters in the greater scheme of things. They've lost the wickets of Finlay Bean, caught Hudson Prentice, bowled United Cap for 10, and Jordan Thompson caught Tom Haynes at 4th slip off the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 1, having needed 103 to win at the outset of their second innings. It's been another good day of cricket here at Scarborough. Maybe not so good if you are a Sussex supporter, but again, cricket being cricket, you'll cling on to the hopes that something special might happen tomorrow, but Yorkshire clearly very, very firm favourites to win this.
Well, they are, and it has to be said, over the 3 days so far, they've been far the better side. Jonathan, I'm sure, will probably speak to Paul Farbrace this evening. I think Paul would admit that, Sussex, I think it's fair to say they've had the worst of the conditions on the first day, but let's not take anything away from Yorkshire, who have bowled beautifully in this game, put Sussex under pressure. 1 or 2 shots that players will not be desperately pleased about, a calamitous run out of Finn Hudson Prentice, and things just haven't gone Sussex's way at all. And barring some sort of a miracle, they're going to return down the A1 probably with no points from this game, which will really open things up at the top of Division 2. So, well played Yorkshire is all I can say. They've held their catches, they bowled very well, and as I say, barring a deluge tomorrow morning, or something highly unlikely, sort of a Robinson hat-trick or whatever, it looks as if very much Yorkshire are going to win this game.
Cover's been brought on to make sure that there are no issues in that respect overnight. We'll see what the weather brings tomorrow. 75 runs, as I say, well, we don't know how long it's going to take, because Sussex might well particularly well and string that out, but you'd have thought well over an hour's cricket probably still left in this one to look forward to tomorrow. And well, we enjoyed bringing it to you today. Thanks to DT. Thanks, Helmsley.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, DT. Thank you, everyone, for listening. It's been good fun again.
And thanks again, folks, for being with us. Signing off from North Marine Road with the news that Yorkshire needs 75 to win on Sunday.